Various authors. Cracks in a Gray Sky, an anthology of Do or Die. Voices from the Ecological Resistance. 2016. An introduction. It's strange to put together a collection of articles from a publication that has been defunct for 13 plus years and from nearly 9,000 kilometers away. Do or Die, Voices from the Ecological Resistance filled a void that US publications have attempted, in their ways, to fill but with nowhere near the quality or quantity of the original. Do or Die was the expression of a singular moment by strong writers who agreed about how to approach and discuss a high point of ecological resistance. Here I want to contextualize the struggles discussed in DOD, to speak to the parallels between that time and our current moment, to take seriously the critique and proposals in the paper generally and in Down with the Empire, Up with the Spring and the Four Tasks specifically. Ultimately we want to introduce a new generation of warriors to the intelligent approach presented in DOD nearly 20 years ago and discuss how this approach is still relevant today. The project and audience. DOD was produced by and largely aimed at a few hundred people in the UK eco scene. Although it had a wider circulation than this, it was largely produced with this audience in mind. But, DOD has also been really liked by all sorts of other people who often didn't like each other at all. For example, lots of more traditional anarchist communists really liked DOD, as did lots of conservationists. The magazine was big enough that very few people read all of it, people just read the bits they liked and ignored the rest. We'd get comments from more traditional anarchists saying that they really liked it, but it was a shame about the articles about beaver restoration or Native American spirituality. And then we'd get almost exactly opposite comments from other people who liked the beavers but weren't so into class struggle. From the F. Postmortem interview circa 2006. DOD was a pre-internet project and we can only mourn the differences between then and now. Today print publications, that rare and dying breed, cannot accept contradiction or lack of coherence. When they exist at all, it tends to be for a small group of true believers, rather than a broad audience of fellow travelers, which is what DOD eventually pulled together. The idea of having something of value to share with your ideological opponents seems increasingly rare within radical politics. There is no more cumbaya as we clamor for smaller and smaller crumbs from a body politic that has a decreasing appetite for the big dreams and declarations about what is ahead, from radicals who are barely able to demonstrate ambulation and mastication. DOD had dozens of contributors each issue. While that is also true for the Earth First Journal here in the US, DOD, in addition to having commentary based on first-person observation and testimonial, also had lengthy theoretical works. F. barely has theoretical texts at all, and what there are tend to be short and ranty rather than the massive accomplishment of the pieces Down with the Empire, Up with the Spring and the Four Tasks, and even smaller but still engaging ones like the pieces on critical mass action theater and the impact of the dole on activism. That kind of effort has to nurtured and celebrated to find its pace. It's also worth noting the decision to shut down the project rather than hand it to the next generation. As they make clear, it wasn't for lack of relevance or reader enthusiasm. Clearly the same problems and even some of the efforts and solutions offered by DOD make sense to a new generation. But each new generation has to find their own voice, to express even old problems in a way that makes sense to new ears, and dusty old projects really do tend to stink up the room. Road building. What DOD told us about the UK and about how direct action against the megamachine looks different when away from forests and wilderness was wonderful. The imagery and storytelling of road resistance seems like something out of science fiction, not a British parallel to tree sitting and its accompanying culture. In the US the road protest scene is arguably more needed than it is in the UK, but apart from a few, meager protests, the US innovation seems to be having protests on freeways rather than efforts against their construction in the first place. The struggle against the M11 link was inspiring on a number of levels. In particular, the imagery of tunnels to burrow under and befuddle construction was amazing. The growth of road building protests in the 90s seemed so much more salient to the everyday life of someone in civilization, rather than tree spiking and sitting in far-off locales. The protest against roads seemed like the right kind of action to come from a country that had so little official wildness left to fight for. Clearly the fight for the earth is complex and the war against roads was lost, or perhaps just the battle, although the protesters doubled the cost of the M11 link, and ended, in embryo, similar road-building attempts. The fight against such an existential opponent, roads are the primary circulation system of capitalism, was a worthy one, but it's hard to believe that anyone involved ever believed that this fight was enough, necessary, but not sufficient. But the grind of an enormous campaign meant that bigger issues could not be debated. Exhaustion, drinking, and politics would not allow for it. The story of roads is inspirational and a great piece of UKF cultural currency, but ultimately an open wound, the gap between building a movement of the disparate forces that engage in these forms of struggle and the motivation of those groups being ephemeral and contradictory. Winning and losing. Basically what happened within F was that we won. And the political perspective it represented was relatively unpopular at the beginning. Was essentially trying to fulfill the same role that Live Wild or Die did in the States, a radical anarchist fringe publication trying to ginger things up a bit. When we say that we won, in that the green anarchist perspective went from being the minority to the majority perspective within F. In the UK over the course of the 1990s, that isn't quite as arrogant as it sounds. This may have been partly due to our efforts, but is probably more due to people's own experiences of resistance over time. This resulted in lots of people dropping much of the nonviolent pacifist ideology, moving more towards an anarchist position and supporting sabotage actions. From the F. Postmortem interview circa 2006. This quote is deep. Foot holds a lot of history in a few, easily missed words and refers to a before that is hard so see from the position of one who has only been in the now. There was a time when F. held at the same time very different ideas of what comprises direct action in defense of the earth. This is outside of debates about peaceful tactics or what shape a better world should take. This quote refers to a time when F. wasn't homogeneous. That is no longer true. On the one hand, political people want to have deep and engaged conversations about the implications of ideas to daily life. On the other, this has created a cultural context where participation has entailed a type of conformity. The example above doesn't refer to the split between rednecks and hippies, but a time when summit protests were being challenged by anarchists as having a limited depth of strategic vision. These same people were developing a tighter connection between a green anarchist perspective and F. activities. The unforeseen consequence of this move has been a further whittling of the kind of opinions, actions, and ideas that F. participates in. There hasn't been a Rondi in a decade that doesn't have some sort of identity politics drama attached to it. Down with the empire. This essay is a strong conclusion to the Dodd project. It does it all, savors the victories, names the defeats, and tells the story of a decade of attempts by human beings to defend the earth against the rapacious industrial system. It is a thoughtful, considered, undepressed summation of years and years of thinking and acting. DWTE frames the history of UKF. And, like any frame, is perhaps unfair to future ecological actions in the UK theatre. It's a story of birth, land struggle, localism, and ultimately the globalization of the movement. This might be cold solace to those who are still fighting against roads and industrialism in the nooks and valleys of the greater UK. The article implies, keep trying, but your story has already been told. That said, DWTE was a fantastic introduction to the section that followed it, the rare strategic document, or at the very least a solid set of proposals. The 4 tasks. Somewhere between strategy and tactics is the conversation all of us in the Change the World movement need to have. At this point I would say that strategy is easy, if silly. It's easy to declare that peace will be the result of peace, or killing tyrants will make leaders behave. In fact, the focus required to do either enough to test whether the hypotheses work, is in short supply. Grandiose statements, especially since the internet is so frequently the way we communicate with each other, have become a principal form of non-communication. Tactics is also easy enough. It is simple to talk about the techniques, specifics, and experiences of how to deal with meetings, windows, and equipment in the field. But the gap between what we can do and what we want is enormous, it's existential, and it touches on everything we love and hate about people. TFT attempts to bridge this strategy tactics gap, and its effort is worth engaging with, even 20 years later, because of how prescient and accurate it was. TFT is, from our perspective, the zenith of DOD. Growing countercultures. We need to catalyze living, loving, fighting countercultures that can sustain rebellion across generations. In both collective struggle and our everyday lives, we must try to live our ecological and libertarian principles. Our countercultures must be glimmers of ecological anarchy, fertilizer for the growth of collective imagination. Fulfilling this task is what will enable the others to be fulfilled over the long haul. The countercultures must be bases from which to carry out thumb in the dam actions and give support to rebellions beyond the core. In times of crisis, they should act decisively against authoritarian groups. The counterculture's eventual aim should be total social transcendence evolution. In the US, the perspective that counterculture is valuable has fallen entirely out of favor. This is mostly because of the internet. These days in the US there is a disdain for all things countercultural. Of course, the disdainers were also once the royalty of the same countercultures they are oh so over, but that isn't the point. The internet killed counterculture, especially what was most visually distinctive about it. For the spectacularized American, that was enough. These days no one is allowed their own special little treehouse in which to foment evolution, not without 1,000 blogs of light shining down upon them. And this will not do. The tension for us, as people who were formed pre-internet, is that to eschew the counterculture is to embrace mainstream culture, mom and dad, jobs and retirement, home ownership and life insurance, kids, dogs, and white picket fences. We claimed counterculture as the escape from that, but mainstream culture has already, mostly, consumed each individual component. You want mom and mom, a shared job, no home or insurance, and a cat? Go for it. To put this another way, the problem with American counterculture is that we had no culture in the first place. Since World War II we have had nothing but capitalism's throbbing successes at solving the problems of human storage and survival. Counterculture, especially as defined by Dodd, is about something else entirely. For starters, it's about something that spans generation, which we absolutely do not have. To put this conundrum into slightly more positive language, we feel outside of and opposed to mainstream culture but strongly desire something like a community to fulfill both the spiritual and material needs a culture could provide, so we endure counterculture. We have big dreams for counterculture which has time and time again disappointed, and believe something connected to our daily life must also be the mechanism by which we participate in the change we'd like to see in the world evolution, even though it sounds dorky to a North American ear. I think the common criticism of this position is a communist one. We, by whatever broad definition you want to give counterculture, will never be large enough to be a force to be reckoned with on the stage where a evolution would need to be waged. We, to put it gently, are not enough. We aren't even talking about a Russian Revolution style change, but about survival, fertilizer and safe houses, dance parties and hookups, and even putting thumbs in the dam. It seems hard to fathom a new type of counterculture mostly comprised of the most educated from the current counterculture that is attempting to build parties, study groups, and gestures towards effects will have anywhere near the eight-collital structure shown by even the shadow of the previous counterculture. Forgive us our internal critiques. This first task of TFI still rings true. We need some place where our probable hostility for each other can look and feel much more like conviviality than a civil war. We need this because if there ever were the requirement for the kind of solidarity and unity of action a radical transformation of this world requires, we don't currently have it. It is possible that the fragmentation of counterculture is irreversible. That would mean that the corollary to the first task may be something like reconciling the irreconcilable of a unitary counterculture vs a diverse one that recognized itself and its boundaries, and had an honest self-assessment of the accompanying strategic limitation and opportunities. Interesting but partial examples: http://www.com/style/2015/article/20061038/1536003.html. Putting our thumb in the dam. Just as countercultures must open up space for evolution to grow, we must also open up time. The life support systems of the Earth are under unprecedented attack. Biological meltdown is accelerating. Evolution takes decades to mature. Unless force is used on the margins of the global society to protect the most important biological areas, we may simply not have enough time. The last tribal examples of anarchy, from whom we can learn a lot, could be wiped out within decades if not militantly defended. Thumb in the dam struggles aim to protect ecological diversity, understanding that this civilization will be terminated, by either the unlikely possibility of global evolution or the certainty of industrial collapse. This argument is similar to the assertion by F. Types that there is something metaphysical about wildness, therefore justifying its defense at any cost. This kind of argumentation has fallen out of vogue. There are still 1,000 not radical nonprofits that are thumbing dams all over the place, saving rhinos, gorillas, rainforests, and other regions and species that will be eliminated as the violence of global capitalism completes its consumption of resources. An aspect of the radical version of thumbing dams that wasn't discussed by Dodd that is more likely to open up time is green capitalism. Shipping global north tourists to locations and species in the wild is, perhaps, a more humane and sustainable option to zoos and safaris. The past 20 years has seemed to vindicate this approach more than the one of environmental extremism. Native struggles, which are largely struggles of cultural survival, have been most effective when there are resources under control of natives that allow them to get a seat at the table for control of their own destinies. Thumbs in the dam indeed. The other approach that has some appeal for some radicals is accelerationism. This perspective is more or less the opposite of any kind of ecological concern unless you believe that Gaian homeostasis is only possible in the absence of humans. In which case, turning up the heat on human activity, with the resulting crises and collapse, may be the only solution. This is the opposite of putting a thumb in the dam, but is one of the interesting propositions since Dodd ended. Preparing for crises. We must have the ability to defend ourselves, survive, and exploit crises in society, including capitalist attempts to destroy us. The divided and industrial nature of today's society has already determined the instability of tomorrow. Task 3 falls gently from Task 1 and 2. If we have a place that is something like true community and we commit to emergency struggles, then we must necessarily prepare for upcoming events. Ecological crises has already been a more salient part of daily life in the past 15 years than in the 50 before it. The only quibble with this task is that it is necessary but not sufficient to the scale of the crises ahead. Supporting rebellion beyond the core. The counterculture must act in real solidarity with our struggling sisters and brothers on other islands. Aid them in whatever we can and bring the majority world battlefronts to the boardrooms, bedrooms, and barracks of the bourgeoisie. Once you have a real fighting force, one committed to doing something meaningful in the world, then of course the list of what you have to do, what different pressure groups will try to get you to do, can get quite long. The main criticism we would make of the 4 tasks is that they bury thousands of tasks in the 4. What is an engaging and critically important conversation about what is to be done, is mostly a series of 4 principles with little to direct a reader. It is largely a list that details the dozens of complicated projects that could be embraced given infinite time and energy. The challenge of Task 4 is the challenge of environmental activism. How do we help people who are outside of our experience in real material, cultural, and spiritual ways. The usual answer is that our actions should be directed by solidarity and not charity, but this distinction is nearly impossible to define and, in practice, hard-lo find examples for. This is not to say that charity is de facto bad, but hoping and wishing an action isn't charity evades an important principle, which is that the people who have money, resources, and power get to decide who they shower those things upon. Not need, value, or the people who actually receive the largesse. This privilege is mostly discussed as a type of crime committed by those who have it, which seems to have resulted in less and less generosity from rich people. At the heart of Task 4 is an imperative. We must aid our brothers and sisters. This may be the case if we assume some brutal categorizations. Brothers and sisters on other islands seem synonymous with the poor and huddled masses of the world. Bringing their fights to the bourgeoisie is a type of restatement of the classic Marxist hagiography with, perhaps, a humanist twist. If we thought categorization of the Marxist variety were a solution to ecological devastation, why wouldn't we be Marxists? Do we really think that bringing new data to the boardrooms and bedrooms would change them one iota? Perhaps what I was hoping for from this fourth task was a new model of revolution, a social change movement that was different, but it seemed there wasn't nearly the imagination about how to do things differently as there was about how many things there are to do. We've drifted again towards having a critical analysis of the four tasks, but that is only because this nearly 20-year-old document is still entirely relevant to the form and function of radical activity today. Almost none of this document feels dated. Today there would be sections on global warming and intersectionality, but fundamentally this text is still a relevant starting point for any group attempting to answer the questions herein. This is an incredible feat, and for that I'd place it at the head of the pack of articles that attempt a similar feat but much more modestly, like Desert, Earth First means social war: the issues are not the issue, you make plans, we make history, and various pieces by the Green Anarchy Collective. http://www.forbes.com/site/Katias-AVC/014/10/6/wealthy-Ameri-Kans-are-donating-less-of-more. But what if it is too late? If you will indulge us for a few minutes, we'd feel remiss if we didn't mention a topic that Dodd didn't emphasize. What if we are too late? This question of lateness has a material, cultural, and metaphysical component that we will address. There were people in the eco scene that were asserting something along the lines of this question, but they made the mistake of confusing means and ends, and as a result blamed the first victims of our lateness rather than keeping the conversation abstract. Abstraction has the benefit of not summoning emotions, of seeming to be removed from a particular interest group or daily life, which allows us, strangers, to discuss something big and profound. It is an abstraction to say that the world is going to end and there is no hope of redemption. But of course endings will impact a great deal of people and are incredibly dramatic and even cataclysmic. For the sake of talking to strangers and talking about something impossibly difficult, for the rest of this section let us ride the line between abstraction and something real. It is very much in the ecological tradition to abandon hope, in human agency, in our capacity to slow the gears of empire's machinery, that we could make a difference on any stage we'd think worth our energy. This tradition tends to argue for a return to nature, for a withdrawal from the affairs of man, or towards a spiritual life. Of course there is no escape, but there is a principle that is at odds with the four tasks and doesn't require its fundamental hope. What if instead of building a counterculture that doesn't appear possible in order to effect a holding action to the decay of the civilization, to prepare for crises, and to support the actions of others around the world who are doing the same, what if instead of all that, we just live our lives? What if we accept that we are just a few human creatures among billions? Instead of becoming activists, or politicians with no constituency, we do something else. We don't try to run and hide, but instead live as a native to our habitats, do something horrific to bourgeoisie society, live quietly, outside of the organizational model of the Christian sects. Let people be and live on the land, perhaps wildly, perhaps in all the countercultural glory you possess. If it is too late to save humanity from itself, then it may be time to wrap up our affairs. In that cause, a more nihilistic ecological perspective has a few modem faces that make sense to mention as a way of concluding. Two of them are publishing projects, inheritors of the Dodd legacy, but perhaps, in addition to the four tasks, also participants in a fifth task. Dark Mountain, a publishing project from the UK, is comprised of dozens of authors, many of whom participated in the anti-road activities of the 90s. They are best summed up by this: the machine is stuttering and the engineers are in panic. They are wondering if perhaps they do not understand it as well as they imagined. They are wondering whether they are controlling it at all, or whether, perhaps, it is controlling them. The second project, in which the editors of this book have some involvement, is Black Seed, a newsprint project somewhere in the intersection of indigeneity, green anarchism, and direct action. And the third, non-publication project is the actions of eco-extremists, especially in Mexico, like individuals tending towards the wild, or wild reaction, tendencies that attempt to treat human life as if it is not, in fact, at the center of creation. The influence of the four tasks weighs heavily on all these projects. Conclusion. While we have spent most of our energy here focusing on the impressive and influential conclusionary documents Down with the Empire, Up with the Spring, and the Four Tasks, we intended only to highlight what was great about Dodd. By maintaining some semblance of an editorial line, a set of high-quality production efforts, and a theoretical axis around a broad green anarchist perspective, it has maintained its position as one of the most important radical green publications ever. We found a lack of memory of this great publication to be offensive and put forward this book take to remedy that situation. We hope in the following 400+ pages you will find agreement with us as well as your own uses for the great material of Do or Die, Voices from the Ecological Resistance. Environment. The day they drove Twyford down. The battle for Twyford Down. For those who don't already know, Twyford Down is an area of outstanding natural beauty just east of Winchester in Hampshire. With that designation, numerous S.S.S.I.S. including the water meadows lining the Itchen Valley south of the Down, and two significant scheduled ancient monuments, an Iron Age village and a bunch of medieval tracks, the Dongas. Twyford is also one of the last known habitats of the chalk blue butterfly and 6 different species of orchid. It was supposed to be one of the most protected natural sites in England. Indeed, it was placed in the trust of Winchester College by 2 old boys that bought it in the 1920s to preserve it from the city's urban sprawl. The year's actions to protect the Dongas have been well covered. Since February 2, many blockades and occupations of the worksite have taken place, but still the Department of Transport carried on regardless, determined to build their precious motorway. During the summer a camp was set up on the Dongas, where activists planned and based actions against the worksite on the water meadows, which by then was being raped by the contractors. By the autumn the contractors were looking towards the Dongas to begin their motorway monster. This is when the most oppressive and intimidating tactics against the campaign took place. The Dongas tribe declared the site an autonomous zone in September, and began building fortifications to defend their land. Tarmac had now got the contract to go forth with the cutting, and at this point a virtual siege began with paid security guards having their lookouts next to the Dongas. The siege effectively ended on the 29th of October after sheer incompetence on the legal front. The previous Monday, the DOT successfully pressured the estate's bursar of Winchester College into applying to the local court to evict the Dongas tribe. The summons was so ill-made that when presented to court that Thursday, the judge ordered the case adjourned until 9th of December, well past the end of the Cooper Lyons contract. With the tribe securely in place and no police cover, all the contractors could do was finish work on the water meadow and cut their losses. The main contract begins. Tarmac spent well after midnight on the 1st of November moving into their depot in Compton, 2 miles south of the Down. The next morning 40 contractors started work on 4 different sites along the south side of the Itchen Valley, The tribe were desperately outnumbered and somewhat intimidated. This was compounded by the fact that one of the security guards was suspected of an arson attack against the teepee watch post in the trench field a couple of nights after Tarmac arrived. It took until 4th of November for F. to react nationally. 60 F.E.R.S. marched across the Itchen Valley and stopped the work on all 4 sites, freaking out Roger Jackson so much that he lost control of his car and parked it halfway up a bank for the rest of the day. The Dongas tribe continued to obstruct work on the North End site until around the 30th of November. On this day, a Tarmac foreman frustrated by continuous disruption charged demonstrators with a JCB and one of the workers threatened a second arson attack on the camp. The campers took this second threat seriously and demanded that no further action be taken against the contractors. The tribe member that came closest to injury in the first attack was outraged at this decision and walked out of the camp, saying that by allowing themselves to be intimidated, the tribe had made themselves hostages of the good behavior of others opposing the destruction of the down. The camp had vetoed ecotage around the area of the camp for months for fear of retaliation by vetoing all action. The original reason for the establishment of the camp had been lost the day when Winchester College's summons was to be heard. The DOT felt that they were in a strong enough position to invade the Dongas. Due to the lack of cooperation from Hampshire Constabulary from the 27th of October, the Home Office recommended Tarmac hire Group 4 for the invasion instead. At dawn, a bulldozer spearheaded the assault, followed up by 100 Group 4 thugs and all the workers at Twyford. Although the tribe had been supplied with a mobile phone to call for support, it had broken down and had not been repaired in the malaise preceding that day's events. Despite the paucity of communications, over 50 F.E.R.S. had turned up by noon. The contractors put up a barbed wire compound around Dotland and started to remove turf within, but the tribe weren't taking this without a fight. Their attempts to invade the compound in the next 2 days were met by violence that hospitaled at least 4 of the demonstrators. To control the situation, 100 cops were drafted in and they in turn made arrests when F.E.R.S. attempted to stop the destruction of the woods at the bottom of the Dongas by occupying trees and the contractors' vehicles bulldozing them down on Friday 11th of December. Despite this unbelievably wanton destruction on the side of Tarmac, the tree-sitters saved a small stand of sycamores and this became their campsite as the tribe began clearing off Winchester College's land ready for the 14th December evictions. On the Wednesday, Hampshire County Council objected to Tarmac's spurious claims that the 2 footpaths across the Dongas had been diverted. The 13th of December was an unlucky day for the contractors. Armed with cuttings from the local paper about the destruction of the paths, 50 members of the Ramblers Association turned up at the Down and insisted on the right to walk one of the original tracks. Joined by the tribe and their supporters, the Ramblers laid siege to the compound. After ripping the compound gate off its hinges, they barged through 50 Group 4 guards that had linked arms across the breach, and proceeded to walk to the far side of the compound before the cops arrived to restore order. Those biffed out of the compound are now taking the obstruction to court to rip it wide open. A tribe member describes Yellow Wednesday. At the Battle of the Dongas we witnesses the lengths to which other human beings were prepared to go to enable destruction of nature to continue. We saw outnumbered protesters being assaulted, then arrested for assault. Activists sustained injuries that the police surgeon described as evidence of systematic beatings. When several arrests failed to enable machinery onto the Dongas, arrests were forgotten as a tactic, and were replaced by brute force and scare tactics by 70 men in yellow jackets. As the Earth Defenders' persistence in the face of arm twisting, headbutting, pressure pointing, etc., became evident, 50 black hats waded in. Instead of making arrests, they took over the administration of violence. 2 courageous Earth sisters were rendered unconscious by windpipe constriction and suffered torn neck and shoulder ligaments, one being kept in hospital for observation. Many others visited casualty, with barbed wire cuts, bruises, muscle strain, and abrasions. Charges are being brought. Despite these tactics and heavy outnumbering, the tribe succeeded in keeping machinery out of the enclosed area of the Dongas from dawn until dusk, throwing their all into the blockade, oblivious to personal injury. risking their lives in one final effort to protect that beautiful piece of land, as if the very planet depended on it. Dawn the next day saw 19 people who were left fit for the protest and 100 black hats joining the yellow jackets. After attempts at a gate blockade were repelled by a wall of black hats, physically and mentally numbed protesters wandered around the perimeter fence, watching the surreal massacre that followed. It was like watching a strange dream. By midday all the trees and scrub had been bulldozed, and the unturfed part of the ancient trackways had been reduced to a huge field of chalk. The only obstruction left was 3 trees, in the middle of the site occupied by the Never Say Die Tree Sitting Club. Huge clouds of smoke billowed over the site from the burning pile of murdered trees, as the bulldozers continued their work. The battle was lost, there were a lot of sad moments, but our spirit was not broken. We gained insight and an overwhelming sense of unity. We also saw that other human beings were willing to go to any lengths to achieve their destructive aims. We must be strong, we must stand together, the tribe lives on. The Dongas are dead. Long live the Dongas tribe. What now? Many, particularly the media, who like a nice, neat story, will see the move on the Dongas camp as the closing act of the Twyford drama. They do not understand how precarious Tarmac's current position is. Prior to starting the Twyford contract, Tarmac lost millions when a contract collapsed in Swindon. That on top the general damage the recession has done them, forced Tarmac to beg for a £30 million handout from the government. They have put in a £24 million bid for the Twyford contract, a third below its proper value, meaning any delay will push them into penalty clauses. The intervention of activists aside, there will certainly be such delays. They will have to cut chalk through winter and attempt road building across the bottom of the Itchen Valley, which used to be a complex of water meadows, meaning they are prone to turn into quagmires. This contract is set to run for 2 years, and the political rationale for it building infrastructure for European Economic Union is looking more tenuous by the day as the major administration wastes away. The battle for Twyford has not ended its beginning. With proper organization and determination we can win this crunch battle with the road lobby. The implications of this victory will carry far beyond a small corner of Hampshire. The events of November 4th show that we can stop work across Twyford using traditional tactics, given the numbers. If they think they can stop us with threats and violence, we've got to make damn sure they don't. Hunt Sabs regularly get hassled but carry on regardless. Learn from their example. They don't hesitate to document violence against them and bring prosecution. Obstruction on site needs to be coordinated and supported. The number of days' work lost is what counts in defeating Tarmac. Consequently, it's better we have a 60-strong demonstration 2 days a week than one demonstration twice that size. That's overkill. Those on site should make sure that they take down full details of works ongoing and subcontractors involved. Consideration should also be given to those groups too far from Twyford shouldn't be confined to the home counties. To broaden it out nationally, every Tarmac and associated subcontractors' office, depots, and sites in the country should be targeted. As subcontractors' addresses become known, they should join the hit list, not least because they are more vulnerable to persuasion than the larger companies raping the down. Those that can't make it to Twyford on their day of the week must hit their local target instead. Solidarity actions are already ongoing against the Dot in London and ARC at Watley Quarry in Somerset. Additional action against the Dean of Bristol University, who also happens to run Winchester College, are already in the pipeline. It's urgent that people explore whether Tarmac or any other subcontractors use free post addresses or free phone numbers. Armchair activists across the country can cost them thousands, legally and from the comfort of their own homes. The possibility of phone, fax, and telex blockades should also be explored. There is another string to our bow, too. Tarmac have shown by their behavior on the December 9th that they don't care for the law and only understand money. Well, we can beat them at their own game on that one, can't we? There is no point in fighting with one arm tied behind our back. After all, Earth first only respects natural laws. Every leaflet you produce could contain the information needed for a cell to wreak pound 10,000s of havoc against the contractors and even put smaller subcontractors out of business. If you feel so inspired, study Ecodefense and the ALF publications doing the rounds so you know how to do it what it takes. As every channel for negotiation now seems closed, ultimately the only way tarmac are going to be stopped is by being destroyed. No compromise in defense of planet Earth. Trees for life, the Amazon on our doorstep. Earlier this year, some FERS went to see Alan Watson at Trees for Life in Scotland. He says, deforestation and loss of biological diversity are now global phenomena, and I believe it is vital for the world to have positive examples showing how the return of natural forests can help heal degraded lands. Trees for Life has been working since 1987 to restore the Caledonian forest in the Highlands of Scotland, one of the most biologically impoverished parts of the world, where only 1% of the original forest remains. Scotland is in the position now that the Amazon will be in less than 100 years' time. The industrial system that was born in the British Isles began by razing its own environment to the ground, then moved further afield, poisoning the Americas, Asia, Africa, and so on. This is one of the beauties of the TFL project. It sets a global precedent for wilderness restoration and the rejection of civilization, in the very place where industrialism originated. Alan Watson has a strong commitment to the idea of wilderness. As an article in the Independent newspaper stated, his scheme has no room for sustainable woodland, worked and marketed for timber. When he says he wants a natural wilderness, he means exactly that. No exploitation, just woods. This is just the kind of vision we need in the badly degraded and tamed British landscape, and with the return of the wildwood, the malignant, oppressive influence of modern-day society will progressively ebb away. In the US has a slogan, as wolves die, so does freedom. The last wolf on these islands was killed in 1743. We have forgotten the meaning of freedom. With projects such as TFL we have a chance to remember. Watson's plan is truly vast in scale. He is targeting a 600 square mile area of largely bare, roadless hills in the north-central highlands, which happens to contain 3 of the best surviving forest remnants. Using these remnants as a nucleus, his ultimate aim is to reforest 150,000 hectares, and when possible, to reintroduce the large mammal species that previously inhabited the area. This means that we could be seeing brother beaver, sister bear, wolf, lynx, and bison return to these shores before long, thanks to the efforts of TFL and others. There is already talk of establishing a wolf pack on the Isle of Room, off the western coast of Scotland. This is another important symbolic move. Experts reckon that most of the large mammals with whom we share the planet will have been rendered extinct shortly into the next century. To reintroduce species shows that this trend is not inevitable or irresistible. TFL are keen on the idea of earth repair work. An apparently irreversibly damaged piece of land can be brought back from the brink. This shows that humanity can cooperate with nature instead of trying to dominate it, and that nature bats last. No matter how hard the power junkies and business beasts try, nature will ultimately overwhelm them, and their tarmac needs to widen what is at present a very narrow definition of direct action. One member of the TFL Work Party describes his experiences as follows. My week in Glen Affric was wonderful because it made me realize that loss an individual could do something constructive to help heal our earth. Not only could I do something, but that it was only through the efforts of everyone that changes happen. He took these lessons and applied them to other areas of his life. As a graphic designer, when asked to design a report for a temperate forest-destroying pulp mill in BC, he at first refused, and later resigned his job. His experiences can be summed up in that buzzword, empowerment, a feeling familiar to many FERS. What TFL are doing is as much direct action as blockading an ICI plant or a bulldozer at Twyford Down. We need to recognize that we can help to actively heal the earth, as well as carrying out the essential work of stopping business and governments from wounding it further. What can I do? We were amazed at the scale of destruction in the areas we looked at. We are all used to the idea of faraway places being ravaged deserts, but here is something on our own doorsteps that needs to be done. No more buying newsletters about death and destruction. Here's some people doing direct action right here, and they need help. There are a series of 9 work weeks in Glen Affric between March and June this year. Glen Affric is still a beautiful place to be, and if you can leave it better than you found it, then this could be a real example of that much abused non-word, ecotourism. The work involves planting native Scots pine and other related tasks. If you can't make the time for this, you could support them by becoming a member, finding out more, and perhaps doing some fundraising. There are many similarities between F.'s outlook and that of Trees for Life. We thus urge all F.'ers to support them. You, as well as the Caledonian Forest, will be the richer for it. They can be contacted at http://treesforlife.org.uk. If you would like to do something about the rest of this devastated isle, please contact SDEF. Perhaps we can get something started. Nada, Ma. A letter from Scotland. For those who are aware of the real history of Scotland, the consequences of the actions taken by the colonial administrators on the Scots are self-evident. Individuals took advantage of the shattering of customary law to accrue power and influence for themselves at the expense of their own community's collective ownership and security. Traditions stood in the way of profits, so traditions were disregarded. Culture stood in the way of market extension because culture usually involved community ties, solidarity, and reciprocity. The wholesale eviction of the indigenous population was then carried out with a blind economic totality and is still a matter touching our innermost feelings. In this rough and ready article, emphasis has been placed on the redefining of land as private property and then its transfer to an elite, leading to the mass removal of whole communities for financial gain in a process which is alive today. The phasing out of Scotland's culture was top priority as it offered a real challenge in the form of a viable, self-reliant, and alternative way of life which wasn't massively wealthy, but did tend to protect the poor and regulate injustice. The elimination of the native systems, justified by perpetrators and apologists as improvements, has been ignored by the education departments, whose task it is to condition a labor force of ignorant and eager consumers. Private property has been legitimized through the imposition of Anglo law via the Scottish Office. The poll tax and more recently the water privatisation issue serve to reveal the imposed structure of colonialism clearly. The Scottish Office play a leading role in the undermining of real democracy in Scotland, but they are not alone. The powerful corporate bureaucracy of Strathclyde Regional Council along with the rest of the regions have shown no resistance to the imposition of poll tax. Instead, they took on board the unpopular tax in cooperation with the Tories and have used all the powers at their disposal to enforce it, showing that they have virtually transferred their allegiance to the colonial regime. Strathclyde region have already been caught out buying water shares south of the border and meeting with prospective developers. The people of Scotland are landless as a result of historic coercion into the capitalist labour force. Glasgow, historically a slave camp of the industrial era, doubling as a reservation for the dispossessed natives, has been assimilated into the British capitalist system. For this relatively new economic order to be adopted by people, firstly their communal systems of land tenure had to be broken up to substitute with private ownership. Assimilation is ongoing and capitalist ideals are enshrined within schools and institutions for that purpose. Accounts of real history are smothered as a calculated act of policy. Defunct economic theory replaces free thought and the mercenary ideology continues to usurp native intelligence and morality. The cost of this deception is very high and only those who are prepared to dodge their social/cultural integrity find themselves wealthy enough to insulate themselves from the crisis they are helping to create, be they aware of it or not. While a self-destructive and sociopathic business elite remain in the cockpit of the planet, locked into a suicidal doctrine of economic growth at all costs, our future will remain in the balance. Degradation of people and the environment is the price that must be paid on this path. Yesterday the Caledonian forests fell to the speculators from the south, Today, from Amazonia to the Siberian forests, the seemingly unstoppable encroachment of market forces continues to wreak environmental havoc. Beyond third world debt and economic destruction and the sharpening division between rich and poor, the market logic now threatens the fundamental biological diversity on which life itself depends. We now live in a world where we are acted upon globally, where decisions affecting our lives are made at levels so far removed from ordinary democratic practices that no citizen has a hope of influencing them. The power of transnational corporations and multinationals cannot be ignored. 703 of world trade is now controlled by just 500 corporations, which also control 803 of foreign investment. Shell Oil's 1990 gross income was more than the total GNP of Tanzania, Ethiopia, Nepal, Bangladesh, Zaire, Uganda, Nigeria, Kenya, and Pakistan combined. 500 million people inhabit these countries, nearly a tenth of the world's human population. Cargill, the Canadian grain giant, alone controls 603 of the world trade in cereals. Just 13 corporations supply 803 of all cars, 5 of them sell half of all vehicles manufactured each year. U.S. corporations spend more than $1 million annually on advertising. The average U.S. citizen views 21,000 TV commercials a year. Control of the collective consciousness plays a vitally important role for the success of big business. These corporations are the dominant force in our world. Disembodied from any one culture and any one environment, they owe no loyalty to any community, any government, or any people anywhere on earth. These institutions, from the military to government departments and international agencies, are driven by a desire to promote their own interests, to perpetuate themselves and increase their power and influence. Decisions are made not because they benefit the community or on environmental grounds, but because they serve the institution's particular vested interest. Employees are similarly disembodied from the real world. When acting for the organization, company loyalty takes priority over moral and cultural restraints that mediate the rest of their lives. The power wielded by these organizations is greater than that of many, if not all, governments, and makes a mockery of certain countries' claim to democracy. On the far-flung frontiers of the developing world, governments and multinationals are forcing resettlement schemes, pushing indigenous peoples off traditional lands, often backed up by the military as part of their assimilation policy, which aims to civilize tribal peoples. This development process frequently begins with widespread brutality and extermination and ends with forest lands being systematically destroyed and plundered for their natural resources. It's probably fair to say most people are finding it difficult to make sense of the increasingly complex situation we are in. Many don't give a damn, and the present government, apart from a catalogue of major disasters, generally reflects the desires of an ever more materialist society. Most people are busy fighting for a fairer slice of the capitalist cake and don't have much objection to the system itself, but only to the way the cake is sliced. The socialists are telling rights. A fragment of non-feudal land on which we have traditionally known and cherished liberty. Both socialism and capitalism are concerned with exploiting this planet, and so cannot be supported by anyone who wishes to preserve the various ecosystems that make up our home. Socialism is an understandable reaction to a brutally unfair distribution of wealth, but it is not enough. We must help recreate a system based on needs, not greed. For Scotland to go forward into a genuinely enlightened future, we must prepare the ground by illuminating the present in the light of the past, ending the cultural curfew. These sentiments are not racist but pro-culture, based upon the principle that we can't fully understand or appreciate other cultures if we don't understand or appreciate our own. Real possibilities for positive change will take place if we shrug off our colonial status, breaking the chains of a system that has fatally undermined our local institutions and cultural patterns, which previously prevented one set of private interests within our society from monopolizing power and imposing its will on the community. We must shut the back door that has been opened to personal gain at the expense of the community's security, both social and environmental. The challenge remains for local people to reclaim the political process and to reroute it back in the local community. For people to have inadequate information about their past and little means of acquiring it is a tragedy. It's vital that we fill in the information gap with an account of real history from our own uniquely Scottish perspective as opposed to the imperial chauvinism which usually passes as such. Car chases, sabotage, and Arthur Dent. Twyford Diary Part 2. Twyford Down has become a symbol of resistance, a training ground, a life changer, and a kick up the arse to the British Green Movement. Below is a brief chronology of events at Twyford since March 22. The reports of actions dating from mid-February to March 22 can be found in the Twyford Diary Part 1. Issue 2. To avoid security fuck-ups, mentions of monkey wrenching will be limited to quotes from affidavits. Action at Twyford may seem hectic, but what I cannot put to text was one of the greatest things to come out of Twyford. That is the camp, the community. The last diary finished off on March 20 with the Archdruid of Wessex cursing companies at Twyford. This is a transcript of the conversion he had with Mr. Chapman, the Mott MacDonald officer. It is taken from evidence in the Twyford 76 High Court case. Druid, I will give you my title. This is an official message from the Archdruid of Wessex, also a bard of St. Catherine. This site has been declared officially a sacred site. We would like to inform you that we have issued a curse against your company. This curse is not a curse against your workers. None of your workers need fear anything personal against them. It is not a death curse, but your company will find it will lose money, your workers will lose their jobs, your equipment up here will start breaking down, and you will find this enterprise up here is a white elephant and this thing will not finish until you leave the landscape alone. Mr. Chapman, wait a minute, we understand, I just want to make it clear whose authority has put this. Druid, this authority is from the Order of St. Catherine, who are responsible for the site up there. St. Catherine's Hill and the environment around. Mr. Chapman responsible for and who declared this on the site as well then? Druid, this is declared by the Council of British Druid Orders, which contains all the Druid orders of the country including Ireland, Wales, Scotland, Manx, Brittany, and such like. Promise, you will find every one of you will be out of a job. Over the next few months these words were in many ways to become true, as protest activity increased and equipment started breaking down. March 22. 17 protesters hightailed it around the site causing much havoc. No work is done due to the combined effect of protester intervention and Mother Earth pouring forth buckets. March 23. 10 people as above. March 24. According to a affidavit, there was fairly substantial vandalism to Hockley Bridge overnight. 22 people, including a number of Nicaraguan activists, split into 3 groups and ran all over the site, dodging flying tackles from Group 4. It was a half day and we caused a total of 75 minutes downtime. March 25. It rained, no site work done. March 26. We arrived 26 strong at 7:45 a.m. How we managed to get up this early, God only knows. We succeeded in occupying one of the large excavators. 2 Group 4 men pushed an activist off the top of the digger arm 25 foot up. This resulted in a number of chipped ribs. After 3 attempts 6 protesters succeeded in stopping a smaller mechanical monster. The Hockley Road was then blocked by a sympathetic driver while demonstrators swarmed onto the stranded digger caught in the middle of the road. Up the hill comes an assortment of vans and landies containing over 50 of our local constabulary. Hopelessly outnumbered and standing in a sea of black hats, most demonstrators leave the digger with 2 people locked to the arm. 2 people are arrested on the small digger and by midday the remaining locked-on activists have been cut off by hydraulic bolt croppers. We then went down to what was the Donga site and blockaded the entrance, causing a tailback of 3 dumper trucks. Group 4 eventually got their act together and pulled us off the road. The actual loss of production was 4 hours. Police later arrested 2 demonstrators for criminal damage to batter rails. Charges were not pressed. March 27. 30 of us once again spent the morning from 7:15 onwards stopping this and blockading that. As well as Group 4, we were once again confronted with 30 police officers. Our numbers were a third of the opposition, and due to this we were not as effective as the day before. During the protests there were 6 arrests, including the co-editor of the Ecologist magazine. 5 out of the 6 in the NEC went on hunger strike. This lasted until after the court case 3 days later. March 29. 10 minutes after midnight 2 people are caught by Group 4 amongst the machines in the cutting. When the police arrived they found another 2 others hiding. None were equipped to cause criminal damage, so they were released with cautions. The court case of the 6 arrested on the 27th resulted in them all getting unconditional bail. However, one defendant was done for contempt of court, e.g. he punctuated the tarmac laxis sentences with bleats. April 3. 23 of us arrived on the site at 7 a.m., after stopping the work for a short while and after various hair-raising events including the tipping of a dumper truck's full load of chalk onto an activist's head. Group 4 managed to get us off the site. A number of people then started to dance through an area of wet concrete which had just been laid. This happened several times until a contractor kicked down one dancer and, while 2 held him down, tried to hit him over the head with a spade. Luckily the demonstrator came off with a fair amount of bumps and bruises and nothing worse. On this action, as on others, a number of female activists were groped and had some articles of their clothing pulled off. This led to Group 4 being nicknamed Grope 4 and a recommendation that, considering the violence of contractors, security, and police towards specifically female activists, we should not go onto the site in women-only groups, or in groups under 20. A number of Group 4, we are unaware of the figure, had by this time been injured. Injuries ranged from sprained knees, from slipping while trying to rugby tackle us, to more serious fractures. Whenever we tried to occupy a digger the drivers spun the shovels like psychopaths. None of us were hit, but Group 4 were not so lucky. Tarmac and the police have often cited these incidents to back up the idea that Twyford activists are a violent mob. This is not true. We are not in any way responsible for the accidental injuries and deaths of employees. It simply shows the idiocy of some security guards and the danger of putting macho men in charge of very big hunks of moving metal. We sauntered home, rather disempowered. As we left the site the police arrived in force. Immediately arrested 3 people for breach of bail conditions. At this time the courts were often giving out outrageous bail restrictions, saying we couldn't go within an exclusion zone 3 miles long. This included the railway, the A33, and large parts of Winchester itself. They even banned us from going to St. Catherine's Hill. Of course we were still observed on site and figures were often seen in the trees of St. Catherine's. April 4 to 16. For much of this period the sky opened up and our feet got muddy. This made the contractors' work impossible, and once again Mother Earth did our job for us. For various reasons our numbers lowered, however the situation soon changed. April 17. An overwhelming day of action attended by over 250 people, led into the cutting by David G. Media reports concerning rampaging mobs and security guards receiving fractured skulls were very imaginative and came originally from Surprise the Police. However, back on the real world, the consultative engineers in court evidence said 2 Group 4 men received minor injuries in the scuffle. Another affidavit goes on to say, the protesters came to the top of the hill, arriving on site just north of Arethusa Clump. Almost immediately 50 or so protesters rushed the line of Group 4 guards, who fell back to the position of the nearest machine. Another machine was overrun by protesters almost straight away. Group 4 fell back to the second machine in an attempt to keep it working. The protesters' actions were very vigorous, and within a short time one protester got onto the machine's boom and this stopped work. No work was done in the cutting all that day, and there was considerable damage done to machinery, all taking place during the protest. Tarmac claimed that about a dozen machines were seriously damaged, some written off while others remained inoperative till May. Needless to say, no one or nothing was caught. April 19. About 10 of us occupied the Mott MacDonald office in Winchester. This and the previous raid/occupation was not only useful in that it disrupted work, but also in that it brought to light just how dodgy they are. From obtained documentation we found that not satisfied with being one of the most hated consultative engineers in Britain, they are also involved in building a logging road through the Venezuelan rainforest, urban redevelopment in Jakarta, the horrendous World Bank Bangladesh flood action plan, and they are even building a bypass around Baghdad. Well, I think we can truly say bastards. One miner was arrested for breach of the peace, e.g. being locked onto a radiator and singing, but was released 6 hours later with no charge. April 20th. We attended the opening of the nearby controversial M36 Salisbury bypass inquiry. One activist, being infuriated with the actions of the inspector, did a sit-in with his coat over his head to the chorus of "Jam" being muffled, much to the outrage of the inspector, who closed the inquiry for the day. April 21st, second day of the Salisbury inquiry. Outside the hall where the inquiry was being held was a riot van and a police landing. Inside, a collection of sturdy security men were making their presence known. 3 of us were removed by police while trying to ensure a democratic inquiry. Our actions, in the end, secured the production of written and audio transcripts of the proceedings, an objector's office, a creche, and evening sessions. April 22nd to 23rd. It rained and rained and rained. I love the rain. April 24th. Environment Day at Winchester Cathedral. The protest camp set up stall. A large banner was hung saying "Has the environment had its day?" on scaffolding outside the cathedral, and some happy Twyford campers were subsequently chased around the grounds by cathedral vergers. April 28th. Meeting with eCover to discuss boycott. April 29th. The request by the Department of Tarmac for an order to injunct the Twyford 76 was adjourned as the judge ruled that the government's case evidence was inadequate. Much jigging outside the High Court. April 30th. Beltane gathering of the tribes. 200 to 300 came to stay for the weekend. The gathering lasted all weekend, and was the first free festies of the year. The Greenwood was once again awoken. May 1st. Work was stopped on 3 sites by 150 people. According to a affidavit. At 8:45 HRS, a group of protesters raided one of the small earth-moving operations at Shawford Down and did some very severe damage to the excavator before making off. There were between 35 to 50 of them, and they seemed to know exactly what to do to cause the most damage to the machine. At the time, much of the detailed setting out of the structure in the area of the site was destroyed. The graffiti on the digger indicated that it was one of the Cat 245s, only just back in service after the April 17th. The driver of this digger the next week jacked in his job and moved to the Sky Bridge contract in an effort to escape eco-maniacs. Bad location for an escape. At 10:20 another group of protesters were at the top of the down, and they then started to invade the site as they usually do until the Blackwell's foreman decided to park up the machines to prevent damage. There were many scuffles with protesters in the intervening time where they succeeded in partially stopping several machines. At 10:25 another group of 40 to 50 protesters went to the Bar End Bridge and succeeded in stopping all works for an hour or so until they started to walk up to join the other group on the top of Twyford Down. There were 2 machines damaged adjacent to the bridge, a bulldozer and a grader. On the way to meet Action Group 2 we spotted dumper trucks whizzing here and there, and after a few minutes we managed to stop them. Then without warning one of the drivers revved up his engine and drove straight into a group of protesters. Most jumped out of the way but 2 held their ground. Alex from Air Valley F was knocked over by 17 tons of dumper truck and for 10 minutes or so had one of its tires on his chest. For a while we thought he was a gunna. An ambulance came and took him to hospital. Amazingly he only sustained a sprained shoulder. Guess who's got the goddess on his side? He is pressing charges, so if you were there, contact Air Valley F. Now. May 2nd. The Festival of Fire, another great day of celebration. It was however marred slightly by a couple of hundred police evicting the techno rave in the adjacent field. A very violent situation was narrowly avoided. The ravers after 2 days of dancing didn't have the energy to resist, So many a riot shield-wielding policemen didn't get the fight they were so obviously looking forward to. May 3rd. This day turned out to be another bizarre one. Overnight 2 people had been arrested for criminal damage, for allegedly cutting down the fencing around the cutting. One of the activists was badly roughed up by Group 4 while waiting for the police. The sun came up and the action began. We didn't need to take action against the main site at Oliver's Battery as the ravers were still using the site as a car park. Eager not to be outstaged, 2 groups hit the cutting while a third allegedly hit the Compton site. In the words of yet another affidavit. 9.30 HRS, the first group were now moving up Plague Pits Valley. Blackwell's decided to suspend operations and move all plant at the top of the site down to the Hockley traffic lights, where they felt Group 4 could contain the trouble more easily. Unfortunately, the protesters were too quick and succeeded in stopping one of the excavators, and preventing another from coming across. A second group of 40 came onto the site and started to create problems. 10.00 HRS. The 3 large motor scrapers were parked up and the protesters tried to rush the larger excavators, and there was a serious incident. When one Group 4 man was hit hard in the back by one of the excavators, he collided with another Group 4 man who was also injured. Howie, who the police are busy framing with an assault charge on a site he wasn't even at, on April 17, was seen on the demonstration, and 2 constables gave chase but he eluded them. A car chase around the south of Hampshire then commenced. We believe the tarmac site supervisor broke speed restrictions on numerous occasions. Tut-tut. Howie, however, once again eluded them. Hurrah! At 10.40 HRS the machines were parked up and left. At 11.00 HRS there were reports of damage to machinery at Compton by a group of people in 8 cars who stormed the area of the site when no work was in progress. They did a severe amount of damage to a medium excavator and to another medium excavator, a large road roller, a track shovel, and compacting plate. A large amount of setting out detail was also destroyed. Shortly after the time these incidents are alleged to have happened, those who just happened to have been there were confronted by a horrific sight. A quarter of a mile away and running towards us were 60 Group 4, and coming down the opposite end of the road were about the same number of police. Now, knowing that the Group 4 would almost definitely beat us up and the police only probably, we decided to run towards the police. We could not get the road due to a 20-foot metal sound barrier skidding down the side of the road. Our cars were nowhere to be seen as a crash had happened, causing a massive tailback with our vehicles about half a mile away. About 30 seconds before we would have met with the police, the jam cleared and our cars appeared. 2 carloads raced off, resulting in more car chases, but the police then blocked the road and 6 cars were left stranded, some even pushed onto the hard shoulder by police cars. The cars, the site, and everyone present were searched by the police. No tools were found. After all, this was a bank holiday excursion of the Roadside Botanical Society. We were interested in the rare yellow cratewort, not horrible greasy monkey wrenches. 2 people were arrested under suspicion of criminal damage but were later released and the charges dropped. The whole fracas caused great inconvenience to many May Day holiday makers. These incidents happened on the northbound carriageways of the A33, causing a large traffic jam in both directions for 45 minutes. Oh dear. May 4th to 21st. Many actions in other places, injunction hearings and gatherings etc. resulted in a drop of activity. The camp was also evicted by Ideal Homes and moved to an abandoned army camp nearby. Greenfly, Market Gardens and the pernicious tarmac weed. On May 22nd an amazing overnight action took place at Twyford Down. In order to stop tarmac the Planet Wreckers from building a massive construction bridge over the bypass, 300 activists gathered at the protest camp that day for the counter-operation Operation Greenfly. There was an overwhelming sense of pessimism and helplessness as Reckies had shown that tarmac were preparing for battle by erecting razor wire barricades all around the site. Group 4, we learned, had taken the precaution of hiring hundreds more guards and giving them instructions to use more than usual force. The police were there in large numbers and the situation looked pretty fucking scary. Well, we worried, we workshopped, we briefed, we painted our faces, gathered ourselves, and set off to get to the site before the bypass closed down for the night. The procession of 200 activists looked amazing. Our courage and determination grew as we walked through the water meadows towards the ready-built bridge which was about to be pushed across the road. The next sequence of events is amazing and shows what a group of determined people can do. It surprised even the most experienced and seasoned of activists. We formed into a tortoise formation, linked arms, and marched onto the site. Rope was tied onto the razor wire, it was pulled away, the other fence was pulled onto it, and we stormed in, united. There was nothing Group 4 or the police could do. As Paul said, we almost seemed to fly over the wire. It was as if we were carried. The green fly buzzed all over the 30-foot high, 200-foot long bridge. Wow, what a feeling. For 5 hours we held that bridge, drumming into the night, until the police had to call in reinforcements from all over the south to get us down. By 2 a.m., there were in total 550 police and 320 group. There were 52 arrests for obstruction of the police, and the whole action had been carried out, from our side, with an amazing lack of aggression. It was so empowering. About another 150 people had gathered on the other side of the razor wire, fires burned, and a man breathed fire. On the bridge it was party time. Night fell, the road closed down, the arc lights roared into action. A horrific event unfolded as one activist, while under arrest, was run over by a tarmac tractor and fuel tank. The driver, laughing, parked up on the side road obstructing an ambulance from entering. Darren received serious injuries and was critical for a while. Darren's injuries included, a flailed left chest, a punctured and collapsed left lung, 5 pelvic fractures, a ruptured urethra, and a broken ankle. He remained in hospital for about a month and a half and was on crutches for longer. Meanwhile, the rest of the action was going much better. We drummed on the monster structure and the deafening metallic beat echoed across the valley. One man climbed a 40-foot lighting rig and flew the dragon flag, and the dragon dancers took the road. A bank of TV cameras and press photographers lapped up this spectacular action. There was live footage on TV. It was splashed all over the national press the next day. What was not reported was that, according to Blackwell's, during that morning several excavators and water pumps had been trashed. That night, as the green fly fired up the night on the bridge, elsewhere an excavator was torched, a stretch of tarmac burned, and part of the work site flooded. People have cost tarmac and the millions in lost time and damaged machinery. May 24, July 1. No major action happened at Twyford in this period. The time was taken up with a concoction of smaller actions, court cases, and even an invasion of Tarmac's AGM in London on the 16th of June. There was a large Twyford contingent at Glastonbury Festival, who gave talks and direct action training all through the festival. July 2nd. Tarmac's injunction against 76 protesters was finally given the nod in the High Court only 2 days before a planned mass trespass of the worksite. This injunction, and others that have appeared since, are near direct copies of the American S.L.A.P.P.S, and as a legal precedent it brings situations into the fray that FERS in this country have not encountered before. Firstly, a possible stay in prison, for contempt of court, for all named injunctees who break the injunction. Secondly, all the injunctees become jointly and severally liable, for all legal costs and damages. The DOT is intending to claim damages of £2 million, and theoretically under this injunction one injunctee who was on the site once could be held entirely responsible for the £2 million the DOT is claiming. An appeal against the injunction has now been set up and is contactable via David Plumstead, 0303-265737. July 4th. It was evident to all how tyrannical the injunction was, and it was decided that it should be made a laughingstock from the very beginning. 2 days after the passing of the injunction, a ceremonial mass trespass entitled Reclaiming the Land was held. 600 people, including a group of injunctees who put their liberty on the line, surrounded the cutting in a massive circle, climbing over into the cutting. This was the biggest Twyford action yet, and it seemed more like a festy than anything else. There was a healthy mix: sabs, travelers, doctors, and FERS. Police vans were circled around and the sun blazed down, reflecting on the chalk. Tarmac had learned its lesson and had moved the machinery out of the cutting and into a compound at the other end of the Bailey Bridge. There was no way the police were going to let us in there. An attempt was made but only resulted in exhaustion and 20 or so arrests. There was a severe problem with the lack of drinking water, so many just jumped into the River Itchen and cooled off. Needless to say, no side work was carried out, and from the onset we had made a mockery of the injunction. July 23. In the High Court, the Lord Justice Elliot, who had passed the injunction a month earlier, ruled that 7 injunctees who had taken part in the Reclaiming the Land demo were in contempt of court. He said in his summing up that there was one more important thing than nature, and that is, the rule of law. Well, he would say that, I suppose, being the law. He sentenced them to 28 days in prison, and hereby created the biggest PR disaster the DOT had ever seen. There was condemnation against his decision from all sides, and the prisoners, serving in Holloway and Pentonville, were visited by many notables. These including Carlo Ripadomina, the EC minister who resigned in rather suspicious circumstances, after initiating legal action against the English government over Twyford and Oxleas. The prisoners received much media coverage and about 50 letters of support a day from all around the world. They were finally released after serving 13 days of their sentence. Other injunctees face a spell inside if the combined forces of Bray's detective agency, the police, and Group 4 catch up with them. Considering this and the likely spread of these injunctions, we can expect many of us to be prisoners in the future. However, we must not let the government's intimidation tactics work. The cutting at Twyford gets ever deeper, and the water meadows and of course most of the dongas are now destroyed, but its destruction has given birth to a movement and the fight goes on. The road is doomed. We invite all like-minded folk to come to the M3 Extension's opening ceremony next year with a pickaxe, and we will dig this abomination up. But in the meantime, please show your anguish at the loss of this precious place, your solidarity with the injuncted protesters, and your commitment to fight earth rapists everywhere. Lots of love and no compromise, ever. Boudica and Snufkin. XXXXX. The main part of the diary was written by Snufkin, and Operation Greenfly is by Boudica. Both are small round shiny red insects from Camelot F. The zone protects its own. So what has made the M11 link road such a cause célèbre? Firstly, it has the advantage of being in London, close enough to embarrass Britain's politicians and catch the media's attention. Secondly, it is a linchpin of the European Roundtable's plans for economic Euroroutes in Western Europe. By halting the road in London we can save woodlands, rivers and heathlands all the way to Newcastle, without endangering their ecology by having mud fights with hundreds of security guards and police in their midst. The area threatened by the link road comprises 2 very different localities. At the eastern end of the route is Wanstead, a reasonably affluent, conservative leafy green London suburb. To the west are Leighton and Leytonstone, areas of high-density urban housing, built at the turn of the century, but badly neglected ever since the proposal for the link road first blighted the area 40 years ago. To look at it now, you could be forgiven for thinking that the best thing for Leighton and Leytonstone would be to demolish them and grow a forest. Overall management of the road building project has been entrusted to W.S. Atkins Consulting Engineers. They have divided the road into 4 separate sections, each of which will be built by a different contractor. So far, only one of the 4 contracts has been awarded. Norwest Holst have now started work on contract 4 in Wanstead, since it is expected to take the longest time to complete. Our hope is that if Norwest Holst can be made to suffer both financially and in PR terms through their involvement in the link road, then it will become extremely difficult for the DOT to find 3 other construction companies who are daft enough to take the remaining contracts. Contract 2 covers the crucial stretch through Leighton and Leytonstone, although advanced preparation works are already underway there. The actual road building contract will not now be awarded until August 1994. It was originally due to have started in January, so they are at least 9 months behind schedule already. So the campaign is undoubtedly having some sort of an effect. The start of the action, September 13, November 1, 1993. The first big event, a march along the route of the road, took place in mid-August 1993, with just 1 month to go before the start of the contract. The second event was on September 13, the day the bulldozers were due to arrive. Around 100 people were there to greet the contractors that day. Needless to say, the contractors didn't dare to show up. So the protesters celebrated their first victory in the full glare of the national media, by reclaiming a vacant house which had been compulsory purchased by the Department of Transport. By the end of the day, the house had its roof repaired, and was covered in banners. 1-0 to the campaigners. Contractors Norwest Holst duly arrived the following morning, and immediately met with stiff opposition. Norwest Holst's first task was to clear a patch of woodland, which took them nearly 3 weeks, due to regular tree sits, bulldozer lock-ons and other delaying tactics. On one day, 40 men employed for a full day only managed to cut down 4 small trees. Yet in other respects the campaign was not taking off as we might have hoped. The real challenge was to find enough people willing to occupy the many houses which the DOT has already purchased and left vacant along the route. Generally the houses are structurally sound, although several have had their first floor ceilings knocked out, with the aim of making them uninhabitable. The campaign has held a number of house rebuilding days, in an effort to tempt more squatters to come and live in what can otherwise be fairly unpleasant conditions. Other houses have been barricaded, and we have already had some success in resisting evictions. But the DOT has now accelerated its efforts to destroy the houses. The Chestnut Tree, November to December 7, 1993. At the heart of Wanstead lies George Green, a highly valued local park. The focal point of the green was a magnificent 250-year-old sweet chestnut tree. Local people had been led to believe that the road would pass under the green in a tunnel, so they assumed that their tree was safe. What they were not told was that the tunnel was only a shallow cut and cover tunnel, and that the tree would have to be cut down to allow it to be built. On Tuesday, November 2, Norwest Holst started to put up wooden hoardings around the chestnut tree. Local people were horrified, especially the children who, for the rest of that week, came out from school as often as they could, and lay down in the way of the contractors to stop them putting up the fences. By Saturday, November 6, they had finally completed the fencing, just in time to prevent us from holding a planned tree dressing ceremony. Several hundred local people, furious at this, came out that day and tore the fences down again. Suddenly, the campaign had found a focus, and a symbol. Local support, which had so far been dormant, now sprang into life. The next day, a local nursery donated a number of plants, and the children created a peace garden in the shadow of the tree, bearing the word "Save the World." A tree house was built in the branches of the chestnut tree. A bender was set up beside the tree, and for the following month, the campfire became a focal point for the campaign. Local people, including grandmothers and children, came down to George Green each night, bringing food for the tree dwellers. People from different backgrounds began to get to know one another. Professional people, retired people, and Twyford Down veterans spent long evenings together, talking, forming new friendships, exchanging ideas about roads, the environment, consumerism, life, the universe, and everything. Something new and beautiful had been created in the community. Many local people talk of their lives having been completely changed by the experience. Word of the George Green chestnut tree spread via a small article in the Guardian newspaper. 2 days later, the postman delivered a letter addressed to the chestnut tree itself. One of the campaign solicitors immediately seized on this to argue in the law courts that the tree house should be formally recognized as a dwelling. The strategy worked. The tree house had made legal history, and hundreds more letters started to pour in from all around the country. The DOT now had to apply for a court order to evict the tree dwellers from their new home, a process that delayed them for several more days. By the time they had obtained the court order, they knew that any attempt to remove the tree dwellers would meet with serious resistance. They would have to organize a major police operation, and this in turn took several weeks to plan. Actions continued sporadically, but in practice Norwest Holst were hardly managing to do any work worth stopping. On Tuesday, November 30th, a crane arrived to start digging the entrance to the tunnel a few yards up the road from George Green. At midday, 2 protesters evaded the security guards, climbed to the top of the crane, and locked on with bike locks 30 meters above the road below. The contractors attempted to remove them with fire engines, high hoists, hydraulic bolt cutters, but nothing could bring them down. They stayed up until after work had finished at 6 p.m. that evening, before descending voluntarily. A more sinister development occurred in the early hours of Friday morning, December 3rd. Protesters were subjected to 2 attacks within 20 minutes of one another, at different places on the route. The first took place in Claremont Road, a threatened street in Leighton which houses a number of protesters and other squatters. At Loom, 2 men passed down the street, one driving slowly in a car, the other walking beside him, smashing through the window of every parked vehicle in sight. 20 minutes later, 6 men struck at Wanstead. They poured petrol over the tree and the bender, and threw a Molotov inside the bender for good measure. Protesters were asleep in both the bender and the tree itself. It is very fortunate that only one protester suffered slight burns. The attackers' intentions were clearly murderous. Police arrested 2 people caught escaping the area, and charged them with arson with intent to endanger life. We always knew that roads were built, not for the good of the public, but to suit the interests of the roads lobby. This attack shows just how deeply entrenched those vested interests are, and the extent to which they are prepared to go to defend their interests, once threatened. Black and Blue Tuesday, December 7th. By early December, rumors began to circulate of a major police operation to evict the tree dwelling, and it soon became clear that the rumors were serious. Within 24 hours phone calls had gone out to people all around the country. On Monday evening, December 6th, about 150 people gathered for an all-night vigil around the base of the tree. Many more people arrived during the early hours of the following morning. One group locked themselves into a ring around the tree trunk, with their arms linked by steel tubing, others climbed up into the tree itself. As predicted, about 400 police officers arrived at Sam that morning, and immediately started to clear people out of the way from around the base of the tree. Pensioners were dragged away without warning, one had his face punched, smashing his glasses. Another protester had his foot broken when it was deliberately stamped on by a policeman. The police used pressure points extensively whilst removing them. After about an hour of scuffles, the police had the tree surrounded, and started to bring in reinforcements to cordon it off. At one lamb a cherry picker arrived to remove protesters from the tree itself. People lay in the road blocking its path, and were again dragged away by the police. At one point the cherry picker became stuck in the mud as it approached the tree. One security guard and one demonstrator were injured as it attempted to free itself. One tree occupant managed to climb onto the arm of the cherry picker, and locked himself to it with handcuffs. Eventually they demolished the tree after 9 hours and a police operation that cost £100,000. It had forced the DOT to humiliate itself in a very public manner. Virtually all the national newspapers carried reports and photographs of the incident, in many cases on the front page. The loss of the tree was a tragic day, and yet also a truly wonderful day. It had hammered another huge nail into the coffin of the DOT's roads program. Soon afterwards, local families gathered for a march through central London to the Department of Transport's offices in Westminster. A 9-year-old boy presented the DOT with a young sweet chestnut tree, and requested that Roads Minister McGregor should plant the new tree on George Green to replace the one he had demolished, and of course, halt the motorway construction. Wanstonia. A long Christmas break in the construction industry gave the campaign some time to recover our energy. But it was soon clear that a new threat was looming. On December 30 the DOT served notices to quit on the tenants of a row of large Edwardian houses next to George Green itself. These houses included the homes of Patsy Braga and Mike Edwards, two local anti-road campaigners. Another of the houses had been colonized by the campaign in October, for use as a direct action center. So at the start of 1994, these houses officially became squats. The campaign needed to do something dramatic to make a big issue of these houses. On Sunday, January 9, with the threat that the houses could be demolished immediately after a high court hearing the following Thursday, a meeting of the inhabitants and other local people decided that they would make a unilateral declaration of independence from the UK, and set up the independent free area of Wanstonia. The campaign solicitors wrote to the Foreign Office to advise them of our intentions, and a declaration of independence was drawn up. The outcome of the High Court case was unexpectedly favorable. One house was reprieved completely, and a stay of execution was granted on the others. Actions, actions, and yet more actions. Meanwhile, outside the free area on January 10, the contractors returned from a long Christmas and New Year holiday. Activists tree-sat threatened trees, and there was much chainsaw diving, including one activist head-butting a working chainsaw while wearing a crash helmet. This went on for a number of days. On the 20th, 20 Wanstonians blockaded a pile driver being driven onto the construction site at Wanstead Green and were met with 50 territorial support group with police dogs, one happily wielding his truncheon. Site invasions and grappling hooks. The next action saw a dynamic shift of tactics. 300 turned up for a day of action on January 22, shifting gear into the offensive. Fort Norwestholst was held siege for an entire day, with the formidable defenses breached on several dramatic occasions. The security excelled themselves again. Old Andy Chiptooth got so excited he had to be revived with the old paper bag over the head routine. Many of the other guards smashed their own computers in the furor. By the end of the day, the main site on Cambridge Park Road was without security cameras, electricity, or an intact set of blueprints. Leytonstonia established. On the same day, as the government published 4 greenwash reports on sustainable eco-rape, tree surgeons arrived to chainsaw down a copse of yew, oak, and holly trees in Leytonstone. Opening the gates, they were surprised to find their worksite turned into a campsite of assorted benders and tree hammocks. Police arrived to evict trespassers but realized that the protesters had legal possession of the land. "If you want to remove my clients, you will have to go through the court," smirked a campaign solicitor to a disgruntled police officer. Nearly the whole of the street was by now under the control of the campaigners, and Philebrook Road is declared independent. Long live the autonomous free area of Leytonstonia. Bash Wednesday. Direct action slowed down in preparation for the upcoming eviction of Wanstonia, and we concentrated on digging ditches and erecting barricades. We didn't have to wait long. The big day came on Ash Wednesday, now renamed Bash Wednesday, and what a surreal day it turned out to be. Far too surreal, in fact, for this scribe, so I will leave it to, of all people, the Daily Telegraph. Link Road protesters in handcuffs cut away from concrete-filled spin dryer, but now they plan to regroup in Leytonstone. The battle for Wanstonia, self-styled republic smashed by police. The Battle of Wanstead began at dawn yesterday when police officers taking part in Operation Barnard converged on what protesters had dubbed IHE Independent Free Area of Wanstonia. In their attempt to stop the M11 Link Road, the protesters had called on the Foreign Office and the United Nations to recognize the row of Edwardian houses they had occupied as an independent country. Both appeals were rebuffed, and they found themselves in breach of court orders requiring them to leave. They refused, and the court officials prepared to move in, backed by uniformed officers and units of the Territorial Support Group, who are specialists in public order confrontations, detectives from the Area Major Investigation Team, and a small number of horsemen. Police detailed to enter the occupied properties had protective clothing and riot helmets. By 6 a.m., the houses had been filled with protesters who were waiting with a mix of apprehension and good humor. Some sang folksy protest songs and one even rang the police station complaining that he was cold and asking them to hurry up. The police arrived in a procession of coaches an hour later. Officers stopped traffic, sealed off the area, and made way for the Court of Chails to attack the barricaded front doors with sledgehammers. Once inside the properties, officers worked their way up, systematically clearing each room and ejecting the occupants to behind a cordon of 200 yards away. Protesters used a variety of tactics. 2 were chained together through a hole in the chimney breast. Another 2 were handcuffed to an old spin dryer with cement. When the upper and lower floors of the houses had been sealed, the police turned their attention to the roofs. Initial attempts to lift protesters off using one cherry-picker crane were unsuccessful, but officers had more success using 2 cranes. As each house and roof was cleared, the properties were demolished by mechanical diggers, filling the air with choking dust. A handful of demonstrators who had occupied a tree in front of one of the properties was cleared last. By then, the officials were working under lights. Demonstrators appeared demoralized, but said they were planning new occupations on another part of the route in nearby Leytonstone. It has taken them this long to clear a small row of houses, but there are another 250 for us to occupy before this road is built, said one. Sabotage and damage to contractors' equipment since early December has been estimated at £35,000. Since last September, when the Wanstead protests began in earnest, about 100 people have been arrested, mainly for obstruction and criminal damage to site equipment. A spokesman for the Department of Transport denied any accusation of having ridden roughshod over the wishes of local people. Wanstonia rising. Just when they thought they'd smashed Wanstonia up, it pops again, only 500 yards down from where the chestnut grew. An empty tobacconist due for eviction was squatted and turned into a drop-in center for the campaign. On the following Monday, Squibb and Davies, the demolition men, illegally entered, hitting protesters with sledgehammers. After reinforcements of protesters arrived, they left. The same rigmarole happens a couple of days later, but the protest regained occupancy. After a few weeks of occupation, the contractors smashed apart Wanstonia Rising, but within days a new house was squatted, Wantonia Rising 2. At the time of writing, Wanstonia is still rising, Leytonstonia is still awaiting attack with a 24-hour watch on guard, and more houses are coming under our control daily. Beware the Ides of March. And that is where Operation Roadblock came in. With the new criminal justice bill imminent, and let's face it, minor amendments aside, imminent is the word, and with the roads program virtually on its knees, we have no choice but to go big time with the current campaigns. Operation Roadblock was planned to form a national rota of activists and get 100 people per day to the M11 for at least a month, starting from March 15th. Which is of course the Ides of March, when Julius Caesar got stabbed, the beginning of the end of the last great road-building empire. Operation Roadblock switched the campaign once again onto the offensive. No longer would the state decide the agenda. 1,200 people over 1 month took part in direct action, digger diving, and all that jazz. Using a rota system turned out to be a very effective means of mobilizing people, a model for other protests maybe? Operation Roadblock 2 is on the horizon, as well as the ambiguous-sounding Operation Liquidate. So come down to the autonomous zones and experience some peaceful urban warfare. Written by a dodgy group of shady characters including Roger Giffen, Secret Squirrel, and Yellow Pinky. On closer examination we find that trees perform many more offices in relation to the soil than that of merely pegging it down. By virtue of cooling the air and spraying the sky and multiplying the clouds, they exert considerate influence upon the fall and distribution of rain. By virtue of sponging the earth around their feet, they enormously influence the behavior of floods, the discipline of rivers, the supply of springs, the health of fish, and by the virtue of their power to suck up moisture by the ton, they dry the swamps and control the malarial mosquitoes. Forests are much more than meets the eye. They are fountains. They are oceans. They are pipes. They are dams. Their work ramifies through the whole economy of nature. J. S. Collins, The Triumph of the Tree 1950. Biodiversity and the British Isles. Species loss, like many ecological issues, has entered this island's mass psychology while remaining fundamentally misunderstood. Obscured by a haze of large numbers and strange sights, species loss is seen as something solely in relation to rainforest, pandas, and David Attenborough talking of brightly colored fungi. Biodiversity is seen as something distant, something separate from day-to-day life. Something foreign, which has no relation to our green and pleasant land. Biodiversity is the expression of healthy ecology. It may seem distant to these isles because these isles are sick. It has been said that civilized man walks the earth leaving deserts in his footprints. As the frontiers of this civilization opened up, so the cedars of Lebanon and the broadleaf forests of this island were trampled underfoot. With the great forests all but destroyed, the soils of Lebanon eroded and washed and blew away. Thanks to this island's mild temperate climate, its fate was to remain a different kind of desert. A desert of plowed fields, of 1,000 swaying barley stalks. Soon the last sizable remnants of the great forests were slashed, to provide timber for the growing naval machine, to undermine the free who still lived in the forest, and to build the new cities and bring more money into the government coffers. All that was left was a spiderweb-like network of hedges and tree lines, draped over an otherwise barren landscape, acting as corridors between, with little exception, small managed woodland. The very symbol of the concept that destroyed the land, property, became the final refuge of diversity. With the advent of agribusiness, even the hedges are now being destroyed and the diversity of crop species is decreasing. In short, this island's ecosystem has been devastated. Since 1945, the UK has lost 30% of its rough grazing land, 65% of song thrushes, 90% of meadows, 50% of lowland woodlands, heaths and fens, and 140,000 miles of hedgerow. 80 commons have been deregulated. Council for the Protection of Rural England. You would think then that biodiversity would be the environmental movement's main priority, but no. Most local groups involved in stopping new developments are more likely to talk about damage to landscape than damage to ecology. To oppose a cutting solely because it destroys a hill fort or the view, rather than because it trashes an ancient woodland or destroys 2,000-year-old badger sets, is yet more anthropocentric rubbish. We live in what is mostly an ecological catastrophe. An anatomy diagram is beautiful, but is nevertheless a dead body. The summer lushness of pasture land is deceptive. After all, the lawns at Wimbledon are green but not particularly healthy. We must start to talk of life, of biodiversity. We must change the way we think about the country. You cannot escape urbanism in the countryside. Today's countryside is, on the whole, an extension of urbanism. The dominant interaction in the country is, as in cities, the oppression and degradation of ecosystems by civilized man. We must understand the land's ecology and take further action against those who destroy its remaining diversity, for if we don't, soon there will be nothing but man and his creations. An open letter to the Minister for Transport. I do not want to encourage daydreaming. We are in a world of practical realities. Brian Maywiney, Minister for Transport. My people shall never work. Those who work cannot dream, and wisdom comes to us in dreams. Smohala, Native American, 1887. Be realistic, demand the impossible. Graffiti, Paris, May 68. Mr. Maywiney, welcome to the nightmare. After 3 years of sustained direct action against road building, you wish us to sit down at the negotiation table, to be civil and polite to the very same people who have sent riot police, security guards, spies, and infiltrators to destroy us. You called for a ceasefire in Hisaril, feuding over transport issues, a fresh start, move back, a properly informed, rational argument, with respect for opposing views, in a manner more fitting to the democratic traditions of our country. You issued this call on the 7th of December, exactly 1 year after the eviction and destruction of the chestnut tree at the M11. It took the over 400 cops and 200 security to take the land, and that wasn't the end of it. Things for the government only got worse. Daily site invasions, numerous acts of sabotage. No wonder you want us to sit and talk when we're talking, we're not fighting. Let's pretend for a moment that we could suppress our feelings of nausea and rage and sit down to negotiate. What in fact could you offer us? The end of the industrial system. Can you offer us that? An end to the assault against the life support systems of the earth, a society within nature, a life where only our passions and desires rule, an earth alive. Can you offer us that? Of course not. What can you offer us? A rational reasoned debate on transport. Why should we debate? We know what you are going to say. You've said it countless times before. We are bored of listening. The modern ecology movement is over 30 years old. In the bowels of your office there is a whole forest of reports on the ecological stupidity of what you are doing. You know the situation. Capitalism and its petrochemical/car making economy must keep moving. The need for transport infrastructural development is the need of the multinational corporations. The economy must expand or die. We have consistently argued that to build more infrastructure simply creates more traffic, that as greater capacity is produced it is filled. More roads equals more cars equals more roads equals more cars, a disastrous spiral down into ecological collapse. You must maintain the demand for cars and petrochemical byproducts as an end in itself. You must preside over the ever-increasing centralization of production and consumption with the lorry on the motorway as the rolling warehouse, making it progressively more difficult to get by in this society without a car. None of this worries you, of course. What we call a disastrous spiral you call economic growth. What worries you is the short-term survival of the economy. Congestion is what worries you. What is congestion? On the whole, simply the process of earth destruction slowed down by its own mass. Every morning hundreds of commuters arrive late for work, contracts are broken and goods delivered late, all because of the jam. The CBI estimated it costs the economy around £15 billion a year. Are we meant to feel distressed about this? Do you really expect us to sit down and work out solutions for your problems? We want no more roads, but we also know that the need for most journeys is the need of those we oppose. We are not about to start doing your research for you. We are not going to let your needs monopolize our imaginations. We have better things to do, defending the earth, building communities, growing our carrots and dancing. You illustrate your ignorance of natural processes very well with your request for a ceasefire and debate. This nation-state owes a massive carbon debt to nature, and apparently is committed to adding to this crisis through its pathetic reduction of emissions to 1990 levels by the year 2000 program. On the basis of your efforts so far, it appears you will not even meet this dismal target. You can try to negotiate with us, but how do you plan to negotiate with nature, with the nature that is going to flood your petty parliament and destroy your fragile economy as global warming or any number of impending environmental catastrophes come home to roost? You have nothing to offer nature as an ecological cretin. You don't even know what to say. The Earth's carbon cycle now demands the elimination of fossil fuel use and the massive reforestation of the British Isles and the Earth. In other words, the extinction of your civilization and the resurgence of our culture. That is the ecological reality. Your political realities, your reasoned debate is an absolute irrelevance. In short, in return for us climbing off our barricades, destroying our emerging communities and halting real resistance, you are willing to hold a debate we have already had and make a decision that we are already forcing you into making. If that were not bad enough, we would resign ourselves forever to be in effect a capitalist think tank whose aim would be the smooth running of this genocidal, ecocidal system. Well, thanks, but no thanks. We will never join you. To negotiate is to already accept the death of nature. The society which you represent is a constant war against the earth. A ceasefire is the putting down of weapons on both sides. You are not about to put down the weapons with which you fight, not the truncheons, not the factories. There will only be a ceasefire, there will only be real peace when the earth is purged of institutions like that of which you are presently a part. Brian, why not dance the forbidden dance, rediscover your humanity, rediscover your wildness, throw all your files out of the window, burn down your office, smash up your TV, break free, and join us, for we will never join you. Yours with love. Some at Nunnymouth Digger Diving Agitators. We received a copy of this letter anonymously. It was, we are told, sent Low Brian Maywiney's private fax number. Just as we were going to print, he was elevated to the post of chairman of the Tory party. During his stay as Minister for Transport, some activists took his great transport debate to mean that it was time for us to stop saying no all the time and put forward practical solutions to his society's problems. This was often called ironically, setting our own agenda. In the last couple of hours of his post at the .nice, Mr. Maywiney announced that the Newbury bypass would go ahead. He may think that he had the last laugh, but Brian, we know where you live. It matters little who the minister is. An individual in these cases is merely the role he plays out, therefore this letter equally applies to the new minister. EDS. Dear Nora. Motorway flyover, superstores, shitty yuppie development, we don't need them, and here's how to stop them. Fast, sneak onto building site and dump icing sugar into cement mixers, bags of sand, etc. This stops the cement setting. Slow, do the same as above, except using rock salt. Rain will wash the crystals out of the set cement eventually, so weakening it. When the construction is finished, anonymously contact the local planning office and tell them that elves have been at work. The development will have to be pulled down again as structurally unsound. Often the threat of salting is enough to make developers back off. Sweetening cement is usually a good final warning if you are inclined to give one. Flow and flying list arts from number 2. 1 day's exposure to mountains is better than a cartload of books. John Muir. A review. By John C. Stauber. Going Green, How to Communicate. Your Company's Environmental Commitment by E. Bruce Harrison. More than any other author, Rachel Carson is credited with giving birth to popular ecological awareness. Silent Spring, her bombshell 1962 bestseller, gave a dramatic, prophetic, and factual account of massive agri-chemical poisoning. Written with the goal of shocking the public, government, and industry into action, it sowed seeds of consciousness that burst forth 8 years later when millions of people demonstrated in the streets on the first Earth Day, April 22, 1970. Now PR executive E. Bruce Harrison, who led the fight to silence Silent Spring, has written his own book, a how-to guide entitled Going Green, How to Communicate Your Company's Environmental Commitment. Harrison's commitment began when, at age 30, he was appointed manager of environmental information for the manufacturers of agricultural pesticides and other poisons, and assigned to coordinate and conduct the industry's attack against Silent Spring. They hit back with the PR equivalent of a prolonged carpet bombing campaign. No expense was spared in defending the fledgling agrochemical industry and its $300 million per year in sales of DDT and other toxins. The National Agricultural Chemical Association doubled its PR budget and distributed thousands of book reviews trashing Silent Spring. Along the way, they pioneered environmental PR crisis syndicated from the Earth First Journal Mabon 1994 management techniques that have now become standard industry tactics. They used emotional appeals, scientific misinformation, front groups, extensive mailings to the media and opinion leaders, and the recruitment of doctors and scientists as so-called objective third-party defenders of agri-chemicals. Rachel Carson succumbed to cancer on April 14, 1964, never seeing herself vindicated. Due in part to Harrison's PR work, the warnings of Silent Spring have never been adequately understood or heeded. Today, agrochemical contamination of soil, air, water, animals, and people is one of the most ubiquitous and difficult environmental health disasters we face. Harrison, however, is alive and thriving. In 1973, he and his wife established their own PR company, drawing in clients such as Monsanto and Dow Chemical, who were among the sponsors of the campaign against Silent Spring. The PR trade publication Inside PR named him as its 1993 PR All-Star, stating that by writing Going Green he had confirmed his status as the leading thinker on environmental issues and as a continuing pioneer in the field. The E. Bruce Harrison Company has offices in Washington, D.C., Dallas, Austin, New York, and San Francisco, and recently opened a new office in Brussels that will, in the words of Inside PR, help its transnational clients work through the complexity of Europe's new environmental regulations. The company employs more than 50 staff and does $6 million worth of business annually for about 80 of the world's largest corporations and associations, including Coors, Clorox, R.J. Reynolds, the American Medical Association, and Vista Chemical. Harrison's clients include the Wise Use Global Climate Coalition, and the Coalition for Vehicle Choice. He even receives taxpayer funding from one of his clients, the U.S. government's Environmental Protection Agency. In Going Green, Harrison shares some of his perspective and methods. The book includes self-promotional chapters in which he discreetly brags of the PR greenwashing successes that he has arranged for clients such as Uniroyal, General Motors, Cosmere, and Zoecan. Of course, he doesn't use the word greenwashing. The text is filled with environmentally correct-sounding jargon that makes for clumsy reading. The phrase he uses to describe his PR work, for example, is sustainable communications. In Going Green, Harrison declares that environmental activism has died and that its death presents corporations with a tremendous opportunity to define and dominate the future of environmentalism in the name of sustainable development, by which he means corporate business as usual, made palatable for the public through sustainable communications. Who or what killed environmental activism? According to Harrison, the activist movement that began in the early 1960s, roughly when the use of pesticides was attacked in the book Silent Sprint, succumbed to success over a period roughly covering the last 15 years. Since the first Earth Day in 1970, he argues, ecological activism has been transforming itself from a grassroots movement into dozens of professionally run, competitive, non-profit businesses, epitomized by groups like the Environmental Defense Fund. Going Green says that today's environmental groups are first and foremost business ventures run by managers. Groups like EDF are tax-exempt, customer-based firms primarily concerned with fundraising and maintaining a respectable public image. This preoccupation with funding and respectability makes them willing to sit down with industry and cut deals in which their main concern is their own financial bottom line. In Harrison's words, to stay in the greening business, the goal of environmental groups is not to green, but to ensure the wherewithal that enable it to look green. Everywhere he looks, Harrison sees the rise of pro-corporate environmentalism and the demise of grassroots eco-activism. Especially since the 1992 Earth Summit in Brazil, corporate environmentalism is now more lively than external activist environmentalism, and this trend will continue to grow. This opens the door to tremendous opportunities for Harrison's corporate and government clients, whom he assists in building issue coalitions and alliances with carefully chosen environmentalists ready to reap mutual business benefits. As an example, Harrison points to the partnership between McDonald's and the Environmental Defense Fund. In the late 1980s, the company slipped into its worst sales slump ever, and the anti-McDonald's drive of the Green Movement was at least partly blamed. Krupp saw the golden arches of McDonald's, the nation's fast food marketing king, as a sign of opportunity. Krupp was ready to deal, and so was McDonald's. Harrison is quite happy that the professional environmental establishment is rejecting the tactics of community organizing, street demonstrations, and noisy conflicts with industry. Ironically, the unseemly confrontational tactics that the eco-professionals scorn are acknowledged by Harrison to be the main impetus for any real ecological reform. In Going Green, Harrison observes that greening and the public policy impact of greenism are being propelled by what I refer to as the AMP syndrome, a synergy of activists plus media plus politicians. Activists stir up conflict, naming victims and villains. The news media respond to conflict and publicize it. Politicians respond to media and issues, moving to protect victims and punish villains with legislative and regulatory actions. Some environmentalists haven't yet accepted the message that protest tactics are dead. In one chapter, Harrison advises businesses what to do when you're attacked by an activist group. He first suggests hiring a private detective to investigate the activists, making sure, of course, not to get caught. But strategic co-optation remains his primary strategy for achieving sustainable communications. Remember that your organization and the Green Action Group are quite similar when it comes to management goals, Harrison advises. You're both trying to create customers. The group must be publicly observed in action, on behalf of a cause that has appealed to potential customer public's offer to meet with them. Your task is to try and deflate their balloon and to get direct information about what's motivating them, how serious they are, who they are, what they will consider success. Be friendly. Politely put off giving more direct information. Offer to meet with them again. As long as you are talking, you may not be fighting. Maybe you can come up with multiple options for mutual benefit that will satisfy their needs. Going Green is a book that activists should read to identify and counter the sophisticated tactics of the greenwashers, and to understand industry's co-optation of the environmental movement. As for E. Bruce Harrison, the godfather of greenwashing is going green all the way to the bank. The syndrome so cynically described by E. Bruce Harrison is nothing new. A strong historical parallel to it appears in John Nicholson's book on the Gordon riots. The following excerpt shows that the attitude of the green groups described by Harrison is but the latest manifestation of an age-old process, presenting us with the cozy illusion of dissent. Before the administration is cast as the villain, it should be realized that these cynics were not fools. They were not in the habit of offering bribes for nothing. On the contrary, the offer was merely half the bargain. These administrators were accomplices in the creation of such corruption, but they were only recognizing what had become standard practice. Someone had to be open to the bribery to make such a practice into a system. Not only was it acceptable to make oneself a nuisance to provoke an offer to be bought of, but some persons rivaled the administration in cynicism. A few actually made careers out of manipulating popular causes in order to sell out to the highest bidder. The most famous example in recent times had been John Wilkes, yet he was far from alone. As late as 1802, Burdett would cause a stir by arousing popular hopes and then never raising the cause in Parliament. These standard bearers, these power brokers, dash our hopes time and time again, as they use pressing popular concerns as a passport to membership of the elite. They are our enemies, as much, perhaps more so, since they are contemptible traitors as the authority figures that they appeal to. In the ori trading game of politics, they have a pivotal role to play. It is their connivance that keeps the whole sorry show on the road, lending it a spurious air of credibility. Those who agree to some, without demanding it all, fritter away the possibility of real, substantive change. Or have they lost sight of the true magnitude of the ecological crisis that we face in the reams of press releases that they put out? Those who make revolution by half, dig their own graves. Saint Just. Shoreham, Live Exports and Community Defense. Author's note: for reasons of time, space, etc., this short article cannot be a full analysis of live exports in general or Shoreham in particular. Nor can it adequately deal with the thorny issue of animal rights. The focus of this article is on the reaction of the local community to live exports and the attitude of politicos in Brighton to the growing movement. Intro. Intense lobbying from animal welfare groups designed to discourage passengers from using ports which exported livestock, caused major ports like Dover to pull out of the live export trade. The major ports realized that if they continued live exports they would face losing passengers to other ferry companies who were not involved in the trade and to the newly opened Channel Tunnel. By seizing the opportunity presented by an increasingly competitive passenger trade, animal welfare groups were able to bounce one port after the other into banning live exports. The result of this was that the exporters were forced to find new ports, ones that had no significant passenger trade to speak of. These new ports tended to be much smaller and were often located in the heart of closely knit local community, particularly in the case of Brightlingsea. Spurred on by emotive videos of calves in veal crates and witnessing their suffering at first hand, many locals became determined to stop the trade. Going down to Shoreham at the start of January was like going to a picket line. People were sitting in the road trying to block the trucks coming in, the police were dragging people away, in short all the usual push and shove of any major public order situation. At this point it's important to note the bitter irony that whilst residents of both Brightlingsea and Shoreham were prepared to go to huge lengths to stop the live export trade, few lifted a finger to stop scab coal being brought in through these same ports to break the miners' strike. For the first 2 nights Sussex police were totally humiliated, as the sheer weight of numbers of the crowd relative to the lack of police meant that they had to back the trucks up to prevent a major public order incident. On the second night the crowd ran wild with people rushing up and down, ripping airlines out of the trucks and smashing headlights. One person climbed atop a truck and smashed its windscreen. Sussex police were totally powerless and were unable to control, let alone arrest, most of the crowd. Realizing they could not deal with the protests alone, on the third night they called in police from 5 other forces, including public order units from the Met. Over 1,500 police turned up. Everywhere you looked there were riot vans, parked nose to tail as far as the eye could see. Whole areas of Brighton were sealed off to allow the passage of riot vans, and huge convoys of green armoured TSG buses could be seen driving down from London on a daily basis. Not only were the Met being paid ridiculous amounts of overtime to come down and beat up the local community, but they were being put up at top-notch hotels, with 5-star catering. And it wasn't long before Shoreham protesters invaded these hotels, resulting in yet more scuffles and arrests. Back at Shoreham protesters were outnumbered 5-1 and could only watch as the trucks went in. Anyone who tried to do anything more was immediately arrested. On the third night and several others there was widespread scuffling, with people throwing bottles and repeated baton charges by riot cops. Many of the people scuffling with the cops were local residents, some of them local youths who had simply come for a ruck. Most people were masked up, including pensioners, and this was not just because it was bitterly cold. The third night set the tone for the next 6 months of resistance to live exports, although after a month or so the Met were replaced and their role was taken on by a revitalist and reorganist Sussex police. Many people had thought that the nature of the policing would change when the Met left, particularly as some people in the alternative community think Brighton police are somehow progressive simply because they tolerate raves. But less naive people, particularly those who live on the estates and have seen Brighton police in action, were well aware of their public order reputation. For the next 6 months protests continued with crowds fluctuating from a few dozen to 1,000, but usually averaging a couple of hundred, in all weathers and at all times of the day and night. And with the continuing protests came continuing arrests, mostly under the Public Order Act, which by the end of the trade amounted to almost 400. After the initial shock of the police invasion, local residents began to organize themselves, throwing up a number of separate and often competing groups, all of them eager to represent the mass of protesters down at the dockside. Meetings were held, leaflets distributed, surveillance of the larigs and the convoys were carried out, and demonstrations and sea actions continued. Those politicos who choose to look saw the emerge of a real community of struggle, with all its attendant contradictions. The struggle against live exports brought people in Shoreham together, with the result that many residents feel ambiguous about stopping the trade. On the one hand they oppose it and want it to end, but on the other they want to continue protesting and have no desire to return to their previously atomized existence. Local residents, many of whom have never been part of any campaign, are enjoying the thrill of direct action, the satisfaction of sticking a finger up to the authorities and refusing to compromise. It is this spirit of sheer awkwardness, a refusal to give in, and a determination to continue until they get what they want that is inspiring. Also it is the way they go about getting what they want that is important. Shoreham protesters are not interested in politicians and interminable lying and stitch ups. You only have to witness the total contempt with which Waldegrave's announcement on journey times was greeted. But on the other hand there is far too much tolerance for media celebrities like Carla Lane, local MPs like Andrew Bowden, and organizations like Compassion in World Farming. However, such contradictions within a campaign are part of the nature of a community struggle, in the sense that as a community issue it includes anyone who claims to be against live exports. The kind of community we want is not one that is defined geographically, like the Shoreham area, and thus by its nature includes local politicians, businessmen, and celebrities, but a community of struggle. The problem with the anti-live export campaign is that such a large number of people are in favor of ending live exports. They include local politicians, businessmen, and right-wing local newspapers. Even sections of the Shoreham Harbour Board were opposed to the trade because it was giving the port a bad name and deterring other custom. Sussex police opposed the trade because the protests were rapidly draining their budget, tying up their personnel, and losing them the support of many of their traditional supporters. However, instead of getting involved and trying to explode the contradictions between the mass of protesters, who wanted to end live exports through the threat of public disorder, and their would-be representatives, who wanted to win media attention and parliamentary support through respectable lobbying, Brighton politicos have remained aloof. Why? The answer seems to be because the campaign concerns the dreaded issue of animal fights. If it was any other issue, you wouldn't be able to move for people trying to flog you turgid papers, stuff your hands with crappy leaflets, and demand you attended their meetings to create yet new fronts for their pathetic organizations. Whilst avoiding these things has its compensations, it is more than outweighed by the fact that the campaign lacks experienced activists. Given the reputation, often undeserved, that Brighton has for being a center of radicalism, we have to consider why its political groups proved incapable and unwilling to get involved in a struggle on their doorstep. And we have to examine whether this lack of involvement was merely peculiar to Brighton or whether it marks a more general inability to connect with struggles outside of our own particular community, whether that is the workplace or the unemployed/alternative community. The SWP have been perhaps the most disconnected of all the groups. Their only practical involvement at Shoreham has been to go down to try and shift a few papers. On a more useful note, they have used their union contacts to raise a modest amount of money to assist Shoreham defendants. The struggle at Shoreham, like the Anti-Criminal Justice Act movement, has exposed just how deeply entrapped in workerism the SWP are. By workerism I mean the idea that the workplace is the site of our power, and it is here that we should be concentrating on organizing. The consequence of such an attitude is that struggles outside of the workplace are seen at best as secondary and subordinate to workplace struggles, and at worst are denounced as irrelevant and a distraction to the real struggle. So, for example, the SWP tried to connect to the anti-CJA struggle by saying the act was really all about trying to prevent picketing. Presumably all the arrests of SABs and eco-warriors etc. are just a smokescreen to divert us. Such workerist attitudes basically end in the demand that we get a job, join a union and go on strike. However, for many young people who might have previously joined the SWP, there is now a choice between getting involved in the anti-CJA/direct action movement, which means hanging out with people of your own age, going to parties, taking drugs, living in trees, delocking yourself to bulldozers, squatting, fighting with the cops etc., or you can go to meetings about Trotsky and stand outside supermarkets trying to sell papers. Consequently, it appears the SWP has suffered a drop in its youth membership, and given that students and ex-students are its lifeblood, it appears to be in crisis. The only thing that is keeping it going appears to be the ANL. Given that the SWP had nothing to say about Shoreham beyond stating how under socialism factory farming would be more efficient and animal research would be even better, and that we should all get a job and join in the real struggle, they resorted to claiming that the BNP had been down at Shoreham leafleting against live exports. To my knowledge, this is completely untrue and I have heard no mention of it. It is possible fascists have been to Shoreham, but they have not done so openly and have made no attempt to distribute their filth. And given the number of SABs and the attitude of the local residents, any fascists who tried to openly organize at the demos would have been severely kicked in, not to mention the fact that the police would probably have arrested them on sight to try and avoid provoking yet more public disorder. One timber importer gets it in the neck to the tune of £800, 000, when one of its warehouses is arsoned. The protests didn't just hit the livestock exporters. The constant blockades meant that the other firms at Shoreham went through the most financially damaging 2 months many of them have experienced. Companies at Shoreham include BP, Texaco, dredging firms and timber firms. Shoreham is the second biggest importer of dead trees in the country, importing from the wildernesses of Brazil, Canada, the US, Scandinavia, and Eastern Europe. It is Britain's biggest importer of Russian woods. ARC, one of Britain's largest quarry companies, have lost so much trade they are considering moving. Shipping agent Jim Glover said, "Frequently you can be stranded on the port side of the police cordon in a queue of 60 vehicles waiting to get out." Ha ha ha. It is right to claim that there was a Little Englander mentality among some of the protesters, particularly at the beginning, which saw live exports bound for veal crates as yet another example of the decadent and wicked nature of Johnny Foreigner and as a reason why the British state should immediately withdraw from the European Union. Some Tory blue rinse types at Shoreham did hold this view, one articulated by a Daily Express article that was photocopied and distributed by some of the more naive protesters. This article expressing outrage at French Muslims importing sheep for a religious festival simply allowed the Daily Mail to give vent to its prejudices, allowing them to attack not only French people in general but French Muslims in particular. However, such attitudes among the Shoreham protesters are more than outweighed by people's newfound realization of the nature of factory farming in Britain, and their opposition to a British veal industry. Members of Militant have been much more directly involved in the campaign at Shoreham, but when they have done so it has not been explicitly as members of Militant. They have got involved on their own initiative, initially in the face of hostility from other members of their party, who have failed to adjust to the new realities of life outside of Labour Party subcommittees. Given their experience of canvassing and community organising, particularly in places like Pollock, Militant seem to be gearing up to take a major role in the campaign against live exports at Dover, through their anti-CJA front the Kent Defiance Alliance. Whilst the Trots have been unable to connect to Shoreham, because it isn't a workplace struggle, other groups like Brighton's anti-CJA organisation Justice have failed to get involved in any meaningful sense. Justice did go to Shoreham, en masse on a couple of occasions, but the novelty soon wore off. Even though 10% or more of its active members have been arrested at Shoreham, there has been little collective involvement beyond some office support for the defendants and regular schnews coverage of protests. Given that Justice was and probably still is the largest and most active of the anti-CJA organizations, its failure to break out of the alternative ghetto and connect with a real community struggle is disturbing. Justice's lack of collective involvement is attributable to all the usual reasons, e.g. the fact that most of the organizational work is done by a few very overworked people, that it was busy organizing squats in Brighton, and that many people were off doing direct action at places as far apart as Pollock, Salisbury Hill, and even Berlin. But its lack of involvement can't simply be reduced to this. It's more the case that the anti-live export campaign was never seen as a priority for Justice. This was partly because the police have not used the CJA on a large scale at Shoreham. Only 2 people have been charged with aggravated trespass and both charges were thrown out of court. Also, Justice's disconnection from Shoreham reflects the fact that most of the SABs in the Brighton area have chosen not to get involved in Justice, and most members of Justice are not interested in sabbing. In the absence of a large SAB presence within Justice, pushing the organization to get actively involved in the anti-live export 56 campaign, Shoreham was always going to remain a side issue. More importantly, Justice's failure to connect with a real community struggle was mainly due to the fact that most of its members see themselves as part of an alternative community of young unemployed, one which is ill at ease with a community struggle made up of so-called ordinary people, many of whom are middle-aged and have jobs. Most disturbing was the predictable failure of Brighton autonomists to get involved in the struggle at Shoreham, beyond supporting individual defendants. As the most together political group in the Brighton area, comprising an assortment of anarchists and communists, it has been able to avoid both the pitfalls of workerism and the isolation of the alternative ghetto. and significantly it is well aware of the importance of community organization given its involvement in the anti-poll tax campaign. The reason it has refused to get involved at Shoreham is simply because it sees it as merely an animal rights issue. As a group it is opposed to both the ideology and practice of the animal rights movement. The leading members of Brighton autonomists are representative of the mid-80s split in the anarcho movement between class struggle anarchists and animal rights activists. Indeed, they were actively involved in this acrimonious rupture, and its personal recriminations still haven't been forgotten by either side. If the struggle at Shoreham was about any other issue, all the members of Brighton autonomists would be actively involved. For Brighton autonomists, animal rights is seen as a liberal side issue with no potential for connecting to anything else. Some of their criticisms are valid. Unlike our fellow humans, they can't organize themselves or make their own demands. We can't have relations of solidarity with animals, because they can't struggle. We can only have relations of sympathy with them, projecting our own feelings of alienation and powerlessness onto dewy-eyed calves as symbols of purity and innocence in a world out of our control. But it has to be said that the fact that people are moved to confront the state by the suffering of animals at least gives us hope that people are not completely alienated. Also, Brighton autonomists' criticism of the obsessive insularity of many people in the animal rights ghetto strikes a chord with anyone who has spent time in Brighton. But at the very moment when the anti-live export campaign is involving local communities in daily confrontation with the state, groups like Brighton autonomists can only sit on the sidelines and worry about the expansion of the animal rights movement. Conclusion. Over the last 6 months we've seen a local community coming together and using direct action to oppose live exports. Residents have quickly learned that direct action means confronting the police, which means risking arrest and should mean supporting those who have been arrested. Local people have faced down and humiliated Sussex police. Ivyho were forced to call in the Met and other forces to put down the protests. Despite having their area invaded by over 1,000 police and almost 400 people arrested, local residents have refused to be intimidated. Most importantly, Shoreham residents have won. The exporters have pulled out because Sussex police could only afford to escort convoys 2 days a week, and this didn't allow the traders to make a profit. Not only has the public order operation almost bankrupted Sussex police, but it has earned them the undying hatred of the most active protesters. People who previously supported the police now treat them with contempt. Some protesters are now making connections between their struggles and those of other working-class communities. I've heard middle-aged protesters taunt the police about the Bradford riots. I've seen previously respectable Shoreham ladies holding a police doll, voodoo style, engaged in a heated argument about which coppers need pins sticking in them. And at a meeting, after the end of shipments from Shoreham, 700 local residents cheered when one of the speakers tentatively pointed out that the police were agents of the state whose role was to protect politicians and the rich. This was followed by proposals for Waldie Grave to do a sponsored parachute jump with only an empty rucksack. Furthermore, many protesters don't see the stopping of live exports from Shoreham as the end. They see it as an opportunity to get involved in other struggles either at Dover or against the local Shamrock Monkey Farm. Many people are enjoying the feeling of solidarity that comes from standing together against the state and have no wish to return to their previous existence. For many, the campaign against live exports is the best thing that ever happened to them. It is up to local activists, who have been involved at Shoreham, to show these people that they can use the same tactics in other situations. As eco-activists, when we talk about community support, we normally mean a few people bringing us cups of tea. Imagine what effect 300 local residents who were prepared to disrupt road construction on a daily basis would have. Animal antics. In Ceres, California, a gopher was found on school grounds by a student, who turned it over to 3 school janitors. The janitors attempted to kill the gopher by freezing it to death with the spray from several cans of a freezing solvent used to clean floors. After the attempted extermination, one of the janitors tried to light a cigarette, which ignited the solvent and blew the janitors out of the utility room. 19 people were injured by the explosion. The gopher survived, and was later released to a field. F. Journal, Brigid 1996 from Dodd number 6. No Opencast. No Opencast is a campaign run by the National Union of Mine Workers and supported by Women Against Pit Closures and members of the miners' support groups. Since early 1995 there has been an informal cooperation between the No Opencast campaign and Earth First, ERS. This has culminated, so far, in the action in Derbyshire on Friday, October 31, 1997. On this action an Opencast site, owned by H.J. Banks Mining Company, was visited early in the morning by around 250 activists. Within 2 hours the mine was put out of operation, with estimates of the damage caused ranging from £375,000 to £4 million. This article attempts to give some background information to this campaign and action but also raises some questions and possible contradictions about its history and aims. Opencast mining is one of the most ecologically destructive mining methods in use today. To gain access to the raw material wanted it involves the excavation, removal, and irreparable destruction of huge quantities of the surface ecosystem and the earth below it. Local people have to endure noise, vibration, and severe dust pollution. Villages are torn apart by heavy trucks and evidence is growing to show the link between the pollution caused by opencast mining and the incidence of respiratory diseases in children. When the mine is exhausted and the operators have made off with their profits, the problems for the people that live near the site persist. Although the process is the same for whatever is being mined, this article is specifically referring to the issues surrounding opencasting mining for coal here in the UK. Recent history. Opencast mining has undergone a massive expansion in recent years, yet this has nothing to do with any particular energy policy pushed by the government. It has far more to do with a political vendetta by the state to smash the militant resistance to exploitation shown by mining communities over the years. In 1972 and 1974 the miners went on strike to protest against the government's policy of drastic cuts in public sector workers' pay. In 1972 the state was unprepared, coal stocks were low and this caused an energy crisis resulting in extensive power cuts. In 1974 the then Prime Minister decided to call a snap general election under the slogan, "Who rules the country, the miners or the government?" He lost and was bundled out of power. Margaret Thatcher came to power in 1979, nursing a desire for revenge against the miners. She bided her time and by 1984 was ready. Coal stocks were high and she set out to provoke the miners' unions into strike action in the spring when energy demand was lower. A program of deep shaft mine closures was announced. The National Union of Mine Workers predicted that if it went ahead more would follow and the industry would be decimated. They went on strike not just to protect their jobs, but also their communities and their way of life. What transpired was a year-long strike, one of the hardest fought and bitterest in this country's history. It eventually ended in defeat for the miners and a further round of pit closures ensued. By 1992 the coal industry in this country was down to a fraction of its former size and only the most modern and productive pits had survived. Michael Heseltine, the then president of the Board of Trade, announced the closure of a further 31 pits. The pretext for this was that there was no longer a market for British coal, yet the real reason was to pave the way for the casualisation of labour and the privatisation of the coal industry by destroying any last vestiges of resistance from the miners. Hand in hand with this closing of the deep shaft mines came the expansion of the opencast coal mining industry with its smaller casual workforce that is easier to exploit without organised resistance. It is these very towns and villages that bore the brunt of the 1984/5 strike which, having had their communities and future weakened and in some cases destroyed, are now under attack from destructive opencast sites. To give some indication of this, look at the arrest statistics for this strike. They included 4,089 for conduct likely to cause a breach of the peace, 1,682 for obstruction of the police, 640 for obstruction of the highway, 1,015 for criminal damage, 359 for assault on the police, 137 for riot and 509 for unlawful assembly. The strike also provided the final fine-tuning of the police into the paramilitary force that they are today. For more details on this read, State of Siege, Politics and Policing in the Coalfields Miners' Strike 1984 by Jim Coulter, Susan Miller, and Martin Walker. Opposition to opencast grows. Opencast mining, as mentioned earlier, is notorious for its air, noise, and water pollution and increasingly is being linked with respiratory problems. The main focus, so far, for local opposition groups fighting opencast mining have been these health issues, and most planning applications have been fought on this aspect of opencast alone. Since 1995, however, FERS have been addressing the wider ecological effects of opencasting. One of the first groups to do this, Leeds took action in early 1995 targeting an opencast site in Yorkshire, and at about the same time Welsh activists were setting up camps at Siller and Brynhenlys sites near Swansea. IHE's actions, amongst others, led to an increasing alliance between FERS and the No Opencast campaign, which raises some questions I will attempt to address later. For an account of resistance to opencasting in Wales, see Autonomy, Resistance, and Mediation. The Dynamics of Reclaim the Valleys, on page 74 in Dodd No. 6. Smash the State. On January 5, 1997, a group of around 100 anti-opencast campaigners descended on Chatsworth House in Derbyshire, the ancestral home of the Duke of Devonshire. The Duke owns huge swathes of Derbyshire and allows developers to opencast large areas of it, although not near Chatsworth, of course. A sound system played loud recordings of noise from an opencast site so that the people who are routinely subjected to it could give him a feeling of what it was like. 3 people got inside his house and waved flags from the windows whilst others held banners outside. The Duke's right-hand man mingled with the activists, handing out press statements and saying that the Duke would be out in a minute. His peace offering of warm soup was turned over on the ground, and after much venom flying in his direction he eventually retreated behind his wrought iron gates for protection. Scotland, too, increasingly was being ripped up for opencasting, as many at last year's gathering near Glasgow witnessed firsthand. However, due to the fact that all the villages affected were small, and the rural population distribution was fragmented, the opposition mounted was fairly ineffective. The No Opencast campaign was getting increasingly frustrated by the loaded planning process and the blatant attempts to destroy mining communities, and decided to take more radical action. This led to a series of joint actions with Earth First, ERS, the first of which was the initial visit to Heseltine's garden. After this, the No Opencast campaign and FERS started to work closely together. As well as this, the widespread opposition against opencasting across most of the country led to, amongst other things, Friends of the Earth organizing a conference of anti-opencast campaigners in early 1996. It was attended by local opposition groups and led to the creation of an English and Welsh network, administered by FO and now comprising over 120 anti-opencast groups. More specifically, it is coordinated by Tim Sander of Chesterfield FO. Tim is now being sued by John Wilson of Fitzwise Limited, a notorious opencast company. Wilson alleges that in November 1995 Tim produced an agenda for a public meeting libeling him as a hypocrite for moving house in anticipation of an opencast mine being opened nearby. Tim denies the libel, refuses to apologize, and is contesting the case. There is no legal aid for libel cases so Tim is representing himself. Tis is clearly an attempt to squash resistance to opencasting and to act as a warning to others. Messages of support and donations for legal costs to Tim Sander C/O Friends of the Earth, 26-28 Underwood Street, London, NL7JQ, UK. Telephone, 0171490-1555. Reports and thoughts on the action in Derbyshire. What follows are 3 accounts of, and some opinions on, the No Opencast action in Derbyshire on Friday, October 31, 1997, all written by activists who were there. As well as this, there is a short piece on some possible contradictions and problems with the nature of the alliance between radical ecologists and the No Opencast campaign. All this lurking about in the dark inspired a lot of giggling. We met in a squat in London and there were maybe 60 people or so. The idea was that we would hide out there, leave in the middle of the night and arrive at the open cast site in Derbyshire at 5 or 6 in the morning. The time until then was to be well spent in planning our actions. We were given briefing sheets, explaining what we were going to do. These were counted out and counted back in again and then burnt before we left the building. No one was supposed to go in or out of the building until we all left together. I was posted on guard duty to make sure no one got out. All very mission, impossible. Meanwhile, with the aid of some big bits of paper on the floor and marker pens, everyone crowding around was given some idea of the layout of the site and what targets we should head for when we were in. This action appears to have been one of the few occasions when all the rhetoric about how affinity groups are the way forward constantly spouted by FERS in this country actually seemed to materialize into something. We split up into affinity groups to go off and decide in private what we were each individually up for running about, trashing stuff, occupying machinery etc. and what we wanted to head for machinery, vehicles, offices etc. You have to come equipped if you're going to be sabotaging things, and as none of my spectacularly well-prepared group had brought anything or thought about it at all, we decided we weren't going to be monkey-wrenching. However, some people in my group did have a clever plan which could be more widely adopted. They were dressed head to toe in standard activist colors with hooded tops and combat boots etc. Yet underneath this regulation anarcho garb they were wearing rainbow-colored hippie jumpers. Thus they could cunningly evade police surveillance and confuse police stereotypes. We had a big school trip type coach to take us to the site, so we all piled on, the tough kids grabbing the back seat and the SWAT sitting up front in time-honored fashion. As we hit the motorway we were informed that all mobile phones had to be wrapped in the silver foil that was being passed around to prevent them being used to track our progress by the police. The whole planning of the action operated on roughly this level of paranoia. Over the top? Well, maybe. We were woken up 5 or 10 minutes before arrival with chocolate and whiskey, which made us all feel a lot better about being in the middle of nowhere at 6 in the morning. As per usual prior to an action I was all nerves and butterflies in the stomach. I've never been able to account for this, as when the action starts I'm relatively calm and in control. We all piled out of the coach and attempted to keep quiet and hid behind a hedge that ran along the side of the road. It was cold and dark but dawn was just breaking. Because of the military precision of the timing we had to hide behind the hedge for about 5 minutes until exactly the time set for us to go over the top into the site. People from other towns and areas would be entering the site from different directions at 1-minute intervals to meet up with our London crew. All this lurking about in the dark inspired a lot of giggling that did not sit well with the highly organized timing and precision. This wasn't helped by the fact that we had to keep our heads down below the hedge every time a car came past. The bobbing up and down only produced more giggling and noisy shushing and more giggling. We all poured over the flimsy barbed wire fence and up the steep embankment that marked the perimeter of the open cast site. Getting to the top of the slope was rather an anticlimax. There was just a big deserted site on the other side. We stopped running and sort of ambled in a big straggly group, all semblance of military order now gone. We weren't really sure which direction to go, so we all just followed the crowd. "Baa!" shouted some wit from the rear. The whole action had this weird character. We encountered no resistance, which gave the whole thing rather an odd dynamic. It's like the two sides define each other by opposition, take away our opposition, and it all felt rather formless. As often is the case when we are successful, we become victims of our own success and don't know what to do with the totally unexpected situation of actually outwitting the cops and not being faced with a set piece. Everyone knows their role: cops versus activists confrontation. With no antagonism, no adrenaline rush of confrontation, there is no opposition to give us a focus. There was no such focus here, so we just sort of ambled about. Our affinity group sort of fell apart as one guy said he'd catch us up as he just had to go off and chat to a friend. It was good the way the whole event was a chance to catch up with old friends from the other end of the country, faces remembered from past actions and evictions, but it did mean the planned organization of people into affinity groups kind of fell apart. A van with headlights full on was driving around the site and seemed to have seen us but drove off in a different direction. There was an initial impulse to hide from them, but we quickly realized this was pretty pointless. If they didn't know we were here yet, they soon would do. The few mine workers or security who were on site basically stayed out of our way in their little porta-cabin things throughout the action. My affinity group / bunch of useless mates soon spotted a great big digging thing on the edge of a rather large hole, which we quickly climbed all over. On the top of the pneumatic arm thing we got a great view of the whole site and also got covered in great globs of disgusting grease. From our vantage point we could see other groups arriving from every side of the site. One bunch marched below us led by a bloke in a silly wizard's hat and a drum. "That's Manchester," someone said. We exchanged a few yips and whistles and clenched fist salutes with them and saw another bunch arriving a bit further around the perimeter of the site. This lot looked like local / ex-miners, and they climbed all over some digging things. We sang revolutionary songs and posed on the top of the digging arm doing clenched fist salutes for the local / ex-miners' cameras. From our vantage point we could see various bits of machinery, diggers, huge trucks etc. around the site from which banging, crashing sounds were emanating. Soon I was told we had to vacate our adopted digger because some people had come to trash it. This kind of set the tone for the whole action. I had gone along with our affinity group decision just to occupy the site and not to trash anything, but now it seemed the only thing to do was trash things. The only things in an open cast mine are trucks, diggers, big bits of machinery etc. It is very unwise to be sitting on a piece of machinery that has been sabotaged when the police arrive. It's kind of like asking for it. So seeing as pretty much every piece of machinery in the place was damaged in some way within half an hour of arrival, I felt pretty redundant. Almost as soon as we were into the site people were saying, "There's nothing to do now, everything's been trashed, we might as well leave." Which was kind of odd and disempowering. The attitude of the ego warrior that if you can't climb a tree then there's no point in you being here and there's nothing you can do except make the tea has been recognized as an actual and potential problem in our movement. The open cast action did to an extent suffer from the same division of labor. If I weren't prepared enough to trash machinery then you could end up feeling pretty superfluous. Was this just another example of the production of a hierarchical division between the full-on activists and the ground support? What's the point of a mass action if it's all over so quickly and there is nothing for the mass of people to do? L got the impression that people were getting more bold as dawn broke, the sun rose and there were still no police or security. It felt like we were a bunch of kids who had been left completely unsupervised at playtime. I think there is some similarity here with the Newberry reunion rampage of January 1997 when equipment was torched that had earlier been sabbed. I think this shows an escalating threshold of confidence in what people think they can get away with. It was a similar thing here. Various bits of kit had some initial damage done to them, i.e. slashing or letting down the tires, which was then improved on by people going round an hour or so later making sure the job was done more thoroughly. These have been nicknamed quality control teams. People were going around asking, "Has that been done?" and then checking to make sure it had been done properly. Most damage was fairly invisible, not like the spectacular fires at the reunion rampage. Fire looks really cool, but we had been informed in no uncertain terms at the pre-meeting that fire in a coal mine was not a very good idea. The main visible damage I saw was some very obvious smashing of windows. It felt very odd seeing such highly illegal night work being carried out in the light of day, as the early morning sun was rising and the mist still clung to the damp grass. Bizarre and exhilarating. After everyone had explored a bit, chatted to friends new or old, and most stuff had been disabled in at least some form, people began to congregate at a point where an access road to the mine workings cut between two very steep slopes or semi-cliffs. Perched on top of one of these was one of the mobile lighting rigs used to illuminate the mine workings at night. It was just too inviting. Pretty soon a group of 20 or 30 of us were trying our damnedest to push it over the edge. Although our efforts were fairly feeble and the end result was something less than the spectacular crash we had hoped for, This was an example of collective action somewhat different to the sabbing of diggers etc. that had been going on earlier. That seemed to rely on a division between those with the specialized skills, tools, and confidence to take it on, and those who lacked these things, whereas here anyone could get involved with the already existing mass of people attempting to heave the lighting thing off the cliff. It was the sort of damage that could only be carried out by a mass of people. It was much more inclusive. However, despite this, most people didn't join in but stood around as spectators to our efforts. Maybe they couldn't see us or didn't realize we could do with some help. Even on an action, it takes time to break out of everyday passivity and become an active collectivity. E.g. At the Newbury protests in early 1996, there were examples of whole groups of people standing around watching others being arrested and not diving in and attempting to arrest them. Even on an action, feelings of powerlessness can overwhelm you, or you can fall into regarding the actions of others as a spectacle. This is where any division of labor into climbers and ground support or saboteurs and ordinary protesters can be a real liability, and where confrontation can help. It focuses us as an antagonistic mass, unifies our purpose. I know. I've felt both things myself quite often. At Newbury I felt like a powerless spectator to a drama of security guards and tree house dwellers carried out before a backdrop of crashing trees. Likewise, I have on occasion felt myself as part of a powerful united mass with a common purpose, usually in opposition to a common enemy, almost always the police. Of course, the main feeling on actions is just weirdness. Any action that is halfway successful is just not like ordinary life. You can tell a really bad demo because it is just like ordinary life. There is no question of rupture in the seamless banality of the everyday. Normally, if you were merely physically obstructing the site, the strategy would be to stay as long as possible. Here, staying on the site any longer than absolutely necessary would have been foolish, just asking to be carted off. We were faced with a dilemma: stay and fuck things up more since we had the chance and risk getting caught, or scarper while the going was good. The general feeling seemed to be that we should all leave en masse now that the job had been done. They just walked past the 2 or 3 cops at the front gate. We had trashed an entire opencast site right under their noses and they were powerless to stop us. It felt good seeing the cops so powerless. We must have looked so smug. No wonder they arrested everyone later in the day at the office occupation. We had a big circle meeting just outside the gate to the site and decided to split up. Some people went to leaflet the local town, some went to the offices of the opencast company, and the rest of us went to the local cafe and were shocked to find we had just trashed an entire opencast mine to the tune of hundreds of thousands or possibly even millions of pounds and had finished the job in time for breakfast. Quickest action I've ever been on. This action shows we can pull off big actions with enough planning and organization. Since Whatley in December 95, and excluding the semi-spontaneous pyromania of the reunion rampage, there has been rather a record of failure with big national actions, for example the Sea Empress anniversary action at Milford Haven in February 97, the abortive action at Shoreham Harbour in May 97. Superior planning and organization plus the handy expedient of not telling them beforehand where we were going allowed us on this occasion to totally outwit them. The police can't act spontaneously and are very bad at responding if you catch them by surprise. It is here that our advantage lies, and when we do successfully surprise them we can get away with an incredible amount. We need to make links, build numbers, and have more big mass actions that are inclusive of people from outside the activist community. Leafleting the local area and talking to local people was a most valuable and decidedly unsexy job that needed to be done, and I am ashamed to an extent that I did not join the Leafleting the Village posse. One big fried breakfast later and everyone seemed to have split up. Lots of people had gone to the pub I think, but we couldn't find which one, so school trip over, we lazed about in the sun waiting for the coach to take us home. We got talking to a bunch of local kids who told us they regularly broke into the site and nicked and damaged things. A fitting end to our childlike playtime of unsupervised sabotage. There was mutual respect between rebellious kids of all ages. A smashing good time. Around 200 activists arrived by 3 different routes at the opencast mine at Tibshelf, Derbyshire at approximately 6:15 am. The site was completely undefended and the activists were immediately confronted with diggers and 6 cat dumpers lined up. At first people sat on the diggers, but it became increasingly obvious that there was no one to obstruct. 2 security guards in a landy approached the diggers, sized up the number of activists and then buggered off again. What followed was systematic actions of revenge for earth rape, the like of which I haven't seen for a while. The 6 super dumpers, 4 or 5 standard cat diggers, 1 super duper digger and at least 4 lighting rigs were trashed before the activists had even wrecked the entire site. Not content with only superficial damage, quality control teams were doing the rounds of the site, putting the finishing touches to any of the machinery. Near the northern entrance of the site more plant was attacked, and when finally confronted with a police presence, a digger had its hydraulics trashed in front of them by a mainly masked-up crowd. Probably the best lessons of the action were the surprise factor gained by the frankly paranoid organization of the action and the fact that at last the majority of people on site were masked up or at least attempted some form of disguise. The action was euphoric and good-natured, with the workers waved at rather than intimidated. Damage estimates have been suggested at around £4M. All in all, an incredible start to a week of Earth Nights. What were the aims of the action? We have a strange history. Largely a series of victorious defeats which may have muddied the water when it comes to assessing levels of success and failure. The No Opencast action on Friday, October 31st was very well organized and certainly no failure, but I find it difficult to go along fully with the celebrations of its success. For me, the action raised a number of difficult questions about our strategy and direction. And it left me with a gnawing feeling that when the pound signs light up on the criminal damage register, our critical attitude goes to the wind. So, what were the aims of our action? To inflict the maximum financial damage on HJ banks? To create an interface, an active living point of contact between the No Opencast campaign, the local population, other interested angered people and the workforce? To build the campaign, catalyze further actions and help it gain strength? To generate a feeling of empowerment and collectivity within the movement? This action mainly achieved the first and fourth objectives. However, I would argue in this instance that on this particular day the first objective was the least important. Let's face it, in anything other than exceptional circumstances a one-day action will not bring a company to its knees. But because we privileged this course of action, we could never get to grips with any wider objectives. My main criticism is that while a small group of committed activists succeeded in bringing the site to a halt, it was done in a way that made involving others very difficult. Sure, I helped hand out leaflets in the local town, tip shelf, but that was after the action had occurred. All that people could do then was join a small group standing round the entrance gates of a site that wasn't working. Of course, it's a good thing it wasn't working, but if it hadn't been working because we were in occupation, people could have come and been part of an active crowd stopping the work. Presumably the campaign against opencast mines will only grow if it can somehow engage people. Some may argue that mobilizing support occurs before the event as part of the networking process, but surely the revolutionary potential of direct action can only be realized when people see it as something that they can get involved with, when it creates circumstances which can catalyze farther acts of subversion. Was the action empowering? People certainly felt empowered, but still, questions remain. Individual feelings of empowerment may or may not be connected to whether we are being successful on a much wider level. A mass action is surely at its best when through our collective power we achieve things that would have been difficult or impossible for a smaller group to do. Sometimes of course it's just better to have shitloads of people. You only need one person to occupy a crane, but with 30 it just feels so much better. In an ongoing campaign where the sites are well secured, it may only be possible to damage machinery with a crowd for cover. On the day of the opencast action, as far as I'm aware, we didn't do much that 5 people with a spare night and some aluminium oxide couldn't have done. In practical terms, what I'm suggesting is that some of us should have occupied the machinery for the day while others went round the area trying to get people involved in the occupation. People may think that would have been a waste of time when we could effectively stop work through criminal damage without the effort of an occupation, and if financial damage were our prime objective, this would be true. If it was just one of a number of objectives, then some kind of occupation makes more sense. As it was, the action took place in a vacuum in which there was little opportunity for it to go beyond itself. Also, couldn't we have occupied a much larger site, a site where the numbers we had would have actually counted? Given the absence of mainstream media interest, and the very real problems of dealing with a capitalist media, it seems even more crucial to look at how our activities actually communicate their message. For me, the best media is the action itself and the build-up to it. Knocking on doors, handing out leaflets, stalls, flypasting, etc. Actions bring these activities to life, but only actions where there is a real presence. Sometimes it feels as if we are becoming some Bakuninist revolutionary cadre who believe change will come through our actions alone. Although the damage on the day seemed opportunistic rather than planned, it may still be worth reflecting on how we situate this activity. Criminal damage is not necessarily a good or bad thing. It's a tactic, and the context in which it is used gives the act its meaning and value. Like violence or nonviolence, it can become ideological, i.e., be given a value outside its tactical importance, a value in itself. One of the problems with criminal damage is that it feels so damn good. More real perhaps than other methods. For an activist, it can become a kind of identity-forming ritual in the same way that happens with the martyrdom of nonviolence or the revolutionary heroism of violence. This is not to suggest we should be striving for some neutral tactics which we then apply coldly to our strategy. Obviously, methods create and incur meanings. It's really just to say that we should be wary of privileging a method over its context. One last question: was it necessary for this action to be secret? If it had been open, there would have been more opportunity to involve people from the surrounding area, and in all likelihood have a bigger overall turnout. Given the nature of an open cast site, it would be very difficult for the police to stop a determined crowd from carrying out an occupation. And on the other hand, if somehow they managed to stop us, forcing a gigantic police mobilization on behalf of open casting might itself be a kind of success. Sometimes, a more open approach may help develop a larger and more political crowd, and in consequence force up the political cost of countering our actions. Reopen the deep mines. Over my dead body. The action in October 1997 at Dole Hill Opencast site sparked off some thought on the collaboration between radical ecologists and the No Opencast campaign, and this particular alignment raises interesting questions about the nature of forming alliances with other groups engaged in struggle. There seems to be two areas that are potentially problematic with this particular coalition. These are, firstly, the nature of a driving force behind the campaign, the National Union of Mine Workers, and then secondly, the stated aims of the No Opencast campaign itself. Although the number is radical in appearance, in reality, just like all the other unions, a reformist and bureaucratic organization. This can be seen, not just from a purely theoretical standpoint, but by its actual behavior in times of heightened struggle. The traditional leftists' view of unions is as workers' self-defense organizations, there to fight for the needs of the workers themselves. Yet, if we look through history, we see there is far more to unions than this. What then do they do if not the above? The answer is that they negotiate with the bosses. They negotiate the going rate for the exploitation of the workers and thus act as a manager for the needs of capital. Unions play out a particular role in this society, and this is summed up by Lord Balfour when he said, "Trade union organization was the only thing between us and anarchy." The accusation has also been made that the Number and the No Opencast campaign have latched onto the ecological direct action movement in order to advance their inherently reformist and unecological aims of reopening the deep shaft mines. Is this true? Are we being used as cannon fodder for these aims, or are we using them to forward our aims of shutting down all opencast sites without reopening the deep mines? Whilst I stand with the miners in supporting their struggle to defend their communities, there are limits. This is especially true when the publicity put out by the campaign about actions I am on is something I fundamentally disagree with. Reopen the deep shaft mines. There are potential problems with workers-run industries evidenced by the fact that Tower Hill Colliery, a mine that was threatened with closure and then bought, and since run, by the workers themselves, has recently entered into a partnership with Celtic Energy, notorious and hated opencast company. The similarity with the support given to the Liverpool dockers has been noted by other people, yet I feel that there are two fundamental differences here. Firstly, not only were the dockers fighting the Merseyside Docks and Harbour Company who sacked them, but they were also battling against their union, the Transport and General Workers Union, that had deserted and actively worked against them. This is partly why the link-up with the dockers was so important. We were working with the people themselves, not their representatives, the union. Yet with the No Opencast campaign we are working alongside the number, a union of the same ilk that sold the dockers out so cold-heartedly. Secondly, the docks, in my ideal world, would be closed. They are an integral part of the insane system of mass production and consumption that I oppose. Despite this, whilst they are open, we should support and fight for the demands of the traditional workforce of the dockers to work there, as opposed to casual labor with all its vestiges of organized resistance crushed. Yet, were the docks to close, I would not get involved in a fight to reopen them, which in essence is half of what the No Opencast campaign is asking to happen with the deep mines. What are we, as radical ecologists, doing getting involved in a struggle to reopen major industries? For instance, when nuclear power is finally wound up, and car factories closed down, are we going to get involved in campaigns to reopen them as well? Having said all of the above, contradictions are not something we should be afraid of and aim to avoid by adopting some puritanical green line, even if that it were actually possible. People change their views and aims, particularly through being involved with direct action, and also when arguments are presented to them in a coherent way. It is, although we seem not to know it, possible to be in a working alliance with people that we share some common ground with and still criticize them on particular aspects of their views. Maybe it is as a result of our relative political naivete that this does not seem to have happened with this campaign. What we do need to decide is on what grounds we form coalitions on, with whom and why. To do this we need to talk, both amongst ourselves and also to others. This is how we will learn and advance our actions. I have, rather sadly, no final conclusion to this writing and the questions, if any, it raises about Earth First and the No Opencast campaign. If truth be told, I have attempted to provoke some thought on thorny issues by trying to raise them in the above article, which should in no way be taken as total rejection and criticism of any of the individuals or groups involved in past and present struggles against the farther encroachment of the capital and the state. I respect and acknowledge that we have much to learn from the miners and similar struggles. What I am suggesting is that we do not lose our critical faculties when it comes to these issues. We must, if we are to change the world to one we want, an ecological one devoid of exploitation, oppression and hierarchy, get involved with other people resisting particular aspects of the system. This will involve working with people that we do not necessarily totally agree with on every ideal, and even if we do, as some great wit once said, if you feel comfortable in your coalition, then it's not broad enough. There is a forthcoming No Opencast action later this year. For more details of this and the ongoing resistance to opencast mining, contact No Opencast Campaign, C/0190 Shepherd's Bush Road, London, W67NL, UK. Telephone, 01817673142 or 01816729698. For current anti-mining/quarrying camp details, see Carry On Camping on page 54 in this issue of Dodd. The New Luddite War. We will destroy genetic engineering. 2 years ago, direct action against genetic engineering in Britain was non-existent. 2 years later, and it has become one of the main struggles in which our movements are involved. Hundreds of new people have got active in everything from mass trashings to nighttime sabotage. With over 70 experimental genetically modified test sites destroyed, our action is crippling the advance of the technology. This article will cover how the campaign has evolved and some of the reasons why it is so important that genetic engineering is stopped. Many newspapers have covered the ecological and health disasters that could arise if genetic engineering goes badly wrong. Instead, this article will chart the ecological, social and health disasters that will arise if genetic engineering goes badly right. Though Britain has been the country where actions against genetic engineering have really kicked off, people have been resisting for over a decade all over the world. The first outdoor genetic test site was a crop of genetically engineered strawberries at the University of California in 1987. The night after the plants had been transplanted earth first, ERS climbed fences, evaded security guards and succeeded in pulling up all 2,000 plants. In 1989 Earth First, ERS destroyed yet more test sites in the US, which in turn inspired actions in Holland where 3 test sites were dug up. Claiming responsibility for the Dutch attacks, the Raging Diggers stated in their July 1991 communiqué. The destruction of a test field is designed to both start a discussion on the subject of biotechnology, as well as to offer a direct counter to pro-biotechnology propaganda in the form of sabotage. Throughout the early and mid-90s, a growing alliance of Indian peasant groups organized against GM and the patenting of seeds. The campaign, which involved everything from setting up community seed banks to the mass destruction of an installation belonging to the multinational Cargill, culminated in a 500,000-strong demonstration. Back in Europe, 1996 saw German eco-anarchists squatting fields to stop them being planted as genetic test sites. A third of all sites were prevented from being sown that year, and many of those which had been sown were subsequently sabotaged. By the end of the year 12 sites had been dug up, and the remaining experiments were under 24-hour police guard. Crop squats and anti-GM actions in Germany continued throughout the following year. The growing international nature of the resistance showed itself on April 21, 1997, when activists simultaneously occupied Monsanto's head offices in both Britain and America. 2 weeks later, a GM potato test site was dug up belonging to the Federal Research Institute of Germany. The leader of the research project described it as a direct hit. On the 8th of June, just 5 days after the action in Germany, the superheroes against genetics decided to play cricket on a GM potato test field site just outside Cambridge. Due to the nature of a somewhat muddy and sticky wicket, potatoes replaced the traditional red ball. Fielders had a difficult time of it, most of the batting resulting in the balls being smashed to pieces, or else being lost amongst upturned soil. The entire GM crop was destroyed. Days after the first British GM test site sabotage, Germany saw another field dug up, this time GM sugar beet. Around 2 months later, more sites were dug up in Britain, followed in November 97 by the first of many GM site trashings by the French Confederation Paysanne. The following year saw a massive escalation of direct action in Britain with numerous office occupations and test site sabotages. In 1998, over 30 test sites were destroyed, including 7 rapeseed oil experiments in different parts of the country on the same night. Last year also saw the first genetic experiment planted in Ireland. Almost immediately the experiment was dug up, never to be replaced. The year ended with the Indian farmers in Karnataka launching Operation Cremate Monsanto by setting fire to 3 of the company's crops. Already this year, over 33 sites have been destroyed in Britain, either through covert action at night or mass trashings in daylight. During the glorious carnival against capital in the City of London on June 18, the British HQ of agribusiness multinational Cargill was closed down and its windows and foyer smashed up. The international aspect has grown too, with Indian farmers visiting a squatted genetic test site in Essex and blockading a pro-GM greenwash institute in London. On the other side of the channel, the French peasants are continuing their actions, while across the Atlantic, American activists have destroyed 3 test sites, one action claimed by the cropotistas. As I write, 3 people have been remanded in prison for alleged conspiracy to cause criminal damage at a GM maize field in Lincolnshire. For those unaware of what lies behind genetic engineering, this explosion of activity around the globe might seem strange. The next part of the article will aim to give a bit of background to the issues of power behind the struggle. Elite technology weaponry for the class war. Enveloped in darkness, They walk silently through the fields, groups of friends intent on destruction. The elite's new technology was their target, and night after night they laid their blows at progress. The repression started, but while captured comrades languished in prison, others walked the nighttime paths. I could be describing today's campaign against genetic engineering, but I am not. These bands of merry friends are of the past, and despite bravery, imagination, and countless escapades they failed. The war waged at the beginning of the last century by the Luddites of northern England against the elite's new technology, the emerging factory system, was lost, drowned in blood and compromise. The following years saw an armed uprising by the rural poor against new technologies in agriculture, but that too was defeated. The price of such defeats is the ecological destruction, pathologically warped emotions, and wage slavery of global industrialism. A strange tale to tell in an article about the resistance to genetic engineering? No. On the nights I have helped destroy genetic test sites, I have thought of people, like those described above, who walked the nighttime paths before me. Listening to their voices both inspires me and helps me pick out the truth otherwise drowned out by the cacophony of corporate propaganda. With vast budgets, the PR departments of the GM companies are trying to convince us that their technology is aimed at feeding the poor and increasing food production. The Luddites of the past remind us of the reality, that the technologies foisted upon the poor by the elite are aimed at accruing profit and power. As one Indian scientist put it, monocultures spread not because they produce more, but because they control more. We and the Luddites are fighters in the same war. 200 years ago, the English elite's main enemy was the peasantry, who lived for the most part outside the cash economy and were forever rising up. The elite used the enclosure of land and the mechanization of crafts and agriculture to crush the rebellious autonomy of the English poor. The class was eradicated by physical force and the elite's technology, and forced either to become wage slaves in the emerging factories or on the farms of the rich. 200 years, and many struggles later, the British poor are for the most part wasting their life in crap jobs or depressed and drug-ridden on the dole, their rebelliousness almost totally extinguished, our history forgotten. Meanwhile, the now global elite continues to wage a war on the class that remains the main threat to its existence, the global peasantry. The relative autonomy and link with the land which fueled the Zapatistas in Mexico, the Viet Cong in Vietnam, and the MST in Brazil has to be destroyed. This is where genetic engineering comes in. The new technologies being pushed by the food industry, a sector which has more companies in the top 1,000 than any other, aim to purposefully destroy the social fabric that keeps the land community together and to fully incorporate the peasantry into the global cash economy. The threat is neutralized and becomes fuel for the machine's further expansion. To understand genetic engineering, you have to look at the process it is part of. The last 30 years have seen, in what was called the Green Revolution, massive industrialization of agriculture in the Third World. The highly expensive inputs for industrial agriculture, machines, pesticides, etc., have forced millions of small farmers off their land. Mechanization has made redundant many jobs done by agricultural laborers. This process is purposeful, as it was 200 years ago when the elite dispossessed our ancestors. As one pro-industrialization advocate put it, economic development is not compatible with the maintenance of a people's traditional customs. What is needed is a change in the totality of their culture and their psychological attitude, their way of life. What is therefore required amounts to social disorganization. Unhappiness and discontentment in the sense of wanting more than is obtainable is to be generated. The suffering and dislocation that is caused is the price that has to be paid for economic development. The poor pay the price while the elite reap the profit. Radical social movements usually can't keep up with the rapid rate of social change, failing to effectively organize. As a result, the dispossessed turn the violence of the Green Revolution, not on their enemies, but on their own class and families. Increases in suicide, the domestic abuse of both women and children, and the re-emergence of serious communal/religious conflict have all been linked by Indian eco-feminists to this social dislocation. In general, women bear the brunt of the horror caused, especially the malnourishment and hunger. In her new book, Germaine Greer points out that women are also increasingly burdened with the sole responsibility of child rearing. Lone female-headed families are the poorest sector of the world's population. As the extended family has crumbled under the pressure of urbanization, increasing landlessness, and economic change, men no longer constrained by their elders to live as husbands and fathers have backed away from women and children. 1/4 of all families in the world are headed by a lone female. In the Caribbean, Latin America, and Sub-Saharan Africa it is about a third and rising. Going hand in hand with the destruction of human lives, has been devastation of the ecologies those lives were once a part of. In the Third World, as in Britain, industrial agriculture is responsible for more ecological destruction than any other factor. Corporate PR agencies have been spreading the idea that GM crops will need less chemical spraying and are therefore good for the environment. The truth is that the most common GM plant varieties have been engineered to be herbicide tolerant. This enables a crop to be sprayed with more chemicals than ever before. In general, genetic industrial agriculture is characterized by both continuities and discontinuities with the chemical industrial approach of Green Revolution agriculture. It is continuous with it to the extent that they both share a static, one-dimensional, commodified, fragmented, uniform, toxic, and capital and input-intensive approach to agriculture. Genetic industrial agriculture will continue, and indeed extend, the industrialization of agricultural production, including the practice of monoculture cropping, the replacement of diverse plant varieties with static laboratory-bred varieties, and the use of toxic inputs. Genetic engineering will also enable the destructive practices of industrial agriculture to continue where they may otherwise have reached their limits by creating plants that can tolerate greater quantities of chemical inputs or that are adapted to the soils degraded by industrial agricultural practices. For these reasons, the new genetically engineered seeds and inputs will perpetuate and intensify the environmental problems and concentrations of power and wealth produced by chemical industrial agriculture. Indeed, it is the very same multinational corporations that have developed and continue to sell chemical products and hybrid seeds that are now developing and commercializing the products of genetic engineering. Despite these continuities, the elite's new technologies differ significantly in the mode in which they take hold of nature and reconstitute it in new forms, since they now engage with organisms at the molecular level. In being able to tamper directly with the genetic structure of organisms, and to transfer genes across species boundaries, genetic engineering creates new kinds of ecological dangers as well as new forms of social control. The colonization of the seed. The relative autonomy of the peasantry has always rested on its ability to grow its own food without the major involvement of the market. Every harvest farmers can collect the seeds from their crops and resow the following year. In many ways, the seed both symbolically and actually holds the key to freedom. Understanding this, the elite's new technologies change the seed from a key to freedom to a key to further slavery. One of the most important weapons being developed for use against the rural poor is Terminator technology. Terminator technology allows seed companies to sterilize new varieties, meaning that farmers will not be able to obtain healthy seeds for the following year at harvest. Instead, every year they will have to buy seeds off the corporations. This is once again an extension of the Green Revolution that created hybridized seeds that were by nature sterile. However, in the past, hybridization has not been possible with many crops. Terminator technology will allow companies to sterilize any of their seeds. Research at the moment is aimed at crops such as rice, wheat, sorghum, and soybeans, the basis of a large section of the world's daily survival. To paraphrase Brecht, first control their fodder, then you're in control of their philosophy. Through patents and genetic engineering, new colonies are being carved out. The land, the forests, the rivers, the oceans, and the atmosphere have all been colonized, eroded, and polluted. Capital now has to look for new colonies to invade and exploit for its further accumulation. These new colonies are, in my view, the interior spaces of the bodies of women, plants, and animals. Resistance to is a resistance to the ultimate colonization of life itself, of the future of evolution, as well as the future of non-Western traditions of relating to and knowing nature. It is a struggle to protect the freedom of diverse species to evolve. It is a struggle to protect the freedom of diverse cultures to evolve. Like most dominant technologies in this society, genetic engineering is an ecologically destructive, socially devastating weapon used by the elite in its continuing war of expansion against the wild and the world's poor. In this context, it is handy to remember that Monsanto was the producer of Agent Orange, the chemical defoliant used by America in its war with the peasantry of Vietnam. It is no accident that Chiapas, home to the Mexican Zapatistas, is the first place where GM trees are being commercially grown. Disarming the elite. What strategies can we use? Many reformist campaigners have mistakenly pinned their hopes on two tactics: lobbying government and consumer boycotts. Neither of these tactics can stop or seriously slow down genetic engineering. Lobbying the state will never have an impact because Western governments are in fact corporate fronts and genetic engineering is too important to them. Third world elites who see genetic engineering as a further grasping back of the small amounts of power they have over their turf, almost unanimously oppose patents on life and GM technology. They are irrelevant. None have the power to stand up to the global elite pushing genetic engineering. This was graphically shown at the 1999 International Biosafety Protocol negotiations. As ever, the motives were money and power, with the Americans wanting to continue in their global control, the Europeans trying to reassert their right to the global foray at par with Americans, and the Southerners trying to be spared from continuing to be the prey. The above quote is the view of Dr. Twold Egziabher, the General Manager of Ethiopia's Environmental Protection Authority and chairperson of the African group of delegates at the negotiations. His conclusion was that global elite's aim in running the conference was probably that it merely wished to fool its own public. On the surface, consumer boycotts look more hopeful, at least they hit the companies in the pocket. Due to mad cow disease and other similar crises, the European public are very suspicious of anything the companies and governments say about food. Most people also feel that GM is inherently wrong, that is tampering with nature. Despite massive PR propaganda by both the state and the corporations, this view only solidifies. A report leaked to Greenpeace, written for Monsanto, reveals an ongoing collapse of public support for biotechnology and GM foods. At each point in this project, we keep thinking that we have reached the low point and that public thinking will stabilize, but we apparently have not reached that point. Some retailers interviewed believed there was a 50-50 chance of losing to the pressure groups. Against the odds, thanks mainly to small local demonstrations, trolley blockades, determined leafleting, and pure public cynicism, many retailers are backing out of GM foods. Indeed, the elite is getting very worried at this situation. The deputy head of the American Treasury said in a statement to the Senate this spring that the campaign against genetic engineering in Europe is the greatest block to global economic liberalization presently in existence. People deserve to give themselves a pat on the back for this. However, as the main market for GM crops will be in the third world, consumer boycotts in the first world cannot stop the advancement of genetic engineering. 200 years ago, the English elite was forced to construct its new technological weaponry, the factory system, in hostile territory. Night after night, the Luddites of northern England laid waste to the technology they knew was aimed directly at the destruction of their communities. 200 years later, the elite designs its new technological weapons thousands of miles from the people who will eventually feel the effects. Unable to reach and destroy the experiments themselves, the peasantry are forced to rely on us to be the long ends of the third world. We must make the territory hostile again. The challenge has been taken up and people all over Europe are walking in the footsteps of the Luddites. The test site sabotage is crippling the development of the technology, giving valuable breathing space to third world movements and really beginning to intimidate companies. This year, after many of its test sites were destroyed, Britain's leading plant breeding company, CPB Twyford, announced that it was pulling out of the development of GM crops. In a press statement they said, It was felt that the risks of continuing work with GMOs were not worth taking while the threat of indiscriminate vandalism exists. Other research organizations have also given up on genetics due to the possibility of their crops being uprooted. This includes the Royal Agricultural College, who were told by their insurers that premiums would rise massively if GM crops were planted. Nearly half of all test sites in Britain have been destroyed this year, and the number will continue to rise. As the Luddites of today, we know that given the continuation of this society, halting forever the development of new technological weaponry might not be possible. Even if we don't succeed in stopping genetic engineering, we have already slowed down the introduction of this technology. What this means in real terms is that we've succeeded in delaying the further degradation of the lives of millions of people. We have delayed for months, maybe years, the ecological destruction, hunger, despair and domestic abuse that social dislocation brings. If that is all we succeed in, then we have achieved much. Growing the global land community. As well as the thumb in the dam aspect of anti-GM campaigns, the resistance is serving other purposes. Groups all over the world are linking up, training and learning from each other. France, America, Britain, Holland, Germany, Ireland, and India people are together taking action. The hope for a free and ecological future lies in these embryonic movements which understand their enemies are the machine and its masters, and their comrades the land and its lovers. In helping to catalyze the growth of these revolutionary ecological groups around the world, the elite may have designed a weapon which will rebound on themselves. Under the cover of the masks and midnight, we, the new Luddites, will continue to fight back in the land struggle that has never ended. Together we, the peasants, and you, the poor of Europe, will fight the multinationals with our sweat, and together we will succeed in defeating them. From a speech in London by an Indian peasant of the Bharatiya Kisan Union Punjab, May 1999. The triumph of the code. Enabled by the total colonization of the seed, control of the global food industry will be further centralized into the hands of transnational corporations. This is the technology's aim. This fusion of the agribusiness corporation and technoscience now culminates in the triumph of the logic of the code, in particular, the genetic code of biotechnology, and the barcode of consumer industrial capitalism. The genetic code and the barcode are the means through which ever more aspects of contemporary life are being colonized, commodified, and controlled. In this context, perhaps the fusion of these two codes may even lead to the imprinting of barcodes directly onto the DNA of genetically engineered organisms. Scientists at the Novagene Corporation have apparently already devoted enormous time and money to write the company logo into a cell, the world's first living trademark. My first genetic crop trashing. Actions on genetics test sites were increasing, and our group thought it was high time we took part. I'd taken part in riskier actions before and ones involving more damage, but walking to the meet-up point I still felt a pang of misapprehension. I met up with my friends, and after waiting for someone who was horrendously late, we set off. Bundled as we were, 5 in the back of a pretty small car. I worried about whether we'd get stopped for simply being overloaded. Then I worried about not having a mask. I worried when a cop car behind us started flashing its lights, motioning for the car behind us to pull over. Thankfully, after about quarter of an hour on the road, the little voice in my head saying this is madness became less audible. If you've never been involved in risky direct action, then you may have a view of those of us who do it as brave and courageous. The reality is everyone gets scared, you just learn to ignore the nagging voice in your head. Experience pushes up the threshold so that you find it easier and easier to silence that voice in riskier and riskier situations. In truth, it's only our fear that holds us back. After about half an hour in the car, yabbering with my mates, the feelings of misapprehension turned into ones of anticipation. The adrenaline started to rise. Halfway to the target site, we met up with another van full. We didn't know everyone, but we trusted those we did to bring only sensible accomplices. We still had a few hours of driving ahead of us, so those of us in the back went to sleep. Awoken from our dreams with the news that we were 15 minutes away from the target, we gobbled some chocolate and psyched ourselves up. One of us had wrecked the site out beforehand, so despite the rather vague grid references on the government register, we knew exactly where to go. Our car drove past the field first to check it out. All seemed quiet. We parked up a nearby lane and our ragged-looking army piled out. We stretched our legs and went to sit behind a hedge, waiting a while for our eyes to grow accustomed to the darkness. Someone started nattering and was answered by the first of many shushes. After about 10 minutes, we started trudging through the fields. Walking along the side of the hedgerow, we ducked down so that any cars passing on the country road would not see us. Anticipation, anticipation. A few fields and a lot of shushes later, we arrived at the target, a test site of genetically engineered wheat. Silently we got to work trashing the crop. We all had different techniques, some edged forward, kneeling on the ground and breaking armfuls of wheat, methodical but slow. Others simply trampled the crop, while some munched a path through the experiment with gardening shears. A house was in sight, but we were all dressed head to toe in black, and it being late, we hoped the inhabitants were wrapped up in bed. As we had given ourselves half an hour to carry out our mission, we checked our watches regularly. After what seemed like 20 minutes, I looked at my watch to find we had only been there for 8. It had rained all day, so the wheat was wet and soon we were all soaking. We didn't care, the adrenaline was rushing. Our faces were somber and we were concentrating on the job at hand. Suddenly the halogen security lights on the house came on, shining with surprising force directly onto us. After a moment of panic, we realized they'd probably just been set off by a fox or something, and we got back to our work. Soon afterwards the lights blinked off. After quarter of an hour, boredom was setting in. Then someone realized that the crop would be destroyed quicker if we all lay down in a line and rolled over it. As we all rolled around bumping into each other, the sober faces tuned to maniacal grins. Apart from swimming, I challenge anyone to find a quicker way to get soaked than rolling around wet fields in the rain. It was truly great. Time was running out, and so we sped up our rolling. This induced lots of dizziness, maybe not the best thing to happen on an action you may need to run away from at any time. It was at this point that a car drove past. Its headlights reached out towards us, but thankfully we remained in the pitch dark. What a surreal sight would have greeted the driver if his headlights hadn't been so dirty. As we came to the end of our mission time, every minute seemed to go quicker. By now it was pouring and we were all pretty weary, but a third of the crop was still intact. Breaking our own rule, we stayed 10 minutes extra. The tension had really built by now, and mixed with a bit of action hysteria, every sound of a distant car brought worried expressions. We finished off the crop, and happy but tired from our manic work, we trudged back to our vehicles. Walking bent over, once again a sudden rash of cars drove past, oblivious to our little tribe 5 feet away on the other side of the hedge, we hoped. Just as we got to the car, someone realized they'd left a pair of shears with their fingerprints on in the middle of the field. After a moment of worry, we realized another one of us had picked it up. Phew. Driving off. Our different vehicles in different directions, we remained tense until we were around 10 miles away. Then the smiles and giggling started. Chaos erupted in the back as we took off our top layer of clothes bought the previous day from a charity shop. We changed shoes, chucking the cheap trainers we had bought for the occasion in a bin liner with the clothes and tools. We drove into a town and dumped it all in a skip. We stopped at a phonebox and rang up the van's mobile to see if they were all right. They were. With no evidence of our crimes on us and entering a different county, we all felt pretty pleased with ourselves. We got out the chocolate biscuits and put on some loud music. Too buzzing to sleep, we chattered about future plans and took the piss out of each other for being too jumpy. In the early hour of the morning, I was dropped off at home. A contented sleep followed. The sabotage was both successful and fun. It was one of the first actions our affinity group had done, and therefore unsurprisingly we made a few mistakes we've learned from. Having done a few more site trashings, we've refined our techniques. The biggest mistake we made was leaving our vehicles in a nearby lay-by. Their number plates, if spotted, would have led the cops right to our doorsteps. In subsequent actions we've been dropped off by the drivers, meeting them again at a pre-arranged pickup point and time. For this reason we have not overstayed our mission time again, even if it has meant not entirely finishing the crop. Trashing genetic test sites has really helped our group. New activists are now experienced and willing to go on and organize more actions. Activists who have been around for a while have also been re-empowered. From the looks of things, more and more sites are being destroyed, so there must be a lot of you feeling the same thing as us. Despite the mistakes we made, the memory of my first genetic test trashing will always make me smile. Good luck to you all. Especially those of you with night harvests. Sabbing shell, office occupation a go-go. On January 4th, the first working day of 1999, the managing directors at Shell Mex House in London returned from their Christmas vacations to find their offices barricaded. The fact that it was Ogoni Day was not marked on their corporate calendars. Nor was there a reference in their Smart New Year diaries to the massacre of the Aja people in the occupied lands of Nigeria. Other activists, Shell employees, and the media scrambled for more information on the office occupation, which was being broadcast on a live website from inside the building. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, the Aja people were busy ensuring that Shell's image was not the only thing being damaged. Nigerian oil production has been cut by up to a third thanks to occupations of oil refineries and machinery sabotage. The resulting military crackdown had begun to filter through during the Christmas holidays. As an act of solidarity, the action could not have been better timed. The Aja people had demanded the withdrawal of Shell from their lands by January 11, 1999. The Shell-sponsored Nigerian state response had been to execute 8 youths and commit a series of atrocities including rape, torture, and looting in the first days of the new year. News of the occupation reached the Niger Delta via the offices of Environmental Rights Action in Port Harcourt. Perhaps it provided a few shreds of hope for the extraordinary people Aja, Ogoni, or part of the grassroots Ecological Resistance movement who have consistently put their lives and livelihoods on the line by calling for a complete end to multinational corporate oil production in their lands. Back in the UK, the occupation provided a taste of things to come for Shell and other multinational corporations, in what is turning out to be an interesting year. Cries of "our resistance is as transnational as capital" are already reverberating in multinational head offices. While refiling various bits of paper in one of the offices, activists found a document entitled Global Scenarios. This booklet predicted a rise in the globalization of protest which would be difficult to police and control. Shell had already decided that its strategy would be to detach itself from its global corporate domination image and focus instead on its contribution to local communities. European environmental activists got a special mention. Apparently Shell and other multinational organizations are at a loss to explain our ability to become so angry at their behavior. Their concern centered on our apparent ability to organize quickly and effectively via friendship links and the internet. The occupation of the Shell Mex offices in central London was looked upon as an outstanding success. While we would not wish to preach or claim that we have a monopoly on being organized, certain well-known but too frequently ignored tactics used during the organization of this action certainly helped. In a nutshell, a healthy cocktail of elaborate planning, a few splashes of chaos and a whole heap of luck ensured that bosses of multinational corporations in London were reminded on the first working day of 1999 that their days are numbered. Good and bad things about the Shell action, a personal view. The good things. We achieved our aims. By the time the action happened, we were, as one of the participants put it, a group that knows exactly what it wants to achieve and why. Some of us had become involved in the action simply in response to the question, "We're going to hit an oil company on January 4th. Wanna come?" The problem is that sometimes, as activists, we don't get any further than this. We know who the enemy is. What more could we need to know? On the Shell action we thought and thought about why we were doing it. Principles and objectives were thrashed out early on. At the time the process seemed pretentious, but in retrospect it pulled us together. A briefing document was prepared so that everyone was equipped with the same amount of knowledge. It goes without saying that a sense of passion and anger provided the motivation to act. What made the Shell action a success was that this passion was combined with pragmatic considerations of where to hit, how and why. The aims of the action: to show real solidarity with people in the Niger Delta rebelling against big oil and its private security force. It has becoming increasingly easy for multinational corporations to isolate struggles and resistance. The strength of linking together undermines their ability to do this. Economic sabotage, in the form of disruption of Shell's working day by direct action. An important factor highlighted at one of the planning meetings was that the Shell Mex offices was where images were manufactured. The office occupation and banner drop made it harder for Shell to maintain their respectable facade for a day. To spread dissent and lower the morale not only of Shell's workforce, but of other oil industry companies and the corporate world in general. To carry out a symbolic occupation of the seat of power within Shell Mex House. In this glorious anti-corporation year the message was clear and simple. Shell also provided an ideal target. Too often we get sidetracked on single issues. Oil companies, with their hideous environmental and social record, combine a series of struggles not only in the developing world but in the UK too. It was well planned. Meetings were held well in advance to ensure that the jobs that needed to be done were parceled out. Tasks were taken on and separate working groups sorted out the internet site, the banner, the text of the leaflet to employees. Each job was valued, criticism was kept to a minimum and praise was dished out regularly. People split up into discussion groups to make decisions and affinity groups were sorted out. Logistics of how to get into the building, where the managing director's offices were, how to get there, how to barricade, what to wear, and how to negotiate were discussed well in advance. Too many office occupations simply fail because the main concern is how to get into the building. Once we've made it through the door all hell breaks loose. This time we knew where we were going and how to get there. As one group walked up the stairs, they had a long and detailed conversation about someone's sister who was undergoing fertility treatment. The result was that we were calm and other office staff smiled as they overheard the conversation. We had the joy of watching shells of CES get totally trashed. Not by us, but by the forces of evil themselves. Knowing how to barricade an office certainly helps. Filing cabinets, expensive desks, computers, and chairs were piled high in front of doors and inner walls. Shell employees and the police then decided to smash through the walls after failing in their exasperating attempts to negotiate with us, and they caused thousands of pounds worth of damage. The situationist group occupying Malcolm Brinded's office on the fourth floor arranged seats for a theater-like view of the tactical support group as they smashed their way in. Offers of tea and biscuits neatly arranged on the coffee table somewhat undermine the police's orders of on the floor. Now, everybody. The police were made to look like fools and we had a good laugh. It was well timed. Firstly because of what was happening in Nigeria. Activists' access to the web while in the building meant that we could get hold of information directly. News of the recent killings in the Niger Delta was still coming through, which had the effect of making us ever angrier. Doubts and fears about what we were doing were instantly dispelled as we continued to hear of the atrocities being carried out by the Nigerian army. As one activist stated to a Shell bigwig, "You have blood on your hands." Secondly because January 1999 marked the handover from the outgoing head of Shell UK, Chris Fay, to the new man at the top, Malcolm Brinded. Both their offices were occupied on January 4, letting them know that whoever's in charge, we're going to be watching them. Also, when Shell turned off the phones and electricity, we were self-sufficient. Mobile phones meant that we could continue contact with each other and the outside world. We didn't go to jail. We thought we would. But we didn't. Instead, we got a few hours in a police cell, followed by release with no charges, presumably because Shell did not want the embarrassment of a court case. All this had the added bonus of the police being cheesed off with Shell for using them as their private security force. Pissed off Shell, pissed off the pigs, and we're free. Cool. The website. One of the concerns around this innovation was that it might be a media gimmick. In the event, This concern was well founded. The Guardian's piece on the action focused entirely on the website, went on about other revolutionary groups who use the internet, turned it into an advert for undercurrents, and didn't mention the Ajah ones. Seriously. However, that says more about mainstream media than about the real reason why we went live on the internet with a site which closely resembled Shell's own. We were both using our own media and subverting theirs. By the end of the week, a large number of people had visited the site, including Shell in the UK, the Netherlands, the US and Australia, Texaco in the UK and US, oil company Amerada Hess, the US military and US government, and some dodgy-looking Romanian finance house. The site received 10,230 hits on January 4 alone. The next day, Shell threatened to injunct the website, which appears alongside its own when the word Shell is searched for. The banner that appeared mid-morning between two lampposts on Waterloo Bridge as crowds were beginning to gather around the Shell Mex offices was excellent. It read, "Shell, filthy, thieving murderers, it's time to go, our message, our thoughts," completely unadulterated by the media circus. Discussions that we had after the action focused on how this had more power than any press article. Imagine if there had been a series of banner drops around London to coincide with the occupation. The leaflet. A group of 5 individuals went back the next day and leafleted employees. Shell employees were dying to know what had happened and why. Workers had to file through police lines, collecting flyers as they went. After, suggestions were made about writing up a version of the action and distributing this to workers with an invitation to leak further information to us. Such follow ups limit the ability of companies to whitewash actions and lower morale generally. The affinity groups worked. Of course, it's easy to be all lovey and self-congratulatory after a good action, but there are good reasons why the group dynamics work surprisingly well. We didn't agree on everything, but through some fairly heavy and long discussions before the action, we thrashed out what our aims were and whittled them down to some fairly hardcore objectives. There were differing levels of experience within the group, but everyone worked on respecting each other. There were disagreements, but we had the tools to deal with these and the ability to finally reach a consensus. We also didn't break the agreements that we'd made with each other about how we would conduct the negotiations. Make your own Millennium Bug. There's a lot of job satisfaction in deactivating silicon-based life forms on an office occupation, so we thought we'd offer you the benefit of years of our experience at crashing computers. I'll 3 basic techniques that follow apply to Windows 95 or 98, and probably to Windows NT too. Start by opening the Windows Explorer and check how many drives there are. If there are more than 4, the computer is probably attached to the office network. Reformatting, while this may cause the least damage of the 3 methods, if there is no network attachment it may be your best option. To format the disk, simply select Start menu, shut down, restart computer in MS-DOS mode. When you get the C:\/ prompt, type format C/U. Repartitioning, if you're going to reformat a hard disk, you might as well repartition it too. This makes it harder to recover data than just reformatting it. Stick a floppy disk in when you get to the C:\/ prompt, and type SYSA, followed by copy C:\/Windows\command\F disk A. If no file is found, type copy C:\/DOS\F disk. *A and format as described above. Reboot the PC with the floppy disk in the machine and type fdisk. Delete all partitions, reboot again, type fdisk again, and finally create 2 or 3 new partitions. Deleting _ files on the hard disk is pretty straightforward. Highlight those you want to delete, select lots by holding the Shift or Control key down as you click. Hold down the Shift key before you press the Delete key, and don't release it until the Confirm File Delete box appears. It is also worth emptying the Recycle bin after deleting. Click on the bin and choose Empty Recycle Bin from the File menu. Installing a disk cleanup utility after deleting should make it almost impossible to recover the data, is much more effective than simply formatting the disk. And the utility is also small enough to fit conveniently onto a floppy disk. To delete files from a network drive, follow the same procedure as above, but when you've deleted something, go to Start menu, run and type Command. Change to the drive that you have deleted from by typing the drive letter and a colon, then type CD, followed by purge */A. On most networks this should ensure that files are completely deleted. The actual affinity groups were very small, which made us focused and enabled individuals to work very closely with one another in equality. We were experts on the Niger Delta situation. Thanks to the briefing document, it was difficult for Shell to sidetrack us. When the outgoing managing director Chris Fay wheeled out a Nigerian employee who assured us from behind the barricades that he knew we were doing this for him, activists promptly replied and demanded to discuss the current situation in the Delta with the AJA. The Nigerian employee disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. Things that were not so good. We wanted to be in there for 24 hours. Unfortunately, the combined force of 30 tactical support unit bods in riot gear smashing through the walls and our lack of ingenuity meant that we were dragged out once the office had been dismantled. Planning an action over the winter holidays. The resulting disruption on top of a few hangovers and transport nightmares caused plenty of preparation stress which should have been unnecessary. Not least of these was a few of us arriving really late to the planning meeting the day before the action. But then perhaps it's a cop-out to blame it all on Christmas. Maybe the truth is that deep inside every sordid activist there's a lunkout dying to escape. Lack of a collective decision about the presence of the alternative media. Those who invited undercurrents assumed that it would be okay with everyone else, while those who would have preferred them not to be involved had not articulated the good reasons why not. This was then compounded by the issue being discussed the night before the action with the undercurrents person already part of the group. Kinda hard to start a big political discussion at that point. Total lack of security after the action happened. Most activists appear to have rather large egos. Enough said. Liaison with Nigerian groups in London. Prior to the action was a bit farcical. But then it's not realistic to expect an action-level relationship after 2 rushed phone calls to a group or person not familiar with the direct action ethic. Fortunately, such relationships are beginning to be fostered since the occupation took place. Post-action idea, reallocating the press role. Given the emphasis above on direct communication, it might be thought that the action did not bother with conventional press. Wrong. We had a press officer, put out a press release, and also had the participation of an undercurrents activist. Some interesting suggestions were made after the action about an alternative role for a press worker or publicity and communications person as they could now be known, such as ringing around F. and other similar groups to let them know about the action and asking for support possibly taking the form of a phone or fax blockade, bogus press calls, leafleting and shutting down local Shell garages. Faxing other oil companies to let them know what's happening and informing them that they are equally a target. Contacting groups in other countries struggling against the same company. Directly contacting the group you're trying to support in your solidarity action. There was a feeling amongst individuals that far too much time was spent discussing the conventional press. It is well to remember that the deep fundamental change we want will never be achieved by relying on the media industry, which after all is as much part of global capitalism as Shell. Conclusion. Clearly a one-off office occupation in solidarity with indigenous groups in the Niger Delta is not going to change the world nor bring a company like Shell to its knees. However, as a symbolic act of solidarity it made its point, made the participants feel positive and with any luck gave some hope to those fighting in the Niger Delta. In the game of cricket that has developed with the state, the Shell action proved that if we spend the time and energy in preparation and organization, then office occupations and other such actions still have a role to play. As we were occupying Shell Mex House, news filtered through of the Reclaim the Streets occupation of London Underground's head offices in support of the striking tube workers, and of 60 people up trees and down tunnels in a Crystal Palace eviction alert, triple whammy. Update, 21/4/99. The Shell Centre, their other London headquarters, splashed with red and green paint as Mark Moody Stewart launched Shell's second annual report, called People, Planet, Profit an act of commitment. This was an act taken in solidarity with the people of the Niger Delta and to make clear that despite the greenwash, there is blood on their hands and there can never be a green or ethical oil industry. We must devastate the hard drives where the wealthy live. Take a sad song and make it better? Ecological restoration in the UK. I see what is possible when we stand our ground, our common ground. I see forests and grasslands filled with masses of flowers and the native birds and wildlife that had long ago disappeared from this part of the planet. I see what can be done from the barest beginnings and under the most impossible conditions, with hardly any means or resources. Not by calculating, or waiting for the opportune moment, or the big money, or for a conference to confirm what must be done. I see what can be done by the power of simply doing it. And as I turn toward the starkly contrasting landscape behind me, I see all that is yet to be done. Ecological restoration is one of the most compelling tasks that we face, if we are to patch up the battered cradle of life that sustains us, as well as renewing our own bruised mental ecologies. Successfully removing the sources of the ongoing destruction will simply bring us round to our first full realization of the scale of capitalism's ecologically fractured legacy. The challenge will be to steer ourselves to a gentle landing, not only the unglamorous work of cleanup, but the preeminent adventure of remaking an idol from the wreckage. This unfolding process holds out the promise of a new accord, alienation banished, reconciled with ourselves and the world around us. One obvious question is, why restore at all? Nature is resilient, with an immense capacity for recovery, so long as natural processes are given sufficient space and time to operate freely. History is littered with stories of the detritus of past empires redeemed by the encroaching vegetation. Bill McKibben describes an explosion of green in the northeastern U.S. after farming was largely abandoned in the 19th century. In New York State alone, forest cover continued to grow by more than 1 million acres a decade through 1980. Closer to home, thousands of acres of woodland sprang up on derelict land in southeast Essex in the 1930s and 1940s. Enabling natural colonization and regeneration, rather than the artifice of planting, is widely favored. This will allow the most appropriate species for each location and site to establish and in the long term will be most likely to develop into healthy, biologically diverse woodland ecosystems. Conversely, the human desire to see instant results or at least appreciable results within our lifetime risks contriving inferior, quick-fix ersatz ecosystems or quiet areas. The desire to leave nature to its own regenerative devices is not just sound ecological sense, but a reasonable reaction to the depths of conservation's mania for management. After the Great Storm of 1987, one organization blithely proclaimed that trees are at great danger from nature, and another that unless positive encouragement given to owners to restore these woods, they will revert to scrub and never recover. Preposterous statements like "it is important that woodland is effectively managed to ensure its survival" seem to spring more from an insecure need to feel wanted and indispensable and thus engaging in frenetic busy work to obtain some kind of therapy through landscape. Conservationists often appear to suffer from a paternalist philosophy of spare the saw and spoil the tree. Others have a valid objection to any energies devoted to restoration, given the continuing onslaught against the vestiges of the natural that still remain, comparing it to repaint the kitchen cabinets when the house is on fire. Amongst practitioners, however, there is a widespread assumption that restoration is never a substitute for preservation, rather that the two should complement one another, particularly in a country as devoid of healthy ecosystems as ours. Developers, on the other hand, routinely abuse the concept of restoration and the related translocation of habitats, as a pretext smoothing the way for further destruction. Talk of planning gain, end use, mitigation, and exchange land is predicated on the spurious assumption that we can build a better habitat, as good as new, as if they were just so many interchangeable parts on a Fordist assembly line. This kind of habitat engineering is reminiscent of the environment industry's end-of-pipe approach to pollution, as applied to physical landscapes rather than toxic chemicals, rejecting any inconvenient changes to their processes, instead concentrating on lucrative cures to treat the problems that invariably arise. Possibly one of the most repellent examples of this is English nature allowing peat-stripping scum Levington to take what it can from the fantastic Thorn and Hatfield moors SSSI, only to so-called restore them in about 25 years' time. However, the fact that nature can and does bounce back unaided should not be cause for complacency. Recovery, particularly back to its original condition, is not inevitable. Nature can roll with most but not all of the punches we throw. Forests precede civilization, it is said, deserts follow. The empire's North African breadbasket, where 600 cities once flourished, is now a desert, as are the forests that were the breeding grounds of Hannibal's elephants. There is a place for human agency in the work of restoration. Why restore? Whether or not a devastated area recovers depends on a number of conditions. Most fundamentally, the site needs its original topsoil. If the top horizon is altered by adding chemicals, plowing, or planting crops, a different kind of vegetation emerges when the site is abandoned. But if neither fertilizers nor crops are introduced, even heavily used areas can return to the condition nearby undisturbed areas. Unfortunately for us, since at least 1945, virtually all of lowland Britain has been subjected to substantial soil modification. It may seem odd to define this as a problem, but huge tracts of our countryside are suffering from eutrophication, or excessive fertility, either as a result of direct application of chemicals, or indirectly felt on adjoining land through drift of the chemicals. The intensity of the seed rain is much diminished, and though the seed bank in the soil may be long-lived for some species, decades of herbicide and inorganic fertilizer use have transformed soils to make a return to the previous norm difficult without a helping hand. While natural regeneration may, in time, make good some of the losses, without any remedial intervention including drastic measures such as actually stripping the topsoil, we might find ourselves locked into an intractable spiral of decline. An example of this defertilising work, perhaps better described as rehabilitation than restoration, is the biomanipulation practiced on the Norfolk Broads to reduce accumulated phosphate pollution and the accompanying algal blooms. Such intervention has been described as a kickstart approach, striving not to prejudice its future direction, but setting nature back down on the launch pad, to go its own way. Looked at more broadly, our restoration efforts may at least help by undoing the constraints our industrialism have placed upon. For instance, while artificially straightened rivers tend to recover naturally, this can't always be relied upon. Extensive work was carried out on the Afon Ogwen in Snowdonia in 1998, because the natural regime of the river had not shown any indication of being able to repair itself from the degradations. Rivers and their floodplains have fared as badly as the soil. There is a powerful case for reversing our ubiquitous drainage works, and reinstating coherent hydrological regimes, in what must have been a gloriously wet natural landscape as long as we can keep the ague at bay this time. The scanty natural areas that we do still enjoy are in anything but robust shape, ill-equipped to absorb the threats that future change and upheaval might bring. Much of conservation is dedicated to shoring up these wobbly, fragmented habitat islands, atomized, overcrowded life rafts, whose species are being inexorably worn down by biogeographical attrition. As the National Trust's Rob Jarman explains, each unit of Habitat 108 lost makes the communities on the Trust's properties that much more vulnerable to external change. An injury to all is an injury to one. For example, other reservoir populations are less available to bail out local extinctions. Probably the most critical challenge confronting the fragments in their already weakened and susceptible state is that of climate change, or more correctly, the accelerated volatility of the broken thermostat effect. As climate change brings the crisis of fragmentation to a head, now more than ever the agenda not only should be, but must be one of restoration, enhancement, and expansion, rather than just trying to harm less, joining up the dots to allow for migration in the face of rapidly changing conditions. It is not just the physical movement of individuals and species that is at stake here, but opportunities for the exchange of unique, locally adapted genetic material, which have been so long constrained. Basic genetic diversity is the ultimate insurance policy against unpredictable change. In a country like Britain plagued with an advanced state of ecological decomposition, What might be termed emergency ward or basket case conservation also becomes very important. This is, perhaps literally, clutching at straws. It can cover particular regions, e.g. the Caledonian pine forest of the Highlands, or the native woodlands of Orkney and Shetland, where the habitat is at such a perilously low ebb that it is losing its grip on the cliff edge, and may not currently be able to help itself. It can also encompass countrywide habitat types whose near or total absence leaves a jarring gap in the continuum of the landscape. To pull a few names out of the hat, the following might fall into this category: the natural transitions of woodland up to and beyond the treeline, flooded or carr forest, lowland valley mires, and so on. One must not overlook the inward and social dimensions of ecological restoration. They may even be its most crucial attributes. It is at the least a statement of intent. Without getting too carried away with the sense of our collective power, restoration is ripe with the liberating, even alchemical, promise of transformation finding its material expression in our immediate surroundings. It offers an exhilarating taste of that most dangerous commodity, hope, and a way out. There's everything to play for, all bets are off. As ever, when people are truly able to make their world even the tiniest little scrap, the grinding malaise of destruction and loss begins to dissipate, prospects for creation and renewal rebound, and imprisoning notions of human nature go out the window. By getting to grips down and dirty with their common patch, so rarely permitted except under the auspices of government and industry, the barren and hostile can become convivial space. We can begin to explore the links between conservation and conversation, between recreation and recreation. As the Mattole Restoration Council came to realize in Northern California, through engaging with the fundamental processes of a particular place, we might discover the appropriate models for our own activities and organization. The restorer restored, the doing is as important as the done. Tara Garnett writes of the emboldening effect of, in this case, urban farming. It can stimulate a sense of common ownership and, in doing so, spur a sense of community into existence. This community may then move on to further collective action. During the riots in Benwell, Newcastle in the early 1990s, the sense of ownership of the park by the local community became very apparent. Many houses and the local pub were burnt, but the nature park right in the center was untouched. There is also an argument for efforts to maintain the rich, characteristic cultural or vernacular landscapes, whose patterns in particular places were created locally by the daily work of ordinary people. While requiring potentially problematic management, they developed, at least in part, to satisfy local subsistence needs from local means, in the absence of today's national and global economy. In view of the pressing need to wean ourselves off petrochemical dependence, and to avoid stomping our ecological footprints across the globe, habitats like orchards, reed beds, perhaps coppice, etc., could have a lot to teach us. In conjunction with more recent techniques such as permaculture, they could rejuvenate our sorely depleted skills base, and thus our own resilience and autonomy. Conservation and the control complex. Conservation has been described as a unique enterprise in which industry expands as the resource diminishes, and there is no product. In this respect it is a quintessentially postmodern industry, and conservationists are masters of meta-work, ceaselessly networking and straight-guising within the charmed circle of accredited bodies. And while ever more effort has gone into conservation of nature, ever greater loss and destruction have occurred. When considered in historical context, the actual effect of most restoration efforts is only to replace the lost with the new, imparting no net gain. At best, depending on the vagaries of the economy, it is a holding operation managing the crisis, knife-edge stabilizing of the rate of decline. By virtue of being non-politique realists, conservationists are of course anything but. Refusing to wrestle with the explosive questions of power relations, land ownership, and distribution, they are forced to rely upon the fruitless voluntary principle, and its unholy trinity of incentives, policy, and guidance, the beseeching, red carpet treatment for any landowner gracious enough to change their ways. W.M. Adams argues that it is an anathema to many conservationists to consider letting nature go, and that caution about the abandonment of land is partly about the loss of control. Much of our conservation is based very precisely on the idea of control. He likens it to gardening on a vast scale. Law and order. At times, conservationists seem far more forgiving of economic growth than scrub growth, laissez-faire for capitalism, zero tolerance for wild nature. Wildness must be quarantined or taken into protective custody, kept in its place and made literally manageable. The ferocity with which they fall upon scrub raises suspicions that it is a displacement activity, anything to divert attention from the uncomfortable realization that you can't restore your way out of a social relationship. Habitat loss has come primarily through social factors, and can only truly be made good by social transformation, not by swimming against the tide with more acute and technically proficient land management programs. Conservationists are incorrigible planners partly through necessity, as fragmentation demands an ever more detailed and complex knowledge of the remaining interest and its corollary, an ever more specialist and thus inaccessible conservation, reduced to a technical question. Continually sharpening management tools is not a bad thing in itself, but does seem part of the quest for the holy grail of the perfect plan, balancing every conceivable need, at which point everything will fall neatly into place. At worst, it smacks of the hubris of the technocrat, inhabiting an ordered, predictable and empirical universe, the tyranny of the measurable and a reluctance to admit to uncertainty and doubt. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your management plan. Not being armed with a plan is to go naked and exposed into the wood. Market values permeate the conservationist worldview. From economics have come words and ideas such as producers, consumers, and efficiency, and using them ecologists have interpreted ecological change as working like a modem industrial consumer society, conservation with a strong legacy of an instrumentalist view of nature, nature as system. But it's not quite this straightforward. Traditional ways of working the land did at least enable some natural value to endure intact. Intensification, on the other hand, has meant the disappearance of even the commonplace, and a situation in which those areas which are zoned for wildlife-like reserves often have no natural environment left in between them. The archaic and unproductive 1930s agriculture that conservationists practice has become increasingly alienated from the rest of the countryside. Hence there is a tension in conservation. On the one hand, there is an impetus to detach land from the modern, intensive form of economic circulation. Thus there is an implied critique of economic practices, both because, on a practical level, conservationists are only too well aware of the way in which these practices thwart and frustrate their best efforts, and philosophically, because of a sense of nature as being, at heart, unassimilable, other than and perhaps diametrically opposed to the economy. On the other hand, conservationists pursue a strategy of safeguarding and justifying ecological value by assigning economic value, pricing, or enclosing, everything that moves running around with a butterfly net and a barcoder. From this perspective, the problem is not the market itself, but those things that hang in valueless limbo outside it. They must be reincorporated, if only by being enclosed within a policy framework. As well as being self-serving, squealing for more snout space in the government trough, the following quote illustrates this well. Neglect is a real issue, because the heathlands play no real role in any economic system and are simply not cared for. What is needed is better funding of conservation schemes which will enable owners and managers to produce the environmental goods that society now demands. Farming for wildlife, farming of wildlife. The crisis now afflicting farming is the specter haunting conservation. Their banal big idea, in response to the looming problems triggered by overproduction, liberalization of world trade under the GATT Treaty and so on, is to reform the EU's common agricultural policy. Apparently our basic structures are sound, it is just the details that need tweaking or fine-tuning. This is a job for the policy wonks. CAP subsidies will be redirected towards agri-environment grants, the panacea which will help to reposition farming, and enable farmers to diversify. Agriculture's new identity will primarily be as purveyor of intangible luxury environmental goods, such as delivering biodiversity targets, farming for wildlife, the food surplus, presenting us with a tremendous window of opportunity for redesigning the countryside for other purposes, in theory, making good those habitat losses. As the Council for National Parks say, the main product is a wild and sustainable landscape, not stock or timber. According to Rahul Vanajam, so brutal has the exploitation of nature been that its resources, the very nature of its profitability, are threatened with exhaustion. There is thus no choice but to develop ecological markets in order to get the economy out of its present morass. Central to this is the task of devising virtuous products, along with virtuous jobs like conservation, zealous self-alienation, working long hours for low pay, for the cause. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Farming for wildlife readily becomes farming of wildlife, its discrete commodification. For example, Landlife are administering the Market Gardening with Indigenous Species project, under which local farmers will be planting wildflower crops thanks to a grant from the European Agricultural Guidance and Guarantee Fund. Many nature reserves already seem akin to beauty factories, governed by aesthetic productivism. What are sometimes known as physical outputs are maximized. One manager, discussing the merits of non-intervention, bemoaned the fact that funders want to see action and color, hence copicing, which bring about a short burst of bluebells and butterflies all fluttering, all flowering habitats, practically on performance-related pay. Nature is consumed in special places, and made to yield predictable products, becoming one among a range of commodities that can be purchased by the wealthy to enhance their leisure time. Reserve cramming or high unit productivity is partly a consequence of fragmentation. For instance, woods often act as reserves for the whole landscape, especially in intensively arable regions. Aphany should be regarded as grassland reserves, as well as woodland reserves. They must work flat out to be all things to all taxa, to please all of the species, all of the lime. But the more effort that is put in to make it rich, the further it departs from naturalness. With restoration there is also the temerity of zoning for wildlife, striding grandly about the landscape, prescribing here a hay meadow, there a salt marsh, or this is a wood for butterflies, that one is for lichens. Reading RSPB reports, I am mesmerized by the dance of the graphs. Conservation is reminiscent of an EPA stock-taking system, monitoring a steady stream of population data, e.g. such and such has just made it into the red data book, their stock is low, Darren, we need more Gargany. The habitat creation trucks then get rolling for this just-in-time production, bringing new waiters online to match identified need. Restoration and management for wildlife might actually have detrimental indirect effects on the surrounding area. Rewitting of depleted wetland reserves may exacerbate the serious problem of water abstraction. It can cause the already degraded neighboring countryside to become even drier and less hospitable, by creaming off what little surplus water there is. These refugia might therefore consolidate habitat fragmentation, monopolizing the wildlife, acting like a vortex which strips its hinterland of biodiversity, or like an out-of-town supermarket, emptying value out of its vicinity. For example, Pulborough Brooks in Sussex's Arun Valley now harbors up to 75% of the total Arun Valley wintering birds every January. While bird counts on the reserve are soaring, counts for the area are still falling disastrously. By concentrating the resource like this, the very visible spectacular displays at Pulborough may be masking the decline rather than reversing it. In an era when the dollar is being encoded into DNA, the final, molecular, frontier of enclosure, the question, what is nature, is no longer just a matter for dry philosophical discourse. David Helton reported on the 1992 meeting of CITES, where the doctrine of sustainable utilization and by extension, the question of nature's identity was up for grabs. Like farming for wildlife, it involves a species being taken out of the economics of nature and brought into the economics of man, and is heralded as some kind of solution to the problems of human growth, both numeric and economic, without that growth having to stop. The rhino is the one large mammal in the world whose existence is conspicuously threatened by international trade, and has therefore been purposefully excluded from the economic sphere by CITES. And yet, the proposal in 1992 was still to actually harvest horn from live rhinos and put, on the legalized, reopened market, with the result that rhinos would be paying their own way in the world. Thankfully the proposal was rejected, but as Helton observes, the future foreshadowed by this approach doesn't look like one worth living in, for people or rhinos either. The reason we save the rhino, is because it's living wild on its own terms and deserving to. If we have to use emergency measures now, it's only so that sometime in the future rhinos can return to their proper existence, in a world made sane again, with humanity under its own control and for the other species a normal wildlife, not as livestock in a global barnyard, not with the rhino as some kind of tonic-producing cow, an ongoing business. It would almost be better of extinct. It's a clear-cut choice, albeit one that has been foisted upon us, to either stop growing or go for a desperate long shot and put absolutely everything under human management. Disturbing climaxes. Natural succession is the process of change in plant communities over time towards a natural climax, for example from grassland to scrub and then woodland. Conservationists have been fighting the wars of succession since at least the 1960s, in an attempt to retain those wildlife values that flow from continuity of traditional management features such as heathland. However, conservationists are now beginning to stage what might be called a managed retreat from universally regulating such natural processes, perhaps learning to let go. The orthodox model of nature emphasized predictability and continuity. Change did figure in the equation, but only as part of an orderly and inexorable progression, with each stage in the succession obligingly laying down the conditions for the next, until it achieved a stable equilibrium, a relatively steady state climax. Vegetation like woodland. This is of course at least in part a cultural construct reflecting the political climate out of which it sprang as much as it does nature. The theory was strongly rooted in Darwinian ideas of biological evolution, and spin-off ideas of social progress, redolent of a time of eternal verities, a naturally ordained and fixed social order and a linear and cumulative conception of history. Humanity was perched in its rightful place atop the evolutionary tree, the crown of creation, or climax species, with the imputed hierarchy in nature serving to endorse the ranking of classes and races within humanity itself. However, we now find that climax, like the horizon, may be a useful concept, but it can never be reached. When ecologists examined climax vegetation, their studies were upset by disturbance. It soon became clear that disturbance was not an exception, a temporary upset, but a central part of the ecology of a habitat. Disturbance, from grazing, windblow, fire, flooding, erosion and a host of other factors, is perpetually disrupting the progression towards theoretical climax, resetting the clock back. In a sense, there is no beginning and there is no end. It's all process, an open-ended question. It has been pointed out that people respond to events rather than processes, particularly in spectacular society, where social phenomena are prized loose from their context and reproduced as disembodied and mystifying events. Looked at in this light, nature reserves managed as frozen moments in ecological time represent soundbite or event habitats. This newfound taste for disturbance and uncertainty has led ecologists away from nature as a well-behaved deterministic system towards instability, disorder, a shifting world of upheaval and change that has no direction to it. Since autonomy is viewed as a fundamental characteristic of real nature, it tends to operate as more of a game than a controllable system. This suggests possibilities of a more gratifying, sensuous character to humanity's interactions with nature as a player within the game, not an engineering outsider whose role might be to conserve the capacity of nature to recreate itself. Disturbance is the engine of ecological variety in the landscape, preventing those species that would dominate under a closed canopy climax having it all their own way. There is what might be called a dialectic between structure and disturbance here. Too little disturbance leads to dominance of a few strong competitors, while a heavy disturbance regime is tolerated only by a few hardy species. Our best bet could be the supremely difficult practice of faithfully emulating the effects of natural disturbance, the calm drum of planning for chance. We've already been unknowingly engaged in a form of this for centuries. As the original wildwood became cleared and fragmented, disturbance from management gradually took over from natural disturbance, which cannot operate on the small scale. However, this supplanting of natural processes by management represents a coarsening and simplification. Only some of the attributes of natural disturbance continued. The effects of our management have been too uniform, and some crucial components have fallen by the wayside. What are we missing? The ecological effect of most woodland management is to artificially remove the late mature and decaying elements of the regeneration cycle, including the deadwood, which accounts for 50% of the timber in old forest, and is one of the 2 or 3 greatest resources of the woodland habitat. Without this, we miss out on the healthy fungal flora contributes significantly to the ecological health of the wood, by breaking the deadwood down and making its nutrients available to other plants. As Rambler and Spate point out, a whopping 70% of the energy flow through a terrestrial ecosystem is through the decomposer community, including fungi. In our woodlands, this flow is blocked. Another vital element is one that many of us only saw for the first time after the 1987 storm, the pit and mound topography formed by the upended root plates of toppled trees, which can cover 14 to 50% of the forest floor in some unmanaged American woods. Ordinarily, rain leaches nutrients away from an undisturbed soil surface. The upturned trees instead turn and mix the soil, bringing nutrients back up to the surface and encouraging plant germination, acting as an added degree of soil rejuvenation. According to Tony Whitbread, woodland soils would not naturally form, layer on layer, without mixing. Deprived of such intrinsic features as these, who can now imagine the ensuing richness and vibrancy that our countryside lacks? Finally, there are the ecotones, twilight zones, where a palette of habitats melt seamlessly into and out of one another, in a kind of hybridizing. Many species rely on interface between one habitat and another, but not only do roads, intensive farming, etc., dismember this delicate habitat continuum. Fluid change is often prevented by management as well. For example, there may be a sharp boundary between a wood and a hay meadow. Scrub invasion, left unchecked, would soon overwhelm the meadow, but the regime that resists it eliminates the ecotone instead. Such harsh zonation is often the only way to preserve habitat fragments, but leaves no room for natural processes to operate. It is difficult to manage for ecotones, emblematic as they are of a dynamic, supple landscape of flux, which leaves us with a straight choice between zoning and process. Zoning causes the pattern of habitats to ossify, in a kind of habitat reductionism. Work, and other socially polluting alienated activities, can be seen as a habitat fragmentation of the time of our lives, with management leading to zoning artificial disjunctions and eliminating soft-edged ecotones. As Andre Gortz says, the way our space is arranged carries on the disintegration of people that begins with the division of labor in the factory. It cuts a person into slices, it cuts our time, our life, into separate slices. If you don't believe me, think about how your lunch hour feels, or the slow, ominous countdown of a Sunday night. The national forest and the community forests managing people and nature. The national forest, the 12 community forests, and the activities of the groundwork organization are all examples of a restoration which is as much concerned with the management of people as it is of nature. The national forest, which aims to create a multi-purpose forest over 200 square miles of the Midlands, sees itself as a model of sustainable development. The community forests are situated on the urban fringe of major English towns, subscribe to the same multifunction forestry framework, and constitute, allegedly, the most significant environmental program to be launched in Britain this century. Pretty much as you'd expect, they are therefore crap. Both kinds of forest have the superficially laudable goal of increasing Britain's pathetic average tree cover of 73 to around 303 in their area. However, Multi-purpose forestry is such that one of them actually thought it necessary to remind itself that trees will play a vitally important role in achieving the community forest. So puny are most of their new woodlands that they deserve to be known as fun-sized woods in honor of the unsatisfying and anything but Mars bar of the same name. It seems to be a case of drawing lines on a map and designating publicity or 120 policy forest composed of enterprise glades, the modern-day bureaucrats' equivalent of the treeless deer forests of Scottish feudalism. Deadwood in these forests. Since the objective is to improve the image, one gets the impression that they would be as content with just the early impression of forest cover 99 as with the real McCoy so long as things are seen to be done. The true agenda of groundwork and the various forests is one of regeneration and reclamation. By and large they are superimposed on the former strongholds of heavy industry in the Midlands and the North, those areas most badly abused by and then, in the 1980s, abandoned by capitalism. It is about managing change using trees as a device to bring unsightly derelict land back into economic circulation, and addressing agricultural overproduction through farm diversification into forestry and leisure. It is about trying to ensure a smooth transition to the postmodern service or information economy, where the intangible environmental goods and quality of life issues are paramount, c.g. as at the New Earth Center, near Doncaster. In the National Forest, this regenerated coalfield land, which provided the local community with jobs in the past, will serve them in other ways in the future by providing recreational facilities, wildlife habitats, and an attractive landscape. It is about tailoring a flexible, multitasking landscape for a flexible economy, the solidarity of the old heavy industries giving way to the atomization of the casual, service sector where, doubtless, we'll all work in partnership. The Red Rose Forest claim, in a particularly howling non sequitur, that economic, environmental, and social regeneration cannot proceed without one another. Providing an attractive environment in which business can flourish is the forest's main weapon in the mad, begging bull scramble to attract inward investment, giving them a competitive advantage over competitor areas, a pitiful pretty please to developers. Because, more than anything else, this forest means business. If all goes according to plan, these forests might actually end up more heavily developed than before, where, policies allow for increased industrial development, a high-quality landscape can be a valuable first step in an EVA's revitalization. As well as having their office premises or surplus sites start up what the Mirza Forest calls screen industry, or landscaping as physical PR, usually at public expense, it offers another more subtle service to business. This is the philanthropic advantage that comes when you display your environmental credentials, helping to generate goodwill, raise product and brand awareness. Thus we have Manchester Ichort supporting a trifling new tree planting program mulched with bi-original Ballan Valley wood chips, no doubt through the Manchester Aviation Tree Challenge, and sanctimonious noises about the important part in reducing greenhouse gases and global warming. Nor have the older, more classically industrial uses entirely gone away. Grotesque planning gain and end-use scams are rife. Mining will continue to be a major activity within the forest. The case for development is certainly strengthened if the developer can show a benefit to the national forest feed. At Broxtow in the Greenwood Community Forest, open-cast mining operations will, in the topsy-turvy world these people inhabit, ultimately, about economic and environmental benefits, a new woodland of 14 hectares which will provide an attractive backdrop for a new employment site of 8 hectares. Community, partnership, and all that jazz. All of this, particularly in the case of groundwork, comes robotically decked out in odious communitarian jargon, such as stakeholding, capacity building, zero tolerance, participation, and partnership. It is consistent with Blairite big tent politics, subsuming most potential opponents and marginalizing those that won't be co-opted. The insidious weed of partnership, with its smothering, spurious consensus, seems to be springing up everywhere nowadays. Partnership mendaciously supposes that we all come to the table as equals, and, conveniently, that we all bear a shared responsibility for what has gone wrong. Nasty, disruptive blame and dissension must not intrude on these mature deliberations. Class and other power differentials are submerged in the bland, ostensibly classless interest in saving the planet. Political questions are reframed as dispassionate technical ones, the quest for the perfect plan again. It's just a new way, their latest wheeze for us to get screwed. The cleverly constructed notion of sustainable development, with its emphasis on harmonious consensus in decision-making, combined with the incorporation of the environment into the market system, has dissipated the imperative that environmental deterioration once had for social and political change. Community partnerships medium seems to be the elusive philosopher's stone of 90s politics, the supreme value before which, irrespective of political persuasion, we must all prostrate ourselves. Groundwork constantly brag of their presence in depressed, no-go areas. There is more than a hint of the community development troops being parachuted in. Throughout the Western world, states are characterized by one of the two symbols of control in capitalist society, the tank or the community worker. The environmental focus of the work also serves to locate the community's problems squarely within its own physical fabric, rather than as emanating from wider, structural forces, as if by simply beautifying the area, you will beautify the social relationships that people experience. The partnership and participation must only extend so far. The communities must not realize too uppity a sense of their own strength, which is to say, truly become a community, or the development workers and their political masters might become expendable. In the same way that capitalism, from the 1920s on, had to simultaneously encourage and repress the creation of dissatisfaction if it was to shift its surplus goods. This community development must simultaneously unleash and rein in empowerment. Like derelict land, derelict communities are brought back into economic circulation, and their members enlisted in gilding their cage. Forget building the situationist's hacienda, mate, you don't want to do it like that. This is building the strategic hamlet. Local communities are deployed as proxies, a cost-effective means of delivering the desired results. In a hidden subsidy to industry, we do the dirty work of clearing up the externalities they leave behind. Working in partnership with local authorities and businesses, community forests harness the commitment and enthusiasm of local people, mobilizing them to regenerate their area. Paul Goon of the government's English partnerships congratulates groundwork on their unrivaled ability to coordinate local communities, engender enthusiasm, and deliver the goods at excellent value for money. It echoes Paulette Gouch's comment on Third World Aid, that sustainable development no longer refers to preserving the environment, it now means developments that communities can financially sustain themselves. The polluted pays principle. In contrast to the economy's flexible landscape, in which we are obliged to accept the loss of cherished features, as decreed, heritage is constructed as a reassuring beacon of stability, that which is forever England. There is a tension between the frequent appeals to such sentiments of a common heritage, and otherwise jealously guarded property rights. It only becomes ours when it suits them. We only get to inherit their cast-off dregs, and must be suitably grateful when granted that much. Perhaps the residents of the Amazon will one day be exhorted to restore their forest, when it has finally been logged out for tremendous private gain. Bottom-up is employed to correct the miserable failures of top-down. However they choose to label the bottle, it always tastes like shit. Instead, we must choose praxis over proxy. According to Ulrich Beck, the ecological movement is not so much an environmental movement but a social, inward movement which utilizes nature as a parameter for certain questions. While one can quibble with his distinction between the environmental and the social, basically there's a lot of truth to this view. Perhaps the major revolutionary contribution of environmentalism is in exploring issues of control over space, the ways in which its use is currently determined, and the ways in which those uses can be radically transformed. These questions may have assumed a greater relative importance in recent years, given the seeming decline of the power to organize and act in the workplace. Like the street party of street parties, our very first need is for a place in which people gather a common ground and focus their attentions on things that could improve the quality of their general existence, and that of wildlife. The act of occupying a place and remaking it as a space used for interaction and renewal is an answer to many of our questions in itself. Restoration can be harnessed to make the world safe for capital by replenishing the regions whose profitability it has exhausted, or can create something which is inimical to it, headstrong communities savoring their own innate resourcefulness. When asked how people might spend their time after the revolution, Marcuse replied that we will tear down the big cities and build new ones whose districts could correspond to the whole optimum of diverse feelings that one encounters by chance in everyday life, multifarious nefarious space in which hitherto unrequited lives and blighted potential might at last find expression, freed from the monocultural dictates of capital. We are a very long way from that now, but wherever we see the restoration of whole ecosystems and the empowerment of communities together, its allure beckons, and we are another step closer. The only half-decent thing to come out of the horrific M3 extension through Twyford Down was the ripping up, recontouring and grossing over of the old A33 Winchester bypass. It gave the people of Winchester easy access across the flood meadows of the River Itchen to St. Catherine's Hill for the first time in decades. A mere 5 years after the work was done, however, and the local council already wants to retarmac 20 acres of the site as a park and ride facility. There is strong local opposition to being robbed of their precious green space once more. Borders no barrier to sabotage. The last year has seen a global expansion of resistance to genetic technology. Across the world, shadows in the moonlight have razed GE crop trials to the ground. Spades, sticks, scythes, sickles and fire have brought in the harvest. Doors have splintered as labs are broken into. Pies have been aimed at the arrogance of the powerful. Harassment and disruption has greeted the biotech industry wherever it has gathered. Since the last issue of Do or Die was published in August 1999, there have been anti-biotech actions in America, Britain, Canada, France, the Netherlands, Ireland, Belgium, India, Australia, Greece, Ecuador, Brazil, Germany, Italy, Croatia, Bangladesh, and the Philippines. Many of these countries are new to trashing the GM technocrats' tools. In other countries where resistance to genetic engineering is more established, tactics have evolved, groups consolidated, and actions have become increasingly audacious. Our success especially in Britain is remarkable, but we should not fall for the myth of imminent victory. At least in terms of genetic engineering, resistance is not as transnational as capital. Corporate and state bodies have been channeling more and more funds and time into GM crops. Actions are slowing this rate of acceleration, but we're still losing the race. This should not dissuade us from doing what needs to be done. To merely delay massive social dislocation and biological pollution is worthy of the risks involved. As well as the finger in the Dem aspect of anti-GM campaigns, the resistance is serving other purposes. Groups all over the world are linking up, training and learning from each other. The hope for a free and ecological future lies in these embryonic movements which understand their enemies are the machine and its masters and their comrades the land and its lovers. The resistance against genetic engineering has catalyzed the growth of revolutionary ecological groups around the world. The elite may have designed a weapon which will rebound on themselves. The aim of this article is to give an overview of actions over the last year in this global anti-technology war. It will not give a political, ecological, or strategic background to genetic engineering. If you're new to this struggle, it would be a good idea to read the new Luddite War in the last issue of Do or Die, which also includes some recommended reading. Hurricane sabotage hits GM harvest. Over the last year, the country that has seen the most dramatic growth of anti-GM sabotage has been the US. The world's first outdoor genetic test crop was of strawberries at the University of California in 1987. The night after the crop had been transplanted, FERS climbed fences, evaded security, and succeeded in pulling up all 2,000 plants. In 1989, American FERS destroyed yet more test sites, but as the ADS slipped into the 90s, the US sabotage stopped. 12 years after the first action, the decade-long lull came to a dramatic end. On the 27th of July 1999, the University of California once again became the launch pad for a wave of action, this time much bigger than the first. That night, a group calling itself the California Croppers trashed 14 rows of GM corn. The following night saw an acre of GM corn elsewhere in California destroyed. A month later, resistance had spread to the East Coast where yet more experimental GM corn was destroyed, this time at the University of Maine. A week later Vermont, 2 days after that Minnesota. 2 weeks later 50 rows of GM corn were destroyed at a Pioneer facility and the campaign moved up a notch with company vehicles damaged. Corn sites continued to be laid waste. GM melons, walnut trees, and tomatoes got mashed. June 2000, the Anarchist Golfing Association destroys GE grass at Pure Seed testing in Canby, Oregon, causing $500,000 worth of damage and causing 10 to 15 years of research. After only 2 months of the campaign there had been 12 successful sabotages, proceeding to a point where in one action saboteurs could destroy 50 rows of transgenic corn, an acre of herbicide-tolerant sunflowers, 100 melons and trash irrigation equipment and greenhouses undetected. The last year has seen more and more crop experiments destroyed, ranging from sugar beet to GM trees. While straight site trashings continue, actions have also escalated to levels which Europe has yet to reach. In the third month of the campaign, all the windows on one side of a GM company's offices were caved in. 5 months in and a communiqué announces that 3 hours before the beginning of the new biotech century the Earth Liberation Front had broken into the office of a Michigan University GM researcher, dousing it with gasoline and setting it on fire, causing $400,000 of damage. The work destroyed was funded in part by the multinational Monsanto, which led the communiqué to claim the action as the first U.S. burning in solidarity with the Indian KRRS Cremate Monsanto campaign. State response was quick and a month after the attack Craig Rosebrieux, who had been acting as ELF press officer, was raided at 8:00 am by 15 FBI agents with guns drawn. Simultaneously other agents raided the offices of the Portland Liberation Collective. Though obviously triggered by the arson, these raids were linked to a grand jury investigation into the ELF. As the year has gone on, daytime actions have grown like their nighttime counterparts. The road to Cargill's International HQ was barricaded in March, causing 2-mile tailbacks. The blockade was initially carried out by the normal criminal band of FERS and anarchos, but they were later joined by a noisy carnival of supportive locals, scientists, and farmers. After the cops dislodged the barricade, the diverse bunch slowed the traffic around the HQ for hours. Outside the citadel of corporate agribusiness, voices joined together chanting, "Burn the buildings, pull the crops, this is where the research stops." The same month saw Biodevastation 2000, a series of actions in Boston aimed at America's biggest gathering of GM scientists and business. 2,500 people took part in an anti-corporate, anti-GM carnival. 30 gallons of GM soybeans were dumped, blocking the conference center's entrance. Activists infiltrated and caused chaos in meetings, disrupting speeches and flanning the faceless bureaucrats. One woman even managed to sneak on the special conference shuttle bus and harangue a captive audience of delegates. Outside the conference center the police had panicked and prepared for a Seattle. Windows of high street shops, even a pizza emporium, were boarded up, whilst cops patrolled the streets. Minneapolis was the host for the next confrontation when the International Society for Animal Genetics met at the end of July. A police helicopter hovers above us. At least 30 people have been arrested. 3 hours ago 100 unmasked people broke a police line intended to box us into a street. Using plywood signs/shields and a plastic banner that repelled tear gas and pepper spray, the front line rocked our world and we escaped from their trap, only to retake the whole street downtown, where later we were separated and one group was surrounded. Last night we had a 2-hour teach-in and speak out, attended by 300 Weppel, who then marched together in the night. Our presence was strong and we got away with no arrests. A cop got tossed from his horse. Today was our time to take to the streets, we chanted, "Reclaim the streets, reclaim the genes and L5AG, fuck your biotechnology." Only a few months before in Boston the state had prepared while the rebels were unable to put up street resistance. By the time the ISAG conference came along, the police needed to use heavy force. They fired beanbag rounds, rubber bullets, pepper spray, and used batons and still failed to clear the streets of resistance. That night, gun-wielding cops stormed one activist house and tried to frame some of its inhabitants on drug-dealing charges. This repression will not break the rebels' resolve. The tailing off of anti-GM sabotage at the end of the 80s was due to contemporary events in F. A widespread state repression campaign culminated in the FBI car bombing California F.E.R.S., and a SWAT team arresting F.E.R.S. attempting to down power lines in the Arizona desert. Dave Foreman, F.'s co-founder and editor of the sabotage handbook E-Code awoke in bed looking down the barrel of a cop's gun. People became understandably afraid. A split within F. partly exacerbated by repression led to it taking an ostensibly more revolutionary path, but one that was more concerned with civil disobedience than sabotage. Even wilderness defense saw a decrease in ecotage, and the anti-GM campaign as a new front simply didn't survive. The 90s have seen the US movement trying to reconcile the contradictions these times left it with. In the re-emergence of anti-GM resistance we see the convergence of mass street action with social change aims and wilderness ethic sabotage. This is extremely healthy for the movement as a whole. Let's hope, however, that this new flurry of action does not lead to the type of attacks the movement suffered from a decade ago. Even if it does, maybe now the movement is more prepared. As one of those raided after ISAG put it in a statement to the City Council, "We will continue no matter how many times you kick us in the face or pepper spray us. We will continue despite your truncheon blows or shooting us with rubber bullets, because what does not kill us makes us stronger." As of October 2000 there have been 40 anti-GM sabotages in America. Despite grand juries and police surveillance, our friends are still uncaptured. For more details contact the Bioengineering Action Network, who are the best contact for the states. Serving the same function over there as the Genetic Engineering Network does over here, they are however openly loads more radical, militant, and wild. Extra environmental. Derek Wall fingers the green Nazis. Have you heard rumors of Satrivi Devi, the Hindu fascist, who praised the SS for their protection of animals and Hitler for his love of trees? Perhaps you have read Ecology in the 20th Century, where Anna Bramwell, an ex-young member officer of the conservative Monday Club, argues that much of green philosophy is rooted in the ideas of conservative and sometimes racist thinkers. What the hell is going on? Perhaps you have been approached by the distributists to help coordinate an anti-McDonald's Day. Or been sent a copy of Green Dawn, an innocuous-looking and rather environmentalist paper, put out by the National Front. Or have you been fooled, as Jonathan Porritt and the Center for Alternative Technology were, into writing for Scorpion, published by Martin Walker, the former NF organizer for Central London. A few years ago, some deep ecologists said some racist and extreme things. Ed Abbey complained of Mexicans swamping the US, forgetting that all sorts of races propelled not by genetics but economics and greed had formed the US on the blood of the Indians. The despicable Chris Maynes in his F. Misanthrope column claimed to be taking the piss with his view but briefly associated F. US with the view that AIDS was a good thing and the Ethiopian famine victims deserved to die. Deep ecology is no longer associated with such unpleasant views. Loving nature and all species requires respect for our own species. Real fascists, the guys and gals who back up their racist views with baseball bats and on occasion bombs, the European equivalent of Guatemalan death squads who believe in an international Jewish conspiracy, the Führerprinzip, celebrate Hitler's birthday, have for a long time been trying to infiltrate the Green movement. Ecofascism is on the march with a three-pronged assault that, if successful, will destroy ecology. The first prong is ideological. Martin Walker set up the magazine Scorpion to link neo-Nazis with the Green movement, and has over the past 4 years hoodwinked a whole series of prominent Greens from John Papworth to Peter Cadogan, the pacifist and decentralist, into attending its conferences. Another Scorpion conference goer, Anna Bramwell, in her books Ecology in the 20th Century and Blood and Soil, Walther Dar and Hitler's Green Party, has argued that the first Greens were to be found in Hitler's Germany and that ecologism is a phenomenon of the despised white European North. As far back as 1973, racists were blaming Third World overpopulation for the problems created by First World greed, in what was termed the lifeboat thesis, arguing against aid to famine victims but saying nothing about the links between Third World starvation and First World overconsumption. New right ecologists have little to say of the brave struggle of African, Asian, and South American Greens like Chico Mendes, or the rural women involved in the Kenyan Green Belt movement. The plight of the Tasmanian Aborigines and other native people who lived in balance with the environment but were exterminated by European colonialists is forgotten. According to Anna, who somehow managed to attend the 1989 Green Party conference, ecology should not be confused with the fight for social justice. The second prong is organizational. Suddenly the brown shirts are green. The Strasserite blood and soil wing of the NF has been followed by other fascist groups into exploiting environmental issues. Where NF once accused the anti-nuclear movement of being financed by Moscow gold, they now endorse opposition of the building of Hinkley Point. The myth of a racially pure rural Britain peppered by nationalistic communes is closely linked to NF protests over the grubbing up of hedges and acid rain. Hull NF have advertised for members worried by the growing scandal of filth and pollution in our waterways. Despite their hatred of other races, the far right have become animal lovers. In fact, the far right think of everything. Mosley supposedly invented Keynesian economic growth, Hitler built the first motorways, and both were supposedly advocates of the EC before anyone else thought of it. The far right have taken up green issues should not fool us to their real nature, it should not lull us into inaction. The final element is of direct infiltration. The far right have a strategy of moving into all major political parties, and former members of the NF and British National Party have turned up as Labour, Liberal and Conservative candidates in the past. The NF are reputed to have put candidates under the Green or Ecology label in the past in areas where the real Greens are thin on the ground. Further afield, Die Grünen have had major problems with fascist infiltration and have closed down several local Green groups. The NF have gone as far as to stand a candidate under the title of Green Wave, a name ripped off an organization set up by members of Greenpeace. Obviously, neo-Nazis find it easier to get votes under bogus green banners than as fascists. In 1989, a parliamentary by-election candidate for the real Green Party was offered help by a mysterious individual from the East End of London, who suggested that she campaigned under the slogan "On the crest of the Green Wave." She declined, and other members have been warned of the threat. Yet as long ago as the mid-1970s, other would-be environmentalists campaigned under the title of the Survival Party, complete with far-right ideology and Mossad flashes of lightning insignia on their publications. The far-right soil everything they come into contact with, and the Greens must be aware of their corrupting influence, step up their vigilance and work for radical policies that attack the racism and inequality that underpins ecological destruction. The animal rights movement, bizarrely, has been plagued by former and existing members of the NF. There is no doubt the fascists will attempt to infiltrate Earth first. Many of them appear like your average hippie. They are by no means all skinhead thugs. Be warned. They are thin on the ground, but beware. Try British National Party, the largest Nazi group, ignore deep ecology, but equally demand opposition. There is an excellent article in the latest issue of Green Anarchist, on the psychology of the BNP and fighting the fascists in general. Larry O'Hara, an ex-member of the excellent Big Flame group, bizarrely associated by Searchlight with the far right, is doing some good work on the subject. Ian Coates of Bristol University has produced a useful paper entitled "A Cuckoo in the Nest" on the NF infiltration of the Green movement. Send him an SAE and a small donation to cover photocopying, and I am sure he will let you have a copy. Also get hold of The Bigger Tory Vote by Nick Tozek, published by AK Press. Finally, why not join your local anti-fascist action group or anti-fascist alliance group? Remember, the Anti-Nazi League is a NAF vehicle for those merchants of debased Leninist bollocks, the Socialist Workers' Party. Remember, people are dying because of Nazis in France, Spain, Germany, and in this country. Derek Wall is an eco-socialist and a good friend of F. Critical mass, reclaiming space and combating the car. What a difference there was between the old and new parts of Mexico City only 20 years ago. In the old parts of the city, the streets were still true commons. Some people sat on the road to sell vegetables and charcoal. Others put their chairs on the road to sell tequila. Others held their meetings on the road to decide on the new headman for the neighborhood or to determine the price of a donkey. Others drove their donkeys through the crowd, walking next to the heavily loaded beast of burden. Others sat in the saddle. Children played in the gutter, and still people walking could use the road to get from one place to another. Such roads were not built for people. Like any true commons, the street itself was the result of people living there and making the space livable. The dwellings that lined the roads were not private homes in the modern sense, garages for the overnight deposit of workers. The threshold still separated two living areas, one intimate and one common. But neither homes in this intimate sense nor streets as common survived economic development. In the new sections of Mexico City, streets are no more for people. They are nowadays for automobiles, for buses, for cars, for taxis, and trucks. People are barely tolerated on the streets unless they are on their way to a bus stop. If people now sat down or stopped on the street, they would become obstacles for the traffic, and traffic would be dangerous to them. The road has been degraded from a commons to a simple resource for the circulation of vehicles. Ivan Illich, Silence is a Commons, The Co-Evolution Quarterly, Winter 1983. As Ivan Illich says, it is about making spaces livable, reasserting our control, in a myriad of different ways, over those spaces that once belonged to us but have since been illegitimately wrested away from us, through the process known as enclosure. This is what happened to the Dongas at Twyford Down on December 9, 1992, to George Green in Wanstead, and to countless other places. This is where demos, or actions, come in a sense. The issue that they are ostensibly concerned with is of secondary importance to the feelings that our actions engender within ourselves and others, how much of a scene we make and the imprint that it leaves behind. The U.S. anarchist writer Hakeem Bey talks of temporary autonomous zones, and this is at the heart of what every demonstration is, or should be, striving for a glimpse of the future society we long for. The best demos are a gap opening in the clouds of alienation, apathy, and impotence, and a sliver of electrifying sunlight breaking through. The stranglehold of orthodox reality is broken. To quote one example, it seems that at a recent Oxford cycle action, the traffic was brought to a standstill by a prank that subverted police's public order expectations and left them confounded. They were confronted by waiters who had appeared out of nowhere and were causally serving tea at Oxford's newest cafe, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. The street had been redefined. This brings us to critical mass, an idea and an attitude for bike actions that sprang up in San Francisco, and has now spread to other U.S. cities and international locales, as the potential for mayhem inherent in bikes has been realized and refined. The mass began as an informal commute home together to show bike solidarity with no real agenda, just 50 riders cycling home in the dark. It has since proved to have an irresistible momentum, as hundreds more cyclists have gotten involved in critical mass manifestations, and the actions themselves have become more intentional. Their experience has shown the willingness of police and motorists to resort to potentially lethal force to defend one of the supreme totems of our age, the private motor car, and the inalienable right of the motorist to drive, without hindrances of any kind. In one incident in San Francisco in April 1993, a driver reportedly rammed a group of cyclists on the mass, and proceeded to run over one of its members. The police present duly charged the victims and threatened to arrest other witnesses. I'm sure such experiences will be familiar to those who have participated in Carmageddon actions in the U.K. or indeed, in anti-roads campaigns in general. When death may be the penalty for enjoying an innocuous pleasure such as communal cycling, your ideas tend to become radicalized. Critical masters now see cars embodying the epitome of American destruction. Consequently, aggressive drivers are spat upon or blocked in for longer. The focus of the masses has broadened, with people biking through supermarkets, McDonald's, and other temples of latter-day capitalism. Most notably, hordes of cyclists attempted the world's first cyclotron, surrounding the Pacific Coast Stock Exchange in a bid to levitate it. One of the most recent events involved blocking a Berkeley motorway, which led to the worst police reprisal so far seen. Some of the participants were charged with felony assault on a police officer with a deadly weapon, to wit, 1 bicycle and 61 bikes were confiscated, some of which disappeared while in police hands. The officer who masterminded this operation hit the nail on the head in hilarious fashion when he accused critical massers of being nothing more than self-proclaimed anarchists and local activists who have adopted innovative tactics to create civil disorder in an attempt to carry out the anarchist revolution. Give that man a D-lock. Two of those involved in critical mass make a very significant point when they say it above all builds community. At San Francisco critical mass in September for its first birthday, people brought huge cakes and brownies and we all sang happy birthday, and had fun in Golden Gate Park. Again, this feeling of community, and, ideally, tribal links will be familiar to many UKEF-ERs. If revolution is the festival of the oppressed, struggling for something you believe in helps to bind you together, restoring the connections between people that this society so often severs as it tries to atomize us. A new zine culture, the Zerocracy, has emerged to cater to critical mass, fostering communication between strangers whose only previous connection was ownership of a bike and a desire for change, or some excitement. This brings us back to Lich's point about commons, and the way in which cars destroy this social space. Numerous studies support such a conclusion. For example, David Engwigt's research into how people living on streets with heavy traffic flows experience much less social contact than those living on streets with light flows. The Policy Studies Institute compare roads to crocodile-infested rivers that people dare not cross. Also, think of the traffic canyons that are prevalent in many cities. An example of resistance to this trend, and reclamation of this space for the people and community, was Claremont Road at the M11. The contents of houses, chairs, sofas, a bathtub, a pool table, etc. were turned out onto the street, breaking down the odious division between public and private spheres. There could be no greater contrast with David Engwigt's findings, where Heavy Street was used solely as a corridor between the sanctuary of individual homes and the outside world. There was no feeling of community and residents kept themselves to themselves. In our society, it is not just the physical environment that is colonized and enclosed, it is our minds also. By and large, cultural products are manufactured for us, we passively consume them, and our own idiosyncratic imaginations begin to atrophy. Critical mass, and many other similar actions in the UK, are thus also important because they subvert this trend. A platform, a vehicle even, is provided for people to act out their fantasies, to play, to let rip. One example is Zerocracy, another is that often is chaotic, and indecision in the middle of the intersection can be annoying or lead to outbursts of theater and fun like die-ins and resuscitating people with bikes. People exult in the atmosphere and surprise themselves with their hitherto neglected capabilities. The first time that the A33 at Twyford was blocked was such an occasion. Having stilled the ceaseless roar of the traffic, we reveled in our power and newfound freedom. We capered about, danced, sang, hooted, and grunted through road cones as if regressing to primal selves, did an absurd conga through the stalled cars, openly attempted rash acts of sabotage possessed by an almost palpable spirit of the moment. For a brief moment, anything seemed possible. To refer back to what I said at the beginning, we were sunbathing. Critical masses have been happening all over the country, with over 1,500 at the last London CM and over 300 in Brighton. Join these explosions of bike power, last Friday of every month, Aberdeen, Bath, Bradford, Cambridge, Cardiff, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Lancaster, Leeds, Leicester, Liverpool, London, Manchester, Middlesbrough, Sheffield, Southampton, Stoke, Wolverhampton, York. First Friday, Birmingham. Second Friday, Nottingham. First Saturday, Brighton. Reclaim the streets. We are not going to demand anything. We are not going to ask for anything. We are going to take. We are going to occupy. The Direct Action Group Reclaim the Streets has developed widespread recognition over the last few years. From road blockades to street parties, from strikes on oil corporations to organizing alongside striking workers, its actions and ideas are attracting more and more people and international attention. Yet the apparent sudden emergence of this group, its penetration of popular alternative culture, and its underlying philosophy have rarely been discussed. The evolution of RTS. RTS was originally formed in London in autumn 1991, around the dawn of the anti-roads movement. With the battle for Twyford Down rumbling along in the background, a small group of individuals got together to take direct action against the motor car. In their own words, they were campaigning for WA laking, cycling, and cheap, or free, public transport, and against cars, roads, and the system that pushes them. Their work was small-scale but effective, and even back then it had elements of the cheeky, surprise tactics that have molded RTS's more recent activities. There was the trashed car on Park Lane symbolizing the arrival of Carmagedon, DIY cycle lanes painted overnight on London streets, disruption of the 1993 Earl's Court Motor Show, and subvertising actions on car adverts around the city. However, the onset of the No ML1 Link Road campaign presented the group with a specific local focus, and RTS was absorbed temporarily into the No M11 campaign in East London. This period of the No M11 campaign was significant for a number of reasons. Whilst Twyford Down was predominantly an ecological campaign defending a natural area, the urban setting of the resistance to the M11 construction embodied wider social and political issues beyond the anti-road and ecological arguments. A whole urban community faced the destruction of its social environment with loss of homes, degradation to its quality of life, and community fragmentation. Beyond these political and social considerations, the M11 developed the direct action skills of those involved. Phone trees were established, lots of people were involved in site invasions, crowds of activists had to be maneuvered cunningly to outwit police. The protesters also gained experience of dealing with associated tasks such as publicity, the media, and fundraising. Then in late 1994 a political hand grenade was thrown into the arena of the M11 campaign, the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act. Overnight civil protesting became a criminal act, but what the government hadn't counted on was how this piece of legislation would unite and motivate the very groups it was aimed at repressing. The fight of the anti-road activists became synonymous with that of travelers, squatters, and hunt saboteurs. In particular, the suddenly politicized rave scene became a communal social focus for many people. The M11 Link Road campaign culminated in the symbolic and dramatic Battle of Claremont Road. Eventually, and with the repetitive beats of the prodigy in the background, police and security overpowered the barricades, lock-ons, and the scaffold tower, but the war was only just beginning. The period of the ML1 campaign had linked together new political and social alliances, and in the midst of the campaign's frenzied activities strong friendships had been formed. When Claremont Road was lost, this collective looked for new sources of expression, and Reclaim the Streets was reformed in February 1995. The years that followed saw the momentum of RTS flourish. Street parties IN2 were held in rapid succession in the summer of 1995, and there were various actions against the likes of Shell, the Nigerian Embassy, and the 1995 Motor Show. More recently, in July 1996 there was the massive success of the M41 Street Party, where for 9 hours 8,000 people took control of the M41 motorway in West London and partied and enjoyed themselves, whilst some dug up the tarmac with jackhammers and in its place planted trees that had been rescued from the construction path of the M11. At a base level the focus of RTS has remained anti-car, but this has been increasingly symbolic, not specific. RTS aimed initially to move debate beyond the anti-road struggle, to highlight the social, as well as the ecological, costs of the car system. The cars that fill the streets have narrowed the pavements. If pedestrians, want to look at each other, they see cars in the background. If they want to look at the building across the street, they see cars in the foreground. There isn't a single angle of view from which cars will not be visible, from the back, in front, on both sides. Their omnipresent noise corrodes every moment of contemplation like acid. Cars dominate our cities, polluting, congesting, and dividing communities. They have isolated people from one another, and our streets have become mere conduits for motor vehicles to hurtle through, oblivious of the neighborhoods they are disrupting. Cars have created social voids, allowing people to move further and further away from their homes, dispersing and fragmenting daily activities and lives and increasing social anonymity. RTS believe that ridding society of the car would allow us to recreate a safer, more attractive living environment, to return streets to the people who live on them, and perhaps to rediscover a sense of social solidarity. But cars are just one piece of the jigsaw, and RTS is also about raising the wider questions behind the transport issue about the political and economic forces that drive car culture. Governments claim that roads are good for the economy. More goods traveling on longer journeys, more petrol being burned, more customers at out-of-town supermarkets. It is all about increasing consumption, because that is an indicator of economic growth. I.e. greedy, short-term exploitation of dwindling resources regardless of the immediate or long-term costs. Therefore, RTS's attack on cars cannot be detached from a wider attack on capitalism itself. Our streets are as full of capitalism as of cars, and the pollution of capitalism is much more insidious. More importantly, RTS is about encouraging more people to take part in direct action. Everyone knows the destruction that roads and cars are causing, yet the politicians still take no notice. Hardly surprising, they only care about staying in power and maintaining their authority over the majority of people. Direct action is about destroying that power and authority, and people taking responsibility for themselves. Direct action is not just a tactic, it's an end in itself. It is about enabling people to unite as individuals with a common aim, to change things directly by their own actions. Street parties I, II, and III were ingenious manifestations of RTS's views. They embodied the above messages in an inspired formula: cunning direct action, crowd empowerment, fun, humor, and raving. They have evolved into festivals open to all who feel exasperated by conventional society. To some extent, it is possible to trace the tactics behind the street parties in RTS's history. The mobilization, assembly, and movement of large crowds draws on skills from road protests. The use of sound systems draws on dominant popular culture, whereas the initial inspiration for street parties certainly reflects the parties of the Claremont Road days. However, RTS have retrospectively also realized that their roots lie deeper in history. The great revolutionary moments have all been enormous popular festivals: the storming of the Bastille, the Paris Commune, and the uprisings in 1968, to name a few. A carnival celebrates temporary liberation from the established order. It marks the suspension of all hierarchy, rank, privileges, norms, and prohibitions. Crowds of people on the street seized by a sudden awareness of their power and unification through a celebration of their own ideas and creations. It follows then that carnivals and revolutions are not spectacles seen by other people, but the very opposite, in that they involve the active participation of the crowd itself. Their very idea embraces all people, and the street party as an event has successfully harnessed this emotion. The power that such activities embody inevitably challenges the state's authority, and hence IHE police and security services' attention has increasingly been drawn to RTS. The organization of any form of direct action by the group is closely scrutinized. RTS has been made very aware of this problem. Vehicles carrying equipment have been broken into, followed, and impounded en route to street parties. RTS's office has been raided, telephones have been bugged, and activists from RTS have been followed, harassed, and threatened with heavy conspiracy charges. On top of this, a secret RTS action in December 1996 was foiled by the unexpected presence of 200 police at the activists' meeting point. How such information is obtained by the police is uncertain and can easily lead to paranoia in the group, fear of infiltration, anxiety, and suspicion that can themselves be debilitating. Yet RTS has not been deterred. They hold open meetings every week, they continue to expand and involve new people, and are also frequently approached by other direct action groups. Alliances have sprouted with other groups, the striking Liverpool dockers and tube workers to name two, as recognition has grown of common ground between these struggles. Throughout the UK and Europe, new local RTS groups have formed, and late this summer there are likely to be street panics worldwide. These new groups have not been created by London RTS. They are fully autonomous. London RTS has merely acted as a catalyst, stimulating individuals to replicate ideas if they are suitable for others to use as well. In many ways, the evolution of RTS has been a logical progression that reflects its roots and experiences. Equally, the forms of expression adopted by RTS are merely modern interpretations of age-old protests. Direct action is not a new invention. Like their historic revolutionary counterparts, they are a group fighting for a better society at a time when many people feel alienated from, and concerned about, the current system. Their success lies in their ingenuity for empowering people, their foresight to forge common ground between issues, and their ability to inspire. The future street party? From the moment of birth we are immersed in action and can only fitfully guide it by taking thought. N. Whitehead. Tactics need to move. If they do not, those involved become tired or bored. One way to move is to grow, doing it all bigger and better. Relying on tighter organization and a more specialized activist. This can have immediate benefits that confer success on the group using them: wider media coverage, more subscribers to your mailouts, a certain notoriety. Another way, dialectically opposed to the former, though also a type of growth, is to diffuse. Enable more and more people to experience organizing the tactic or be affected by its presence and possibilities directly. The street party tactic has, to date, been growing in both ways. 3 parties in London, each more organized and successful than the last, and the erupting of parties around the country, locally organized and controlled, have shown that, as well as being a serious affair, resistance can be a festival. But what is the point of the street party? What is its future? What could it be potentially? These questions should be answered if the street party, conceived as a means to a free and ecological end, is not to become a victim of its own success. A simple, but limiting, answer to the first question is, to highlight the social and environmental costs of the car system. Which is fine, as far as it goes, but the rationale of the street party, certainly the experience, suggests that a more organic, transformative, even utopian approach may bring other replies and an answer to the last 2 questions: its future and potential. The concern is that the street party risks becoming a caricature of itself if it becomes too focused on the spectacular and its participant, the mass. The speculation is that, inherent within its praxis, its mix of desire, spontaneity, and organization, lie some of the foundations on which to build a participatory politics for a liberated, ecological society. Selling space. The words street and road are often taken to mean the same thing, but they can be defined in opposition to each other, to represent different concepts of space. In everyday usage the distinction is still common. We talk of the word on the streets, taking to the streets, and street culture. A street suggests dwellings, people, and interaction, in a word, community. A road, in contrast, suggests the tarmac, the horizon, progress, and the private enclosure of the motor car. We speak of roadworks and road rage. The road is mechanical, linear movement epitomized by the car. The street, at best, is a living place of human movement and social intercourse, of freedom and spontaneity. The car system steals the street from under us and sells it back for the price of petrol. It privileges time over space, corrupting and reducing both to an obsession with speed or, in economic lingo, turnover. It doesn't matter who drives the system, for its movements are already predetermined. As Theodore Adorno notes in For One Anima Moralia, which driver is not tempted, merely by the power of his engine, to wipe out the vermin of the street, pedestrians, children, and cyclists? The movement's machines demand of their users already have the violent, hard-hitting jerkiness of fascist maltreatment. Or, as an RTS Street Party flyer put it, cars can't dance. The modern city is the capitalist machine extended. A factory city serving dominant elites, a transportation hub for import and export, its citizens, as wage slaves, are kept in huge dormitories close to their place of labor. Its inhuman scale, impersonality, and sacrifice of pleasure to efficiency are the very antithesis of a genuine community. The privatization of public space in the form of the car continues the erosion of neighborhood and community that defines the metropolis. Road schemes, business parks, shopping developments all add to the disintegration of community and the flattening of a locality. Everywhere becomes the same as everywhere else. Community becomes commodity, a shopping village, sedated and under constant surveillance. The desire for community is then fulfilled elsewhere, through spectacle, sold to us in simulated form. A TV soap street or square mimicking the arena that concrete and capitalism are destroying. The real street, in this scenario, is sterile. A place to move through, not to be in. It exists only as an aid to somewhere else through a shop window, billboard, or petrol tank. Startled Mr. Lacey? Thought you had just taken a job managing an obscure little port, then suddenly there are street battles outside your office, your car gets trashed 4 times, you can't go shopping without being attacked by grannies, your house gets trashed and you have to move 2 times, your wife leaves you and your kids won't talk to you. Bad career move, Philip. To rescue what is left of the public arena, to enlarge and transform that arena from a selling and increasingly sold space to a common free space from controlled locality to local control is fundamental to the vision of reclaiming the streets. The logic of this vision implies not only ending the rule of the car and recreating community, but also the liberation of the streets from the wider rule of hierarchy and domination. From economic, ethnic, and gender oppressions. From the consumerism, surveillance, advertising, and profit-making that reduces both people and planet to saleable objects. The barricade blocks the road but opens the way. Paris, May 63. Street party as public meeting. That the city space presently given over to traffic and trafficking can be transformed into a festival site, beach, or forest is clear. But equally important is the potential for this space to be used for an authentic politics. For the recreation of a public arena where empowered individuals can join together to collectively manage social affairs. Without the communal sphere, defined here as the street, there can be no real community. Without this sphere, community is easily identified with the nation-state, and politics, the self-management of the community, is reduced to the practice of statecraft. The street party, in theory, suggests a dissolution of centralist power structures in favor of a network of self-controlled localities. The street party could easily involve a public meeting or community assembly that works in opposition to the state, towards taking direct control of its locality and giving all an equal voice in decision-making. By including and engaging with other struggles, by involving more local associations, clubs, and tenants, work, and community groups, by helping others organize smaller street parties that bypass official channels, we extend the practice of direct action and make such a politics possible. In practice, that is already what is happening, but without an understanding of where we wish the street party to go, it becomes all too easy for authority to co-opt or subvert its form. The participatory party or street meeting could be a real objective for the future street party. For an event that goes beyond temporarily celebrating its autonomy to laying the ground for permanent social freedom. Discussion areas, decision-making bodies, delegates mandated to attend other parties, in short the formation of a body politic, could all happen within the broader arena of the street party. Such participatory communities in traditional anarchist theory were called communes. Based on self-government through face-to-face grassroots or street-level assemblies, they were the final authority for all public policy. Linked together in confederal coordination, they formed the Commune of Communes, which, translated into current terminology, gives us the network of networks, or, more appropriately, the street party of street parties. That such a street party would tend to undermine centralist state and government structures, constituting a dual power in direct opposition to them, is obvious. The street party of street parties. Revolutionary moments are carnivals in which the individual life celebrates its unification with the regenerated society, wrote Raoul Vaneigem. The street party can be read as a Siduesque reversal of this assertion, as an attempt to make carnival the revolutionary moment. Placing what could be in the path of what is and celebrating the here and now in the road of the rush for there and later, it hopes to re-energize the possibility of radical change. The continuing emergence of street parties in Britain and increasingly in other countries shows that the desire for this change is not limited to economic equality, to ending injustice, or ensuring survival. It is an expansive desire, for freedom, for creativity, to truly live. This desire, for the present social order, is revolutionary. While 4 out of 5 Westerners live in the city, while 2/3 of the world's population share the common space of its thoroughfares, it is, on the streets that power must be dissolved, for the streets, where daily life is endured, suffered, and eroded, and where power is confronted and fought, must be turned into the domain where daily life is enjoyed, created, and nourished. To street party is to begin reconstructing the geography of everyday life, to reappropriate the public sphere, to rediscover the streets and attempt to liberate them. To street party is to rescue commonality from the dissection table of capitalism, to oppose the free market with a vision of the free society. This vision, which the street party embodies, is collective imagining in practice. It radically dissolves political, cultural, social, and economic divisions in a utopian expression. A utopia defined, not as no place, but as this place, here and now. The ultimate street party, the street party of street parties, is one where each person in each street in every village, town, and city joins with every other in rejecting capitalism, its exploitation and divisions, indeed rejecting all hierarchy and domination, embracing instead an ecological vision of mutual aid, freedom, complementarity, and interdependence. When the streets are the authentic social sphere for a participatory politics based on self-activity and direct action. When cooperation and solidarity are the social practice of society. When the street party helps make possible, and dissolves into such a future, then, we can begin. At first the people stop and overturn the vehicles in their path. Here they are avenging themselves on the traffic by decomposing it into its inert original elements. Next they incorporate the wreckage they have created into their rising barricades. They are recombining the isolated inanimate elements into vital new artistic and political forms for one luminous moment, the multitudes of solitudes that make the modern city come together in a new kind of encounter, to make a people. The streets belong to the people. They seize control of the city's elemental matter. A11D make it their own. Stop making sense, direct action and action theater. In 1973 Jacques Camet indicated, "It is now becoming generally accepted that demonstrations, marches, spectacles, and shows, don't lead anywhere. Waving banners, putting up posters, handing out leaflets, attacking the police are all activities which perpetuate a certain ritual, a ritual wherein the police are always cast in the role of invincible subjugators. The methods of struggle therefore must be put through a thorough analysis because they present an obstacle to the creation of new modes of action. And for this to be effective, there has to be a refusal of the old terrain of struggle both in the workplace and in the streets. The response to insights like Camet's has been, to a certain extent, a shift of the terrain of struggle away from demonstrations and street fighting to the creation of autonomous zones and communities of resistance, as well as, of course, the development of direct action tactics. In spite of this shift in emphasis, however, a ritualistic element still remains in many direct actions. As in the forms of resistance Camet discusses, the ritual all too often, still casts resistors as valiant, earnest protesters set over and against stern, repressive cops and security guards, and all too frequently the resistors end up playing the roles of victim and martyr, victim of police brutality and martyr to the direct action cause. This essay is intended to make some suggestions as to how this ritual of casting resistors as victims, and cops as victimizers can be disrupted and perhaps broken. I want to state though that this essay can only offer suggestions, not answers. Moreover, some of these suggestions may already be taking place. The blossoming of actions means that it is impossible to keep up with all the developments currently taking place. No claim to originality is being made here. I also want to stress that the proposals in this paper should not be regarded as an alternative to or a replacement for direct action, but as supplemental to it. When I spoke just now about ritual, I deliberately used a theatrical terminology. Resistors, I suggested, were cast as victims and cops were cast as victimizers. In short, in the scenario that has emerged at the sites of many direct actions, the participants assume particular roles. As a result, direct actions are already theatrical events in which the various players act out their parts. My proposals are based on a recognition of this fact, and suggest that direct action activists should take advantage of direct action's dramatic elements. This does not mean deliberately staging events for the media as Greenpeace, for example, has, because that means merely playing for the cameras, and once the cameras have gone, the whole momentum of the action can disappear, which sometimes means that the whole campaign disintegrates. On the contrary, taking advantage of the dramatic nature of direct actions means manipulating events by consciously intervening and shaping them in ways that are positive for the resistance. In Notes on Political Street Theater, Paris 1968, 1969, Jean-Jacques Lebel deliberately talks of the Paris uprising of May 1968 in theatrical terms. He says, "The first stage of an uprising, the first stage of any revolution, is always theatrical. The day uprising was theatrical in that it was a gigantic fiesta, a revelatory and sensuous explosion outside the normal pattern of politics. It is in this sense that I wish to propose direct action as theater, not as a dull ritualized scenario with pre-formulated roles for cops and resistors, and with an almost inevitable outcome, but rather as an explosion, as a riot of color and effective action. In short, I propose the direct action as a prefiguration of uprising, as insurrection in miniature. As part of the theatrical outburst of the May 68 uprising, Lebel refers to actual theatrical events on the street. Street theater as such started to pop up here and there in mass demonstrations, such as the 13th of May, which gathered more than 1 million people. Large effigies appeared of the CRS, of de Gaulle, and other political clowns. Short, funny, the theatrical rituals were performed around them as they burned. When the officially subsidized Odeon Theater was occupied by the movement, many small groups of students and actors began to interpret the daily news in the street in short comic dramas followed by discussions with the passing audience. Lebel, who was directly involved in what he calls political street theater, or guerrilla theater, indicates the rationale for utilizing drama in this way. The main problem, then as now, is to propagandize the aims and means of the revolutionary movement among those millions who, while not actually being hostile, have not yet taken part in the action. Since the mass media are totally controlled by the state, all they pour out are lies befitting the state's psychological warfare. We tried to use street theater as a means to provoke encounters and discussions among people who usually shut themselves off from each other. Here, Lebel is referring to extending agitprop theater to the streets. In the 1920s and 1930s, radicals staged agitprop plays in theaters and community centers, on picket lines and dole queues. These were explicitly didactic plays, i.e. they had specific political messages to convey, and were designed as a form of political agitation and propaganda. Lebel indicates that in May 1968 these agitprop productions were shifted even further away from the private space of the theater to the public space of the streets, in order to address wider audiences. Lebel comments, "Our orientation was agitprop, Yet we wanted to be creative and not just limited to old political cliches. Above all, we considered theater only as a means of breaking down the Berlin Wall in people's heads and helping them out of their state of passive acceptance. We didn't give a shit about art. We were interested in sabotaging capitalism by helping to blow its arsenal of images, moods, perceptual habits, and tranquilizing illusions of security. In other words, political street theater was regarded not as a work of art but as a weapon, an important tool in the revolutionary struggle. This is an important issue, but the scripts of the two street plays from May '68 appended to Lebel's essay now appear very stagey and hackneyed. Remember that Camus, writing 5 years after May '68, remarked that demonstrations, marches, spectacles, and shows don't lead anywhere. And the reproduced scripts seem very much like spectacles and shows. Conditions have changed, not least through the development of direct action tactics, and although something could perhaps be achieved through the kind of political street theater discussed by Lebel, it no longer seems particularly relevant to the needs of today. Nevertheless, Lebel points the way to uses of the theatrical that could be used to complement and increase the effectiveness of direct actions. Avant-garde artists have often dreamed of demolishing the barriers between life and art, and have indicated that this dream is part of the revolutionary project. In one respect, the trajectory of political theater in the 20th century shows a progression towards precisely that aim. Agitprop theater began the process by reclaiming and redefining the theatrical. Agitprop took drama out of the private space of the theater and into more public spaces, away from professional writers and actors and toward amateurs and activists, away from a middle-class audience and toward a more popular audience, away from depoliticized representations of bourgeois life and manners, and toward explicitly politicist representations of resistance, and away from spectacularized, commodified forms of theater and toward more everyday, face-to-face, interactive types of theater. Political street theater, as Lebel indicates, took this process to a stage farther, by taking drama into the streets, and the sites of resistance. It attempted to use street theater as a way of breaking down allegiance to capital and the state without replacing that allegiance with the cozy answers provided by alternative political ideologies. Now, however, with the advent of direct action, this process, the process of integrating art and life as part of the revolutionary project, can be taken even further. In political street theater, although the script is collectively written and the actors are activist amateurs, the relationship between performance and audience remains unchanged. The actors act out a play and the audience passively watches a performance. Moreover, the theatrical performance only plays an indirect role in events. In the case of direct action, however, this need not be the case. The performance can become an integral component of the direct action. This is what I term action theater. Action theater would take planning and preparation, of course, but there is no need to write a script. All that is needed is a general scenario and a broad understanding among participants that they know what roles they are playing. Suppose, for example, that there is a small group of people of different ages, races, genders, shapes, sizes, etc., some of whom look straight or conventional. They plan a scenario, the parts they will play, and what they intend to achieve. They target a site, maybe a shop, a bank, a McDonald's. They enter the site separately, at different times, and pretend not to know one another. One starts making a fuss, asks to see the manager, and starts having a loud row with him/her. One by one, others join in. Some may initially appear to offer counter-arguments to the politicist points put forward by the initiator, but then be won over. Maybe the real customers will be drawn into the seemingly spontaneous debate. Maybe they won't, but even so, they will be alerted to some issues. The security guards will be loath to get heavy with seemingly legitimate customers, particularly if there seem to be many people involved. The concrete achievements of this scenario are many. Business will be disrupted, alternative perspectives raised in public spaces, everyday people will be alerted to or even drawn into issues, and a general impression will be given that unrest and dissatisfaction are widespread and regarded as legitimate by many. Moreover, with this type of theatrical direct action, particularly if it is terminated at the right time, arrests are likely to be minimal or non-existent. A variation on this scenario is to place the group of actors in a store that is about to be occupied. Again, these plants will act as legitimate customers. When the direct action commences, the plants can support the action, complaining to staff about security guards and police, threatening to report them, and encouraging real customers to do the same. The outcomes here would be preventing cop brutality and false arrest, as well as indicating to store managers, cops, and customers that direct action is legitimate and widely supported. Alternatively, staged events that do not look staged but spontaneous could be used to create diversions at a construction site. A store, wherever a direct action is taking place with the aim of diverting cop attention, and gaining valuable lime for direct action activists. Additionally, and this is where the stop making sense part of the essay title comes in, action theater activists could arrange scenarios in which they confuse cops by acting in unpredictable, absurd ways. Kamat talks about changing the terrain of struggle. The terrain of the cops is one of seriousness and rational behavior, so shifting the terrain could involve emphasizing the humorous and irrational. If prepared properly, this could really spook cops. It could also very directly challenge the scenario that casts resistors as earnest but also as victims. It could empower resistors in ways that cops might find it hard to cope with. Action theater is not an alternative to direct action, rather action theater can complement direct action. It can cause disruption, but also be funny and fun to do. Moreover, it can get people involved who, because of their age, fitness, criminal record, job, or personal commitments, can't engage in direct action or can't afford to get nicked, but can still provide invaluable support for direct action activists, as well as directly contributing to the revolutionary project. Lights, camera. Activism. Video media and direct action. This article has been written in an attempt to stimulate much-needed discussion in direct action circles about alternative media and its role in our struggles. With the space available, the article cannot look at all areas of alternative media, nor tackle the areas it does look at in any great detail. I hope it will, however, act as a catalyst for discussions that should, for once, include the activists on the other side of the lens. If you live and work in a city, you are, on average, filmed by over 400 CCTV cameras per day. If you also manage to squeeze in an early morning national action, you could potentially add another dozen cameras to that figure, but that's okay because it's our own media, isn't it? I was surprised that not only were people quite happy to send me footage of actions without asking for any control over its use, but some of them had sent tapes to TV stations and couldn't remember getting them back again afterwards. Researcher, Channel 4, November 1997. There is a basic philosophy underpinning direct action that goes a lot deeper than the net result of the day's action. As the RTS poster states, direct action is founded on the idea that people can develop the ability for self-rule only through practice, and proposes that all persons directly decide the important issues facing them. It is not a last resort when other methods have failed, but the preferred way of doing things. The issues that have to be tackled are how the ideas and theories behind direct action transfer to the alternative media, whether there are certain ethical criteria that have to be fulfilled for the alternative media to interact successfully with other areas of direct action, rather than become part of the mainstream with a profit-motivated agenda. Although there are many areas of campaign support that need to be looked at in detail, this article focuses primarily on video cameras because, in the wrong hands and with the current state of understanding, they can prove incredibly dangerous. Misuse of video cameras can adversely affect the action itself, as well as increasing the risk of arrest for the activists involved. One case occurred at the launch of a new car in London. The camera operator, working on the Undercurrents video news magazine, had been allowed to record the planning process as well as the action itself. On the day all went as planned, with the car at the center of the action finishing up covered with paint, and the activists quickly leaving the scene before the police arrived. Incredibly, the person with the camera decided to remain to film the police response and was subsequently arrested. The tape inside the camera not only contained all the footage of the action but also the build-up to it, and the faces and voices of those involved. Although no one was prosecuted as a result of the seizure of the footage, it gave the police unnecessary intelligence that could be used in the future. On another occasion, people were arrested after a demonstration at Hackney Town Hall. Unedited activist footage from the action was given straight to the local TV station, who then handed it to the police. During the action, the videographer was questioned and claimed to be filming for Undercurrents. This was later found out to be untrue, but, despite the person with the camera being a stranger to everyone on the action, one word acted as a passport to record every intimacy and potentially incriminating act during the action itself. There are always two sides to every debate, however. Many of those currently taking direct action are there after watching Undercurrents at a festival, whilst others may have read through a copy of Squall or Do or Die and been motivated by the dramatic photographs that complement the articles. But even that raises questions about the movement's potential to recreate itself in the image of its media representation. All of which leads to the same point: there has to be a continuous appraisal of the methods and motivations of those involved in alternative media, and at the moment that is not happening. The following aims to highlight points in the process from action to advert and examine the image, theory, and motivation. More often than not, the first part of the process is the recording of the image. People will often try and avoid getting their faces near a police evidence gatherer film unit. Likewise, most will avoid trashing machinery with police filming nearby, yet many appear happy to trust those on site with cameras as long as they're wearing green and black. Quite a few will remember the open cast action in Derbyshire, when every machine on site was trashed and over 350,000 damage was caused. Police attendance was negligible and no arrests took place on site. People may also remember the video cameras filming the smashing of machinery from afar, whilst others stood at the side taking photographs. What action was taken to ensure that none of the footage taken was incriminating or distributed without the control of those recorded? The answer, as usual, appeared to be very little. If you see someone turning up on their first action with a camera, or even if you see someone you know and trust filming anything potentially incriminating, you have a responsibility to others on the action to question exactly where their motivations lie, and to take appropriate action. Actually taking part in direct action should come before the recording of the event for others. It should not be seen as a spectacle, but as the way to achieve results, people taking back control of their lives. At present, the activist community seems to have lost control of the image that is often the only connection those not involved have with what is going on and why. The camera can be there as an integral part of the action, a key weapon to be used as part of the greater campaign, but the camera operator should never be seen as an outside unit. They are there to complement the action, and to support those on the front line. This means working with the various campaigns before hitting the record button, and finding the balance necessary for the relationship to work. Trust can only be built up over a long time. If those with the cameras haven't got the patience to get to know at least some of those taking part in the action they want to record, they certainly haven't got the patience or knowledge necessary to be given control over the resultant images. The current alternative media network on which this article is based developed primarily from inside the environmental direct action movement, and this should have ensured that the whole process from the recording of the initial image through to final distribution remained within the control of those actively involved in the movement. It should also have ensured our media could develop as an independent and ethically sound means of information dissemination, but the image, from inception to distribution, has fallen from being part of the process to its current position, apparently very distant from the ethic it claims to represent. According to Michael Albert, what makes alternative media alternative can't be its product in the simplest sense, can't just mean that the institution's editorial focus is in this or that topical area. Being alternative must have to do with how the institution is organized and works. At present there is one agency that specializes in the production and distribution of alternative video in the UK, Undercurrents. Based initially in London, and now in Oxford, there are a number of lessons that can be learned from recent revelations about the working ethics of the organization. We should note the ease with which control over footage from actions can be taken away from the activist community and placed in the hands of those who may have very little or no experience of direct action. Undercurrents have stated that there has always been a hierarchical regime in place within the organization, and expect the video activist to accept that fact as a fait accompli. However, whilst it may be easier to work with such an organization on their terms, the activist community must both challenge those ideas with which it disagrees, and as necessary find or create alternative outlets for the work. As already stated, direct action does not end when the camera goes back in the bag, and the same ethic has to follow the images from beginning to end. There should be a fluid process in place that allows both common sense to prevail and for overall control to remain within the represented community. Whilst undercurrents may state they are not deliberately taking control of the image for their own ends, they are demonstrating enough of a lack of understanding to trigger warning bells in all those who come into contact with them. Their explanation: that because the mainstream media want moral rights over all works they use, the activist community must also sign away their moral rights to an outside force, is incredible in its simplicity. If undercurrents were fulfilling their perceived role as intermediaries between the naive activist and the mainstream media, they should be informing activists of their rights, not working to the agenda of the mainstream. To create an environment where those with expert knowledge in a particular area can develop a symbiotic relationship with the activist community at large, the experts must also practice the underlying ethics apparent within the images they record. Focus on undercurrents. A document was circulated last year that detailed some concerns about undercurrents. Written by several activists with experience of working within the organization, the main points raised were that undercurrents contracts ask contributors to waive all moral rights to their work, whilst claiming incorrectly that work could not be used by the mainstream without the waiver. That the contracts ask contributors to sign exclusive rights over to undercurrents for between 20 to 25 years. That the contract demands contributors agree to promote the video in any way possible in order to widen distribution. That the majority of money from the sale of footage remains within undercurrents instead of being offered back to the campaign that produced the images in the first place. That undercurrents have been quietly working as an exclusive news agency, acting as mainstream when dealing with outside media, yet still claiming to be activists when working in the activist field. That the explicit hierarchy at work within the organization disallows much sense of ownership to anyone who comes to work there. That undercurrents can only profit in this way because its actual methods of operation radically contradicts what we feel is most activists' perception of the organization. That unless there is a large-scale change within the organization, activists should begin to view it very much as they do mainstream media organizations. There are numerous publications that attempt in different ways to fulfill the alternative criteria. Examples include SCHNEWS, published each week in Brighton, and the Earth First Action Update. Both work in different ways, and have put in place criteria that attempt to ensure the media remains within the control of activists and is not taken over by an unrepresentative elite. In the case of SCHNEWS, all articles are written, edited, and published by activists. This should ensure that not only do those involved in a campaign get an opportunity to represent themselves, but that training is freely available for all those who want to become more involved in the process. In the case of the Action Update, the creation of an elite is avoided by rotating publication of the newsletter each year. Where we go from here needs debate that must take place at all levels. The action and current standpoint of undercurrents should be seen as unacceptable. We need to challenge, change, and learn from our current position to ensure that we never find ourselves in the situation where control of the image has passed to those who place their own survival above the greater good of the movement. The next time someone asks you where you're from, and tells you to put the camera away, it's not necessarily part of an ego war, it could be because they have never seen you before, and want to know where your motivations lie. Do you know? Friday, June 18, 1999. Confronting capital and smashing the state. As the economy has become increasingly transnational, so too has the resistance to its devastating social and ecological consequences. The June 18th International Day of Action in financial and banking districts across the world was probably the largest and most diverse day of action against global capital in recent history. Hundreds of actions took place in over 30 countries on every continent, all in recognition that the global capitalist system is based on the exploitation of people and the planet for the profit of a few and is at the very root of our social and ecological troubles. But where did this extraordinary show of international solidarity spring from? And how and why are such diverse groups building global networks of struggle to counter the globalization of misery under capitalism? What follows is a personal account of the history, context, and organization of the events leading up to June 18th. It is a story that needs telling. Contradictions of globalization. International solidarity and global protest is nothing new. From the European-wide revolutions of 1848, through the upheavals of 1917 to 18 following the Russian Revolution, to the lightning flashes of resistance nearly everywhere in 1968, struggle has always been able to communicate and mutually inspire globally. But what is perhaps unique to our times is the speed and ease with which we can communicate between struggles and the fact that globalization has meant that many people living in very different cultures across the world now share a common enemy. An enemy that is increasingly becoming less subtle and more excessive and therefore easier to see, understand, and ultimately dismantle. A common enemy. The irony is that before the onslaught of globalization, the system was sometimes hard to recognize in its diverse manifestations and policies. Abstract critical theory was confronting an abstract multifaceted system. But the reduction of diversity in the corporate landscape and the concentration of power within international institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Trade Organization and the financial markets, has clarified things and offered a focal point for protest and opposition. It is a lot easier to oppose concentrated uniform power than diverse and flexible forms. As power heads further and further in this direction, those opposing it seem to become more and more diverse and fluid, and hence much harder to diffuse and undermine. As the elite, their transnational corporations and their puppets the IMF and WTO impose free market policies on every country on the planet, they are unwittingly creating a situation where diverse movements are recognizing each other's struggles as related and are beginning to work together on an unprecedented scale. The global race to the bottom in which workers, communities, and whole countries are forced to compete by lowering wages, working conditions, environmental protections and social spending, all to facilitate maximum profit for corporations, is stimulating resistance all over the world. People everywhere are realizing that their resistance is pointless if they are struggling in isolation. For example, say your community manages, after years of tireless campaigning, to shut down your local toxic waste dump. What does the transnational company that owns the dump do? They simply move it to wherever their costs are less and the resistance weaker, probably somewhere in the Third World or Eastern Europe. Under this system, communities have a stark choice: either compete fiercely with each other or cooperate in resisting the destruction of our lives, land, and livelihoods by rampaging capital. Diversity versus uniformity. To accelerate profit and create economies of scale, global capital imposes a monoculture upon the world with the result of making everywhere look and feel like everywhere else: the same restaurants, the same hotels, the same supermarkets filled with the same music. Sumner Redstone, the multi-billionaire owner of MTV, summed up this denial of diversity when he said, "Just as teenagers are the same all over the world, children are the same all over the world." On his business trips, he obviously forgets to stop and visit the slums of Delhi or the impoverished rural villages of Africa. In New York, London, and Berlin, kids may have succumbed to his spell of sameness, as they sit prisoners of their own homes, their dull eyes glued to the screen. But the majority of the world's children would rather have clean water than Jamiroquai. Herbert Read in The Philosophy of Anarchism wrote that, progress is measured by the degree of differentiation within a society. The president of the Nabisco Corporation would obviously disagree, as he is looking forward to the day when Arabs and Americans, Latins, and Scandinavians will be munching Ritz crackers as enthusiastically as they already drink Coke or brush their teeth with Colgate. Progress under the capitalist system is measured by economic growth, which inevitably means monoculture. Just because more money is changing hands doesn't mean that life is getting any better, it is quite the opposite for the majority of the world. But by embracing diversity, social movements are proposing powerful challenges to capital's addiction to uniformity. Space for utopias. Capital was only able to become truly global after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the breakup of the Eastern Bloc. The fall of communism not only opened up the space for capital to be unrestrained, but also gave a new lease of life to radical movements. For more than 70 years, Soviet-style socialism was seen as the main model of revolutionary society, and of course it was a total social and ecological disaster. But its shadow lingered over most radical movements. Those who wished to discredit any forms of revolutionary thinking simply pointed to the Soviet model to prove the inevitable failures of any utopian project. Now that the Soviet Union has ceased to exist, it has become a lot easier for those of us working in radical movements to conceive of different societies without having to refer to a failed model. Ideas of utopia can return unhindered. The space has been cleared and the power of radical imagination is back at the center of revolutionary struggle. Not only has the imagination been freed, it has also become more diverse and fluid than it was ever able to be under the shadow of the strict monolithic ideology of Soviet socialism. There is no longer any need for universal rules, there is not just one way, one utopia to apply globally, because that is exactly what the free marketeers are trying to do. The radical social movements that are increasingly coming together don't want to seize power, but to dissolve it. They are not vanguards but catalysts in the revolutionary process. They are dreaming up many autonomous alternative forms of social organization, and they are celebrating variety and rejoicing in autonomy. The ecology of struggle. In post-scarcity anarchism, Murray Bookchin wrote that in almost every period since the Renaissance, the development of revolutionary thought has been heavily influenced by a branch of science. He gives the examples of mathematics and mechanics for the Enlightenment, and evolutionary biology and anthropology for the 19th century. Ecology has influenced many movements today, and that is perhaps why their model of organization and coordination resembles an ecological model, working like an ecosystem. Highly interconnected, it thrives on diversity, works best when embedded in its own locality and context, and develops most creatively at the edges, the overlap points, the in-between spaces, those spaces where different cultures meet, such as the coming together of the American Earth First and logging unions or London tube workers and reclaim the streets. The societies that they dream of creating will also be like ecosystems, diversified, balanced, and harmonious. Enough is enough. The ecological crisis changes the way many of these movements think and act. Kirkpatrick Sale illustrates the scale of the biological meltdown. For goods and services have been consumed by the generation alive between 1950 and 1990, measured in constant dollars and on a global scale, than by all the generations in all of human history before. The level of ecological destruction is mind-blowing, and the present generation feels an incredible urgency about the future. We know that mere reform is useless because it is clear that the whole basis of the present system is profoundly anti-ecological, and that there is no longer any use waiting for the right historical conditions for revolution as time is rapidly running out. Radically creative and subversive change must happen now, because there is no time left for anything else. During the May 68 insurrection in Paris, a message was scrawled on the walls of the Théâtre de l'Odéon: "Dare to go where none has gone before you. Dare to think what none has ever thought." Despite capital's rapacious ability to enclose and recuperate everything, the space has now been opened up, and we can finally pay attention to that message. Transnational resistance. On New Year's Day 1994, the day the North American Free Trade Agreement came into effect, 2,000 indigenous people from several groups came out from the mountains and forests of Chiapas, the most southern state of Mexico. Masked, armed, and calling themselves Zapatistas, their battle cry was "Ya basta." An extraordinary popular uprising which was to change the landscape of global resistance forever had begun. 5 towns were occupied and 12 days of fighting followed. This was not an isolated local act of rebellion. Through the Zapatistas' resourceful use of the internet, which could not be censored by the Mexican state, people all over the world soon heard of the uprising. These masked rebels from poverty-stricken communities were not only demanding that their own land and lives be given back, neither were they just asking for international support and solidarity. They were talking about neoliberalism, about the death sentence that NAFTA and other free trade agreements would impose on indigenous people. They were demanding the dissolution of power and the development of civil society, and they were encouraging others all over the world to take on the fight against the enclosure of our lives by capital. Public sympathy in Mexico and abroad was overwhelming. On the day of the ceasefire, celebratory demonstrations took place in numerous countries. In Mexico City, 100,000 marched together shouting "First World, ha ha ha." Phenomenal poetic communiques came out of Chiapas and were rapidly circulated through the internet. There was a new sense of possibility, and the Zapatistas and their supporters were weaving an electronic fabric of struggle to carry the seeds of revolution around the world. People's global action. In 1996 the Zapatistas, with trepidation as they thought nobody might come, put out a call for a gathering and encuentro of international activists and intellectuals to meet in Chiapas and discuss common tactics, problems, and solutions to the common enemy, capitalism. Over 6,000 people attended and spent days talking and sharing their stories of struggle. This was followed a year later by a gathering in Spain, where the idea of a more concrete global campaign, named People's Global Action, was hatched by a group made up of 10 of the largest and most innovative social movements, including the Movimento Sem Terra, the Brazilian Landless Peasants Movement and the radical Indian farmers, the Karnataka Stale Farmers Union. 4 hallmarks were proposed by this group in an attempt to get people to rally around shared principles. These were a very clear rejection of the institutions that multinationals and speculators have built to take power away from people, like the WTO and other trade liberalization agreements. A confrontational attitude, since we do not think that lobbying can have a major impact in such biased and undemocratic organizations in which transnational capital is the only real policy maker. A call for nonviolent civil disobedience and the construction of local alternatives by local people, as answers to the actions of governments and corporations. An organizational philosophy based on decentralization and autonomy. In February 1998, PGA was born, and for the first time ever, the world's grassroots movements were beginning to talk and share experiences without the mediation of established non-governmental organizations. The first gathering of the PGA was held in Geneva, home of the much-hated WTO. More than 300 delegates from 71 countries came to Geneva to share their anger over corporate rule. From the Owa peoples of Colombia, Canadian postal workers, European Reclaim the Streets activists, anti-nuclear campaigners, French farmers, Maori and Oganai activists, through to Korean trade unionists, the Indigenous Women's Network of North America, and Ukrainian radical ecologists, all were there to form a global instrument for communication and coordination for all those fighting against the destruction of humanity and the planet by the global market, while building local alternatives and people power. One of the participants spoke of this inspiring event. It is difficult to describe the warmth and the depth of the encounters we had here. The global enemy is relatively well known, but the global resistance that it meets rarely passes through the filter of the media. And here we met the people who had shut down whole cities in Canada with general strikes, risked their lives to seize lands in Latin America, destroyed the seat of Cargill in India or Novartis transgenic maize in France. The discussions, the concrete planning for action, the stories of struggle, the personalities, the enthusiastic hospitality of the Genevan squatters, the impassioned accents of the women and men facing the police outside the WTO building all sealed an alliance between us. Scattered around the world again, we will not forget. We remain together. This is our common struggle. One of the concrete aims of this gathering was to coordinate actions against 2 events of global importance that were coming up in May of that year, the G8 meeting of the leaders of the 8 most industrialist nations, which was to take place in Birmingham, and the second ministerial meeting of the World Trade Organization, which was being held a day later in Geneva. For 4 consecutive days in May 1998, acts of resistance echoed around the planet. In Hyderabad, India, 200,000 peasant farmers called for the death of the WTO. In Brasilia, landless peasants and unemployed workers joined forces and 50,000 of them took to the streets. Over 30 Reclaim the Streets parties took place in many countries, ranging from Finland to Sydney, San Francisco to Toronto, Lyon to Berlin. In Prague, the biggest single mobilization since the Velvet Revolution in '89, brought over thousands into the streets for a mobile street party that ended with several McDonald's being redesigned and running battles with the police. Meanwhile, in the UK, 5,000 people were paralyzing central Birmingham as the G8 leaders fled the city to a local manor to continue their meeting in a more tranquil location. The following day, the streets of Geneva exploded. The GS plus many more world leaders had congregated there for the WTO ministerial and to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, the forerunner of the WTO. Over 15,000 people from all over Europe and many from other continents demonstrated. Banks had their windows smashed, the WTO Director General's Mercedes was turned over, and 3 days of the heaviest rioting ever seen in Geneva followed. The dust settled. The world leaders stuck in their glass bunker beside Lake Geneva made a statement saying that they wanted the WTO to become more transparent. As if that was going to make the blindest bit of difference. June 18. Keep on building. It was clear that things were really moving and that we had to keep the momentum going, and build on the success of the May actions. The question was how? Then came an idea: why not go for the jugular this time? Why not aim at the heart of the beast, the pulsating core of the global economy, the financial and banking districts, the engine room of all ecological and social devastation? This time we could make it bigger, better, and even more diverse. According to an article in the Daily Mail entitled "Invitation to a Riot," June 18 was organized by ringleaders during a secret council of war. Several other papers mentioned cells and shadowy groups, while others concentrated on the protest by stealth, the fact that it was all plotted on the internet and was therefore secret. If you believe the papers, the internet is so secret that the Sunday Times had to intercept an email which happened to be on the open discussion list to show to its readers. Apparently the fact that it was hatched on the internet also meant it was impossible for the police to estimate how many protesters might be involved or know what the protest was actually about. Geneva 1998, oops, that was a Director General's posh car. The media go to extraordinary lengths to make people believe that this kind of thing can't be organized by fairly normal people, using fairly normal everyday life tools such as conversations, phone calls, and public meetings. Only shadowy types using weird and highly unusual things like computers and the internet and meeting in strange, secret places like pubs and community centers could possibly organize such an event. But how did it all start, and in what ways was it really organized? If you work for Miss or the police, don't get all excited and think I'm about to divulge the names and techniques of all the organized anarchists that you so desperately want to catch. I'm going to do no such thing, but what I do want to attempt, however, is to demystify the whole process of organizing June 18. Desiring the impossible. Those moments where incredible dreams are first shared and aired, where imagination becomes actual by speaking, are wonderful to look back on. Sometimes it takes so little, just a conversation at the right time with the right people, and the seed of an idea is planted and takes root. Like all good ideas, lots of people were thinking the same thoughts at the same time, and all it took was a bit of talking to make those dreams real. Last year, for the May 98 actions, Reclaim the Streets had spent some time trying to work out how to hold an event in the City of London. This was before it was decided to move the whole thing up to Birmingham. But the Ring of Steel, the blanket CCTV coverage, and the fact that the event was going to be during the weekend and the city would be empty of office workers put us right off. However, the desire to do something in this small square mile of land right on our doorsteps, Europe's leading financial center, and one of capital's oldest and most powerful sites, proved too strong. Having a tendency to believe in the reality of our desires, we couldn't let this one go. Then during a hot summer's day in June 1998, a conversation occurred between an RTS activist and someone from London Greenpeace who had been involved in the Stop the City demonstrations during the ADS. It turned out that they had been thinking similar thoughts about having an event in the city that year to bring all the single-issue campaigns together around a common enemy of capital, and a date had already been set for a public meeting. LGP felt that the time was right to take on such an audacious target. The Stop the Cities in the ADS had come out of the momentum of the peace movement. In the last few years, the ecological direct action movement had been getting stronger. There seemed to be an upsurge in workplace action, the Jubilee Line wildcat strikes, and the Thameside care workers being two examples. Street parties had sprouted up across the country with thousands taking direct action, and there was a sense that there was enough momentum to take on such an ambitious and cheeky action. The idea was taken back to RTS's weekly public meeting and to LGPS. In mid-August, the first of many public meetings about June the 18th was held in a community centre in central London. As well as RTS and LGP, several groups were present, ranging from the Mexico Support Group, London Animal Action, through to McLibel and Class War. A date was decided, June 18th, to coincide with the G8 summit. It was a Friday, therefore a work day in the city. An initial proposal text was agreed and rough ideas of a timetable for the day and different groups to approach for involvement were discussed. It was agreed to hold open coordinating meetings every month, and these continued to take place right up to a few weeks before the actual day. At this point, there was much debate and some pretty dire brainstorming sessions trying to find a title for the day. Suggestions like a carnival against commerce, laughing all the way to the bank, for a millennium without multinationals, reclaim the city, and reclaim the world all were mentioned, yet nobody could agree on a suitable name. Time passed and still no title had been thought of, so we stuck to the date June 18th with the subtitle of A Day of Action, Protest, and Carnival in financial centers across the globe. For some extraordinary reason, perhaps due to the fact that a date provides the ultimate in global ownership, no one is taking on someone else's tag, it seemed to work, and eventually, many groups began simply calling it J18. There is a very unfortunate similarity between J18 and the name of the violent ultra-fascist group C18. None of us clocked onto this until too late, but some of the media did mention it. Good ideas spread like wildfire. By the end of August 1998, the first leaflet was put together, an A4 cut and pasted photocopied sheet, and it was taken to the Summer gathering for discussion. A small number of people thought it was a suicide mission to try and occupy and transform the city on a work day, when many people would be unable to attend because they were working, but others were excited by it and they agreed to take the idea back to their localities and discuss it. By the beginning of September 1998, an international proposal had been written, was taken to the PGA Conveners Committee meeting in Finland and discussed with social movements from each continent, who gave the go-ahead for it to be networked internationally. Soon after this, an international networking group was established to distribute and translate the proposal into 8 languages. Paper copies found themselves in many backpacks and were taken to far-flung places on people's travels. Preparation pays off, but how many emails before we too get this? A J18 email discussion list was set up, where any message sent from anywhere in the world is automatically distributed to everyone who is signed up. This list was entirely public, anyone with an email account could join. During the run-up to the action, over 1,000 people passed through the list, and there was a steady membership of about 400 people. Over 300 different people sent an email contributing to the discussion, which showed a surprising level of participation. Someone who had very little experience designing web pages used a web page making program and set up a basic website with the proposal on it. Academics and corporations agree that the internet has become one of the most potent weapons of resistance for activists fighting global capital. A PR manager teaching multinationals how to deal with modern-day activist groups was quoted as saying the greatest threat to the corporate world's reputation comes from the internet, the pressure group's newest weapon. Their agile use of global tools such as the internet reduces the advantage that corporate budgets once provided. Harry Cleaver, a professor of economics in the USA, has written that the most serious challenge to the basic institutional structures of modern society flow from the emergence of computer-linked global social movements. Despite the fact that most people on the planet don't own a phone, let alone a computer linked up to the internet, many social movements in both the North and South now have some sort of internet access. It's a relatively cheap medium that enables small groups with very few resources to communicate on a mass scale. June 18 could not have happened globally without it. The cost of sending letters or making phone calls halfway across the world would have been prohibitive. But it's the way the internet spreads ideas rapidly and in every direction through websites, discussion lists etc. which is extraordinary. Once a message has gone out, a simple click of a button can send it to thousands of people and each one of these in turn can forward that message within seconds. Ideas spread and multiply at the speed of light. There is a great anecdote which describes the decentralist multiplying nature of the internet. Someone in the international networking group sent an email to an anarchist group in New York, which was then forwarded by them to Chicago, who in turn forwarded it to Boston and so on to several other cities in the US until eventually it reached Mexico City, where it was forwarded to Zapatista supporters in Chiapas, who were friends of the originator of the email in the UK but who had no idea that she knew anything about J18. They then emailed her saying, "Wow, have you seen this proposal? Have you heard about this action?" The message had literally gone around the world. Traditional media was also of key importance, and by the time 20,000 red, green, and black leaflets had been printed and mailed out to around 1,000 groups around the world, many countries and groups had already got involved, including the North Sumatran Peasants Union, the Policy Information Center for International Solidarity in South Korea, Chikoko, the Canadian Auto Workers Union, Green Action in Israel, and a coalition of several groups in the United States and Australia. J18 was spreading like wildfire. Like a virulent virus, it had taken hold of people's imaginations. Uncontrollable and untamable, it had moved from city to city and country to country. Like the financial markets, it fed on rumor and speculation. Unlike the markets, it needed cooperation, community and hope to keep it alive. The importance of process. Although what happened on the day went beyond many people's wildest dreams, the process that led up to it was just as important. Although it had some failings, it did achieve much which will strengthen many of the movements who worked on J18. Primarily, I believe there are three key areas in which the process succeeded: group building, education, and networking, both on local and international level. I can only speak about the first two in terms of what happened in the UK, but I'm sure similar processes happened in many places where actions were organized. Acting together. Produced in the months leading up to June 18 were two useful action-oriented publications. Squaring Up to the Square Mile was a 32-page pamphlet detailing the institutions and workings of the city. The accompanying publication was an A3 map of the city, marking financial institutions and places. See the resources section for how to get your own copy. In terms of group building, what seemed clear was that the process of local groups getting together to plan their autonomous actions on the day was incredibly important. June 18 was providing a common focus for groups up and down the country. New groups were forming and existing groups were coalescing and expanding. Local meetings which brought together diverse interest groups began happening in Sheffield, Cardiff, Newcastle, Brighton, Bristol, Glasgow, Manchester, and Southampton, to name but a few. Local posters and stickers were produced, stalls and exhibitions appeared in cafes and at festivals. With the freedom to act completely autonomously, yet knowing that there would be many other groups doing actions on the day providing both cover and support, groups found extra confidence and security and felt part of a wider process. All sense of feeling too small and too isolated seemed to evaporate. the success of the day itself will also help inspire them further. Hopefully many of these groups will continue working together for many years to come. Learning together. There has been a tendency in the UK direct action movement to concentrate on action at the expense of more conscious thinking and theoretical clarity. One L1E positive side of this is that it has enabled wildly imaginative actions and strategies to take place. It has also helped avoid the ideological factionalization and bickering that has beset much of traditional politics. The downside of this, however, is that if we want to build organized popular movements which think things through, which debate, which act, which experiment, which try alternatives, which develop seeds of the future in the present society, then we have to get a lot better at thinking, talking and educating ourselves and others. June 18 once again acted as a focusing agent, bringing together diverse people from different single-issue campaigns, and getting them to think about one question: the question of capital. Few people seriously understand economics, and even fewer understand the complexities of the arcane currency, futures, and options markets that lie at the heart of the world's economy. There are very few places which will tell you about such things in clear and simple language. It is in the interest of the elites to make these things inaccessible and difficult to understand for the average citizen. In many ways, it resembles the hold on power that has gone on for millennia within religious societies. The high priesthood would often hold arcane ceremonies in temples hidden from the populace. And for over 1,000 years, Mass was held in Latin, which excluded the majority of the population from understanding it. Now, in their towering glass temples of Mammon, the elite, the bankers, traders and financiers are still waking up at dawn and engaging in secret rituals. Aloof and isolated from the devastating effects of their magic, they sit safely in front of their screens playing with numbers and abstract mathematical equations, knowing that most people will never make a connection between these arcane games and the misery of their everyday life. As a first step towards unlocking the city's mystique and to help educate ourselves on the issues of contemporary capital and financial markets, Corporate Watch and Reclaim the Streets produced a clear and concise 32-page illustrated booklet entitled Squaring Up to the Square Mile: A Rough Guide to the City of London. 4,000 copies of this excellent publication were distributed to groups preparing for J18, alternative bookshops and conferences, and a version was also put up on the web. Tucked inside the booklet was a full-color map of potential targets in the city: banks, exchanges, corporate HQs, investment houses, etc., all to help people planning their autonomous actions. A wonderful way of showing that theory without action is useless. Face-to-face debate is as important as radical literature, and at the end of February 1999, a day of self-education was held in a squatted social centre in Stoke Newington, London, which involved over 100 people participating in theoretical workshops and debates about the issues surrounding J18. As well as this, various people travelled around giving workshops at conferences and gatherings, sometimes illustrating them with slideshows and the J18 video. This 8-minute video featured an amusing spoof Hollywood trailer for J18, complete with deep husky American voice and super fast-paced edits, an ironic short film on the resistance to the IMF and World Bank, and a couple of spoof Adbusters adverts about growth economics and the G8. 100 free copies of this were distributed globally, and it was shown in many places ranging from Israeli and US cable TV, squatted social centers in Europe, through to benefit gigs in London. Some people even illegally dubbed it onto the beginning of rented videotapes. Sharing together. As has been described extensively above, one of the central ideas behind J18 was the need to create international and local networks of resistance. But perhaps describing this amorphous and fluid form of communication as a network is misleading. Harry Cleaver describes a net as a woven fabric made up of interlinked knots, which in social terms means interlinked groups. This is applicable enough when it comes to easily identifiable, cooperating groups, such as NGOs. But, what is missing from this description, continues Cleaver, is the sense of ceaseless, fluid motion within civil society, in which organizing may not take the form of organizations but an ebb and flow of contact at myriad points. For Cleaver, the perfect metaphor for the type of organizing that is presently taking place between grassroots groups is water, especially of oceans with their ever-restless currents and eddies, now moving faster, now slower, now warmer, now colder, now deeper, now on the surface. At some points water does freeze, crystallizing into rigidity, but mostly it melts again, undoing one molecular form to return to a process of dynamic self-organizing that refuses crystallization yet whose directions and power can be observed and tracked. The process of J18 was exactly like this, and this fluidity is one of our greatest strengths against the rigid constraints of capital. Computer-linked social movements and the global threat to capitalism by Harry Cleaver, see above. The day gets nearer, the state prepares. It was no coincidence that on January 29, a full-page article appeared in the Daily Mirror, with the headline "Police Spy Bid to Smash the Anti-Car Protesters." Including 10 surveillance mug shots with "Wanted" printed above them, the article began: "An anti-car group is being targeted by police who fear it plans to bring chaos to Britain's roads." Every police station in Britain has been circulated with photographs of Reclaim IHE Street's demonstrators in a bid to identify ringleaders. 5 months to go till J18 and the state had begun their counter-offensive. According to an article, a special branch document obtained by 171e Mirror admits it is almost impossible for police to monitor groups like Reclaim the Streets. It says, increasingly, the environmentalists represent an impenetrable problem for conventional intelligence gathering. The need for an enhancement in covert proactive intelligence by police is clear. Which was great news, and was further evidence of the fact that the state is completely unable to grasp the way fluid disorganizations work. They are so used to hierarchy, orders, and centralization that they just can't see us, let alone catch us. Perhaps this is why Operation Jellystone, as it was called by the police, did not succeed in rounding up ringleaders or preventing JL8 happening. The Angry Brigade knew this in 1970 when they declared we were invincible because we were everybody. They could not jail us for we did not exist. You would have thought that 25 years later, the state would have cottoned onto us. The day gets even nearer, we prepare. J18 stickers, which were printed with over 30 different designs, were beginning to be seen everywhere: lampposts, cash machines, bus stops. You could hardly walk down a street in central London without seeing one. A Virgin Airways advertising campaign proved particularly apt for stickering, as Virgin had recuperated communist slogans such as "A revolution is in the air, up the workers," and orange stickers on the deep red background below these slogans looked great. A sticker was even seen stuck to the back of an unsuspecting police officer during the May Day Reclaim the Streets tube party. Numerous gigs took place to raise awareness and money. 50,000 club-like metallic gold J18 flyers which opened up to reveal a quote from Rahul Vanajam saying to work for delight and authentic festivity is barely distinguishable from preparing for general insurrection somehow disappeared within a month, as did 10,000 fly posters. Meanwhile, NATO was bombing Serbia back to the Stone Age in order that Western capital could enclose this last enclave of the Eastern Bloc. We asked ourselves who was going to rebuild the bridges, oil refineries, roads, schools, hospitals, and power stations, and who is going to replace the millions of pounds worth of weapons used every day? Could it possibly be Western oil, engineering, construction, and arms companies? Many of us felt compelled to do something, to take action. But the timing was dreadful, and as we were all overworked with June 18th preparations, there was no way we could organize anything else. Would the war still be going on June 18th? The issues were so clearly identical, but how could we successfully integrate it into the action? With only 4 weeks to go, the media war began. The Sunday Telegraph's business section front page headline declaring city faces mass protest threat went on to claim, banks and finance houses are being urged by the City of London Police and the British Bankers Association to tighten security and alert their staff after uncovering plans by protest groups to bring Britain's financial centre to a standstill. After describing J18 fairly accurately, mostly quoting the website, the article went on to quote a city professional as saying, "We will not bow to these people. We have money to make here. But it was clear that the city was taking things very seriously. All leave was cancelled for City of London police officers on the day. The Corporation of London sent letters out to the managing director of every firm in the square mile with instructions to circulate the warning of major disruption and the need for extra security measures to be taken on June 18 to all staff. 2 weeks to go and the Big Issues front cover had a montage of a businessman on fire, with the headline "Breaking the Banks" and a 5-page feature on J18 inside. The heat was on. Leaked letters from firms in the city showed that enormous amounts of security precautions were being taken, including barricades erected in entrances to buildings, extra security guards, minimizing meetings with people not normally in the particular offices, discouraging visitors to the building and keeping deliveries to an absolute minimum for the day. There were even rumors that several firms told workers not to bother coming into the city on the day and to work from home. One particularly worried and especially aggressive city worker sent an abusive email to one of the groups, threatening to smash your pinko faces in. He sent it via a Hotmail account, thinking it was an anonymous way of emailing someone. Within hours a cybergeek on the J18 discussion list had managed to trace the origin of the email to merchant bankers Merrill Lynch. The IT manager there was immediately told of his workers' abuse of company computers. We never heard of him again. The last few days. Now with only a short time left to go, 8,000 red, green, black and gold masks were printed and painstakingly hand-threaded with elastic. Final preparations were happening across the country, autonomous action plans tightened up in Bristol, giant carnival heads with sound systems inside were nearing completion in Sheffield, the London International Futures Exchange was measured up so that it could have a wall built in front of its entrance. The webmasters and mistresses put finishing touches to the special web pages which would stream live video from London and Sydney on the day. Wigs and disguises were bought, freshly painted. Banners hung up to dry. 4 different sound systems donated separate pieces of equipment so that a communal sound system can be driven in on the day. Blockading teams memorized maps and mobile phone numbers. People had to file past a competing team of police surveillance and media cameras to get into a meeting, and a crew of Red Bull junkies sat up all night editing a 32-page spoof newspaper called Evading Standards, for distribution across London. A year on from that hot summer's day's conversation, everything was set to go. Hundreds of groups in 43 countries had said they were going to do something on the day, and the City of London police estimated 10,000 people would turn up for the actions in the square mile. But despite all the endless meetings, careful preparations, and military precision planning, we knew that only one thing will enable the day to succeed: the active spontaneous actions of the participants. Spontaneity is one more vital tool of resistance to join fluidity and diversity. It is the freedom to play. The desire beyond want and external compulsion. It's the play of life itself and the very opposite of work, order, and hierarchy. Revolutionary epochs are periods of convergence when apparently separate processes collect to form a socially explosive crisis. Perhaps it was an unwittingly accurate description of our times, when the leader of the Express claimed that it was critical mass which planned, across the world. You and I know that critical mass does not exist, that it's just an idea, the blocking of rush hour traffic by mass bike rides, and it certainly didn't organize June 18th. But perhaps there is no better way of describing what is happening around the world. A critical mass is building, and every year, every month, and every day it gets bigger and stronger. Reports of strikes, of direct actions, and of protest and occupations from across the world flow along the same lines of communication that carry the trillions of pounds involved in the reckless, unsustainable money game of transnational capital. Soon there is going to be an explosion that will be so different from any other revolutionary upsurge that those in power won't even realize that it is about to transform their world forever. There is much work to be done, but the hope and possibility expressed during the process and events of June 18th have brought us one step closer to this wondrous moment. Desire is speaking, utopian rhizomes. The similarity of squatters' cultures in various Western European countries is remarkable. I wrote in a report of a tour of my band in May 1995 through 4 or 5 different West European countries. The buildings, music, clothes, codes, and of course, the inevitable dogs, are practically the same everywhere. Can it be that the dominant West European mass culture produces its own subculture? Isn't it time for something new? This observation points to the existence of a West European network of people who do not necessarily know each other, but share ideals, practices, and preferences that are different and opposed to the dominant culture, a network of bands, squats, zines, labels, mail orders, news groups, and people. The 70s are generally considered to be the last utopian period. After the failure of the near revolution of 1968, it became clear that the spectacle transforms our desires into something it can cope with. The spontaneous explosion of desires was absorbed through student councils, democratic reforms, wage increases, employee participation, and freedom of the press. In the Netherlands, the actions of the provosts and kabouters were overruled by Marxist student leaders and the politicians of the New Left. The desires became harmless, the utopian moment passed by. After the utopian period of love and peace, the 80s with all its no future attitude can be considered to be an atopia. With their dark clothes and nihilistic attitude, punks were not exactly flower children. They had no poetic vision of the future. Only the here and now existed, with the notion that you have to make the best out of that. If the system sucks, create something yourself, something different, something better, or at least something more fun. When mainstream punk died a few years after it appeared on stage, the punk movement could start. Bands sprouted like weeds because according to the DIY ethos of punk, anyone can play, you're a musician if you want to, not because a producer of a record company or journalist says so. With the bands came the venues, labels, rehearsal rooms, mail orders, zines. An inspiring underground culture appeared, while the media had lost their interest. The same can be said for the squatters movement. In Holland, and also abroad, the punk and the squatters movements of the 80s were very much interwoven. Especially in the beginning, punk bands depended on squats for their gigs. If a huge house was occupied, the first thing you did was open a bar and try to create a gig space where bands could play. Famous in Amsterdam were the MA Huge Warehouse, and the music studio Jokes Koeien Verhuurbedrijf. Not just Amsterdam, but many other towns had their own squats with gig spaces as well. Some of these have been legalized, others still exist as squats, some have disappeared. Nowadays they don't only feature punk bands, because in the end, even squatters learned to dance to techno and jungle. The squatters movement did not only offer space for bands but for a lot of other things as well. It was supposed to have died in 1984, after the eviction of a huge squat called the Wires. I always considered this notion funny, because I arrived in Amsterdam in 1984 and since then the main part of my life has taken place in squats or legalized squats. Most of my friends used to live in squatted houses, and we frequented squatted bars, discos, gig venues, and restaurants. Almost everything you needed or wanted could be found in squatted buildings, from grocery stores to saunas. Some of these facilities were especially directed at squatters, but a lot were also accessible to the general public. Back then it was no problem at all to live in what might be called a squatted zone for almost 24 hours a day. You could even travel to squats in other European countries in your holidays. You only dropped in at the dole office for this month's cash, or sometimes you got yourself a job. Some people just squatted out of necessity, while for some it fitted into a broader ideology. But no matter how many squatters flirted with revolutionary ideas, for example, there were many support committees for the guerrillas in Central America, and some people went to Nicaragua to support the Sandinista revolution. Most of them dissociated themselves from the theoretical discussions of young anarchists and communists in the 60s and 70s. Most squatters didn't want to change the world, but live their life here and now the way they chose to. If we can speak of any ideology, it was the ideology that there was none. As a female squatter said to a journalist of the newspaper De Volkskrant, not an abstract ideal, nor the adherence to an ideology, or even a better society, but the improvement of a lousy personal situation. That is why I am involved. Just as in the women's movement, the slogan "the personal is political" was in vogue. Squatting and direct action became an attitude to life. Politics starts in your daily life, where power relations take hold, where you can start changing things and create room for different ways of living, working and relating to each other. In the Squatters magazine Bluff, someone said in an article called Utopia / feel at home in the squatters movement because I can live and work there and be politically active, together with people who generally have no illusions, without getting stuck in a no future attitude. People who have no illusions about the welfare state regarding housing, work, culture, love, and whatever else is for sale. No illusions about parliamentary politics. People who resist nonetheless, not against the establishment, nor randomly, but because they have their own ideas about how they want to live and who want to fight for a space to realize that. In short, people who do not want the patterns and perspectives of their lives being dominated by what society has to offer, but by their own insights and desires. There are altogether fewer squats now than in the 80s, due to hassle through new laws which have resulted in quicker and easier evictions. A lot of squats only exist for a few months. The problem with this is that it's harder to create gig venues, cafes, shops, and other facilities. At the end of the 80s and the beginning of this decade, a lot of the projects and infrastructure of the squatters movement disappeared or chose some legalized form to continue their activities. Some of the initiatives now make use of state-subsidized jobs, employing each other on workfare schemes. Squatters are idealistic, but also pragmatic, or perhaps strategic is a better word here. In order to survive, you have to use the various possibilities the system unintentionally offers you. But in Amsterdam it's still squat day almost every Sunday, and many young people opt for the uncertain but exciting life in a squat. According to social scientists and journalists, social movements are considered important when they play a role in the political arena, the media, or both. The squatters movement did so between 1976 and 1984, at least in Amsterdam. Squatters were large in number and well organized into neighborhood groups. They had political impact and staged spectacular riots, and because of that, gained a lot of media attention. The squatters movement disappeared as a political factor and as a media event after 1984, but the squats and networks survived, and they turned out to be fertile soil for other initiatives and experimental ways of life. Out of the squatters movement came a network of squats, communally owned houses, food co-ops, let systems, sound systems, bands, mail orders, festivals, direct action groups, research groups, no paper groups, publishers, magazines, internet providers, and news groups, info shops, people's kitchens, mobile kitchens, etc. Within this movement, a few thousand people are on the move. A lot of people are disappointed that there isn't a shared utopia anymore, no expectation of a better future. According to some of them, the shared utopian vision has always been the core of left politics, and that has to stay that way. Well, if this is true, then perhaps the movement isn't left anymore. But the discord with the existing order and the desire to create something different here and now still remains. The shared utopia disappeared, but the utopian practices didn't. At the moment, when neoliberalism is the only ideology and the market economy has colonized everything, even our genes, these practices show us possibilities for other ways of living. Other economies, or even the end of economy. There is an ongoing discussion about the necessity of creating an alternative economy that is less dependent on the mainstream market and the state. The Dutch VAK Group, for example, a federation of houses, studios, workplaces, companies, a farm, and financial institutions, strives towards an alternative infrastructure based on anarchist ideas, such as local democracy and federation. By supplying financial means, skills, experiences, and other services, new projects can be supported and existing projects can network. Desire, however, doesn't know exchange, but only theft and gift. The market economy expands by appropriating things that were freely available before. It is only after claiming exclusive ownership that things can be bought and sold. In this context, de-economizing is the breaking down of exclusive ownership, the reclaiming of public and private spaces, goods, and provisions. The struggle against the economization of our daily lives is not merely a struggle against the market, but against economy itself, against the notion of scarcity. Most of the movement's practices are based on this notion of abundance. According to the squatting movement, there are enough places to live in, you only need to occupy them. Punk and DIY culture show that anyone can make music, records, organize gigs, make zines, just do it. Like primitives, travelers are the hunters and gatherers of contemporary wild nature, the technological megacity, which offers more than enough waste to live on. The refugee aid movement or no paper groups show that hospitality costs nothing, but is a way to meet new friends, come into contact with other cultures, and enhance your experience. Queers show that there is more than heterosexuality or homosexuality, more than man and woman. A collective like Rampant Plan, which consists of a mobile kitchen, a publisher, and a direct action video group, shows that it is possible to cook organic meals based on the principle of a fair price and in doing so generate money for other projects, without expecting anything in return. Even the let schemes, which use the principle of exchange, are based on the notion that everybody has some skills to offer somebody else, on abundance instead of scarcity. But most important is that the movement shows that you can have fun doing what you do, that you can play instead of work. So what kind of community is the Dutch movement? It is clear that people participate together in direct actions and demonstrations, read the same magazines, go to the same bars, gigs, and festivals, and some of them live together in squats or communally owned houses. They certainly meet. But they also meet people outside, they attend schools or universities, or have a job. Hardly anyone is a full-time squatter anymore. You can live in a squat and study and work and play in a band and make love with men and women. Although there are always people who try to formulate criteria as to who is inside and who is not, the movement of the 90s is relatively open, and because of that also lacks the sometimes suffocating pressure towards uniformity that was characteristic of the social movements of the 70s and 80s, like the women's and gay movements, and also the squatters' movement. What we see here is not a community, nor solidarity groups, but configurations of desire, networks of friendship and expression that undermine the prevailing relations of production, society, politics, family, the body, sex, and even the cosmos. Lacking a single clear goal or program, we see a multitude of struggles. There is no utopian tree from which ready-made ideas about another world can be picked, but endless rhizomes on which, at unexpected moments, flowers appear. The concept of rhizomes, modeled on the strange root systems of certain plants, was introduced by the French philosophers Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari. They're opposed to the tree, which stands for the dominant Western reality and all of Western thought, from botany to biology and anatomy, and also Gnosticism, theology, ontology, philosophy. The tree exists in a hierarchical order of a central trunk with larger and smaller branches. The trunk forms the connection between all parts, thus in a way limiting connections. A rhizome, on the contrary, can be connected with any other at any point. A tree can be cut down, whereas rhizomes are much less subject to destruction. Rhizomes can grow again along another line if broken at some point. Rhizomes are abundant. If weeded out in one place, they will definitely show up somewhere else. Rhizomes are endless, as are desire and the imagination. So utopianism didn't disappear after the 70s, it's everywhere, sometimes hidden, sometimes exposed. It can't be exterminated, because it's like a weed. It's the voice of desire and the imagination in a world dominated by material interests and reason. Like weeds. Desire can be cultivated for a shorter or longer period, it can be locked up within political organizations or single-issue groups, but it can never be weeded out. In some periods it's more underground, voluntarily so or because the state or political organizations force it to be. but it will always find a way to break out. It will always find a hole to break through and flow free, a hole in the spectacle, temporarily or permanent. Submitted by Ravage, Bi-Weekly Magazine, Van Oostadestraat 233 N, 1073 TN Amsterdam, Holland. Running to stand still. Globalization, blagging, and the dole. Over the years the government has helpfully financed many campaigns and actions against itself. Lots of people in the direct action movement rely on dole money from the state in order to survive. However, over the last few years there has been a big shake-up of the welfare state. What has our response been to this? How will it affect us? And has the supply of free money finally run dry? Throughout the past 2 decades, the dole has provided the basis for a number of creative projects and movements, some of which have been overtly political. In the 1980s, the relaxed benefit regime allowed many to drop out of work and form new types of antagonistic lifestyles and tendencies, for example around the anarcho-punk scene. This was carried on into the 1990s when the dole became the basis for the growing anti-roads movement, the campaign against the criminal justice bill, as well as the more recent development of the militant direct action movement. Being on the dole has simply given us the time to become full-time politicos. The dole has in effect been a troublemaker's grant. After all, who can find the time to do an office action on a Monday morning, spend days waiting for an eviction or take part in days of action from J18 to Bastille Day that always seem to be on a weekday? Fair enough, phoning in sick became part of the action on J18, but we can't exactly phone in sick every week when we want to go to an action, let alone risk being locked up in a cell for days. But apart from giving us the time to become full-time politicos, in an important sense opting out of work has become a political statement in itself in the direct action scene. Riot to work? The unemployed did things differently then. A march of the Right to Work campaign in London in 1908. There was a national right to work movement in the early years of the last century with committees being set up across the country between 1904 and 1908. Their threat was not an idle one. In 1905 there was serious right-to-work rioting in Manchester. The first major attack on this lifestyle came in the mid-1990s when the Conservative government replaced the old-style benefit regime with the Job Seekers Allowance. This was followed shortly by the Workfare Scheme, Project Work, which was piloted in a number of towns and then implemented more widely by the new Labour government. Both were met by some collective resistance. However, when New Labour introduced a much more ambitious quasi-workfare-based program, the New Deal, the limited collective resistance there had been previously was reduced to individual solutions, characterized by blags and scams. It was this lack of collective resistance to the New Deal, and more recently to the Welfare Reform Act, that led some to emphasize the tragic consequences this would have for the direct action scene. Arguing that the dole was the financial basis for the so-called full-time politico, the recent attacks on the dole were seen as potentially a threat to this movement. Whereas previously long-term unemployment, and hence the political opportunities it afforded, could almost be thought of as a lifetime career, the slogan "No Fifth Option," repeatedly voiced by the Blairites in No 10, served to illustrate that such careers would no longer be possible. However, 2 years into the New Deal, it seems that all this fuss was over nothing. Quite a few people have been on the introductory stage of the New Deal as well as on placements, and contrary to the doom and gloom predictions, in some areas at least, people have found it quite easy to blag their way through it. Perhaps the introduction of welfare to work type schemes wasn't such a big threat to the movement after all. The global workhouse. Before discussing the effectiveness of blagging, it is necessary briefly to examine the rationale behind the current tendency for workfare-type programs and to situate their introduction in the context of our struggles. After all, what has the New Deal got to do with genetics, road building, animal liberation, prison actions, or reclaiming our streets? The concept of globalization is one that many in the direct action movement have used to make the link between our diverse struggles. As has been discussed in these pages, Globalization is the problematic term commonly used to describe the strategy pursued by capital in response to the last revolutionary upsurge which took place at the end of the 1960s and the beginning of the 1970s. In Britain and other advanced industrialist countries, the post-war compromise between capital and labor was essentially based on a productivity deal in which higher wages were conditional upon a growth in productivity. But by the end of the 1960s, workers demanded higher wages only now for less and less work. At its highest point, this tendency expressed itself as a refusal of work at the point of production. The link between wages and work was being stretched to the limit and beyond. The response of capital was flight from investment in those industries and countries characterized by this bloody-mindedness and refusal. Such flight thus served to outflank areas of working-class strength. This restructuring was particularly acute in Britain. Unlike some of the other advanced industrialist countries, Britain was a relatively developed center of finance capital, and therefore could afford to abandon huge swathes of its manufacturing industry. Politically, therefore, the Thatcherite project meant the introduction of policies that capitalized on the transformation of large-scale manufacture into footloose global finance capital. Most importantly, the post-war consensus around full employment was abandoned. Instead, unemployment was allowed to let rip. Along with anti-strike legislation, the creation of a pool of unemployed workers was intended to eliminate some of the more militant sections and to discipline the working class as a whole. While the neoliberal policies employed by many of the governments in the advanced industrialist countries had some success in curbing militant and revolutionary tendencies among workers, they also served to create a number of barriers to further capital expansion. From the point of view of capital, a pool of unemployed workers encourages those within work to work harder and accept lower wages by operating as the competition. Yet if the pool of unemployed is allowed to become stagnant, it will no longer represent such competition, and instead existing workers will still retain some leverage in their relations with the bosses. What had in fact emerged was a dual labor market where those out of work were either unwilling to find work or perceived as being unemployable. As a result, the people in work could move around from job to job still demanding relatively high wages. It therefore became hard to impose flexible working conditions. Some of the highest expressions of this unemployed recalcitrance were among those who consciously used the dole as the basis for various anti-capitalist projects. In effect, the refusal of work that had previously appeared at the point of production had now been displaced onto the dole. Industrial capital in countries such as Britain transformed itself into globally footloose finance capital in order to seek the most accommodating labor markets. Yet, in proletarianizing workers in less industrialist countries such as Taiwan and Korea, it served to create militants where they hadn't previously existed. The multinational companies and investment firms that we associate with globalization therefore continually need nation-states to reimpose the most conducive labor conditions so that they can flee those countries where they are threatened by worker militancy. In short, globalization is essentially about the reimposition of work. In Britain and other advanced industrialist countries, the stagnant reserve army of labor had to be done away with in order to attract greater capital investment. It is no coincidence that all these countries are now pursuing similar policies in order to develop compliant labor market conditions. The policies in Britain, the USA, France, Germany, Holland, Denmark, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand go by a number of names and vary in their degree of compulsion, but all are variations on the theme of work for dole, or workfare. Workfare, then, is the face of globalization for many of us. Workfare overcomes the problem of recalcitrance in the reserve army of labor by inculcating work discipline in everyone. Both those who seek a job but who have been out of work for too long and those who found in mass unemployment an opportunity to pursue anti-capitalist lifestyles are to be instilled with the necessary work discipline to participate in the labor market. Although in Britain it is new labor which has made the principles of workfare the keystone of its attempt to restructure the labor market, the foundations were already laid by the Conservatives, with the introduction of the Job Seekers Allowance in 1996. Being unwilling to increase public spending, the conservatives hoped that the dual labor market could be overcome simply by pressuring people into the existing jobs. By putting in place sanctions for any of us who couldn't provide proof that we had been applying for jobs, it replaced the notion of us being passive claimants with one of us being active job seekers. A further advance was made in the reimposition of work with Project Work, a quasi-workfare scheme presented as a work experience program rather than work for your benefits. But as with other overtly neoliberal measures introduced by the Tories, these policies not only failed to gather public support, but the orthodox neoliberal insistence on not increasing public spending on welfare was to be their downfall. The punitive approach to unemployment meant that not only claimants directly affected by the measures came out in opposition, which on the direct action and anarcho scene mainly manifested itself in the actions of the groundswell network, but the dole workers themselves put up considerable resistance, in some areas downing tools on the day the ISA came into force. But although this resistance did prevent the smooth implementation of both the ISA and Project Work, the limits of both ultimately became obvious more as a result of them being grossly underfunded, and consequently serving more to fiddle the unemployment figures by pushing people off the dole than dealing sufficiently with the dual labor market. The New Deal and the Welfare Reform Act. When New Labour, shortly after they came into office, launched the New Deal as the government's flagship policy, it was hoped that both the problem of public perception of the schemes and the problem of their overtly punitive nature could be effectively avoided. In line with the so-called third way between social democracy and neoliberalism, they abandoned conservative dogma against state intervention. By investing £3.5 billion in the program, their intention was clear: the New Deal was not just supposed to slash a few million quid off the welfare bill, but was an altogether more ambitious scheme aimed at tackling the dual labor market once and for all. And unlike the old punitive schemes relying on merely pushing people off the dole, the New Deal was sold as a state-led attempt to do away with social exclusion. Consequently, when the New Deal was launched as a compulsory scheme for 18 to 24-year-olds in April 1998, the initial gateway stage was presented not as an extension of the intensive job search introduced with the JSA, but as a 3-month period of individualist job counseling. The subsequent 4 options of educational training, sweeping streets on the environmental task force, or a placement either in the voluntary sector or a subsidized job were presented not as working for your dole but as work experience programs that would provide the unemployed with a smooth entry into the job market. The New Deal has since been extended to most other age groups, single parents, and partners of the unemployed. With the recent introduction of the Welfare Reform Act, this help has been extended to all other claimants not sufficiently covered under the other schemes. By the simple act of centralizing all the benefit offices into a one-stop shop, the work-focused interviews associated with the JSA will now be extended to all other claims. Under the banner of helping the disabled back into the community, they are justifying getting people off the sick. Moreover, abandoning the social democratic dogma of public ownership, New Labour have sought to introduce the dynamism of the market into the job centres themselves, by privatizing employment service functions at the same time as some of the new elements of welfare reform have been introduced. Thus not only is the New Deal delivered by private firms in some areas, but the new intensive employment zones are the responsibility of consortia made up of partnerships between the employment service and companies such as Ernst & Young and Manpower. In other words, although New Labour tries to present their welfare to work program as a more integrative approach to the issue of unemployment, and as such a departure from the punitive and openly neoliberal approach of the previous government, the reality is that they do this only because it is a more efficient way of integrating the recalcitrant unemployed into a flexible labor market. The language and state intervention normally associated with social democracy has come to the service of a neoliberal agenda. And as is acutely clear for anybody who has had to sit through one of their work-focused interviews, and politely turn down their help, the bedrock of the New Deal is of course still the harsh JSA regime they so proudly proclaim themselves to have departed from. Refuse the counseling or the options and you will have all your benefits stopped. Employment zones involve a personal job account whereby money is supposedly spent on whatever the claimant and advisor regard as maximizing employability, be it wage subsidies or training schemes. Any money left over when the claimant is shoved into a job is kept by the providers as profits. Employment zones were introduced in 14 high unemployment areas in April 2000. The scheme is compulsory for those over 24 who have been claiming JSA for over 12 months. Dole workers and activists. Despite the clear discrepancy between the reality of the recent attacks on the dole and the ideological offensive that has accompanied it, a lot of lefty liberals seem to have bought into it. Indeed, it has to some extent succeeded in getting the people on board who had previously shown the most fierce and effective resistance to the JSA and project work, namely many of the dole workers. To some extent identifying with the concept of work being important for your self-respect, many see their role as being one of helping the individual claimants into a better existence. The New Deal with its seemingly individualist claimant-based approach and job counseling seems to do just that, and as a result the resistance of the past has become more muted, despite continuing cynicism among dole workers about government policies. A similar thing seems to have happened in the direct action scene. Where there was at least some collective resistance against the JSA and project work, resistance to the New Deal has been, if not non-existent, then much less visible, mostly taking the form of individual blags. Has the direct action scene been taken in by New Labour speak? We think not. In fact, in an important sense, they couldn't be further apart. Where the lefty liberals' part endorsement of New Labour's welfare to work program, in contrast to their opposition to the previous schemes, is essentially based on an identification with social democracy, the people in the direct action scene seem to have no such illusions about the supposedly progressive nature of this. The notion of duties and responsibilities to society is quite clearly seen as duties to state and capital. And the notion of work being good for your soul hasn't exactly had any resonance either. The reason why there has been no overt resistance to the New Deal and the Welfare Reform Act in the activist scene lies not so much in ideology as in practicalities. The very inclusiveness of New Labour's welfare to work scheme has made it a great deal easier for us to blag our way through than it was at first thought. Ironically, one of the reasons why this has been the case in at least some areas around the country lies in the fact that the dole workers have in certain unforeseen ways taken seriously the new ethos of the New Deal. Many dole workers resent the policing aspects of their job and have taken advantage of the flexibility of the new schemes to avoid pressuring people. They have allowed people to stay on the gateway job counseling stage well beyond the 3 months limit set by the government. Their acceptance of the New Deal and the Welfare Reform Act as genuine measures to help claimants also means that they have welcomed claimants' own initiatives, thereby making it easier for us to sort out our own soft placements. The result has in many areas been that a lot of claimants have found it easier to stay on the dole without much hassle. But apart from this, people in the direct action scene have, as always, been quick in developing a number of elaborate blags and scams. Before the current purge of those entitled to sickness benefit, the easiest and quickest way to avoid being included in the New Deal would be to fake depression or an unidentifiable physical illness. But even if this is no longer possible, plenty of other avenues are still open. Out of a whole number of scams, the most common one has been to find some fake placement with a friend or contact in which you are officially placed on a work experience program in whatever company. In this way many have been able to keep the dole office off their back, without ever having to show up either at the so-called placement or to sign on every fortnight. Of course, not all of us are so lucky. Instead we find that we are actually expected to help out a bit at our fake placement. But even so, digging some organic allotment once in a while, helping out in some write-on bookshop, political archive, or Third World Center isn't really that much of a hassle. In fact, it might not even be that far removed from what we would be doing anyway. Even better, some have been able to turn the New Deal to their own advantage by getting on an otherwise pricey mountaineering, desktop publishing or web design course, all handy skills when you want to set up a road camp, occupy buildings, or produce political magazines and websites. And if things start to get tough, if you are signing on with your partner, you can always swap the claim, or alternatively just sign off for about 3 months, do a bit of work and go abroad. So even if schemes such as the New Deal initially appeared as a potential threat to the movement, in some cases quite the opposite would seem to have happened. Not only have a substantial amount of people around the direct action scene been able to work their way around it, but it has arguably helped us to become more effective political activists. If the old Dole regime was characterized as a troublemaker's grant, this term has now gained an added meaning. However, it is quite likely that the effects the changes in the Dole have had on our movement are not at present visible. For largely unrelated reasons, there are currently no large-scale campaigns involving loads of people. There are very few protest sites now, and those which there are smaller. The sort of activity that direct action people have been engaging in recently is more compatible with work, single big demos, one-day things, etc., not living up a tree for a year. It is possible that were there again to be a large campaign which would require people to be on the dole, we would notice our depleted ranks more than at present. This simmering down of resistance should not be overstated, however. It was always more overtly collective than that of claimants themselves, and has expressed itself in continuing opposition to the incursion of private companies into the employment service. The involvement of such private firms threatens not only the new ethos of the New Deal but also the wages and conditions of the relatively entrenched public sector dole workers. Indeed, the latter is the key reason for the government's decision to involve the private sector in the employment service. Working to avoid work. Not everyone can blag all the time, and the government is slowly catching up on our different blags. As a lot of people have come to realize lately, remaining on the sick is becoming increasingly difficult. The government has even picked up on the phenomenon of the full-time politico and has used it to cut our benefits by arguing that we can't be actively seeking work if we are involved in these sorts of activities. This has obviously been hard for them to prove unless they have got evidence of us living on site or otherwise engaged in some clearly full-time activity. But as people who have been pansied at various protest sites have found out, it is even possible for them to overcome this barrier. At the Manchester airport protests in 1997, the Dole office tried a new strategy. They simply matched up the signing records to where different sites had been, and attempted to cut people's dole on the basis that they weren't actively seeking work. In November 1999, a similar thing happened to 15 activists who had been living on or associated with the Gorsewood site in Essex, only this time it seems that it came about through cooperation between the Dole office and police intelligence, as people who had been spotted on site but weren't actually living there were amongst the 15 who got their dole money stopped on the basis that they were fraudulently claiming benefits. In general, then, while a given individual might be able to blag for a certain amount of time, the government is always seeking to close these loopholes. Blags that existed in the 1980s dole heyday no longer exist, and by the same token, today's blags will eventually be snuffed out. You can run but you can't hide. The inherently temporary nature of dole blags means that the search for new blags becomes an objective in itself. But a culture of blagging as an end in itself has side effects upon ourselves and what we are striving to do as a movement. The need to find individual blags can obscure the overall situation in which we are all having to channel our creativity in these ways. It is as if this culture of blagging has taken on a life of its own, to the extent that we become blind to the overall facts of the situation. It is as if we are so used to being on the receiving end of countless state attacks, that we have given up on trying to collectively resist them and instead pat ourselves on the backs when we have found a new way of fiddling them individually. But whilst we pat each other on the back for all our scheming, the government has meanwhile succeeded in getting what the conservatives could only have dreamt of. In a very short space of time they have managed to dispose of the idea of passive claimants, and made it into an active process. Only 5 years ago we could have sat back content in the knowledge that if we wanted a life of leisure all we had to do was to show up at the dole office every fortnight. Now, if not actively seeking work, we are actively avoiding work. And this in itself has become a full-time occupation. In fact, the extent to which the culture of blagging has taken on a momentum of its own also becomes obvious in our relation to work. Whereas the whole alternative scene of the 1980s and 90s was accompanied by an anti-work ethic sentiment carried forward into the direct action scene today, it seems that our idealization of blagging has gone so far that we are even willing to do a bit of work if this becomes necessary. This has become clear in cases where our fake placements actually expect us to help out by playing on the good old unwritten rules of favor for favor, a crude form of what can only be termed moralistic blackmailing that most of us might be annoyed by, but are nevertheless willing to accept. In effect, although blagging was only supposed to be a means to avoid work, we have conceded to working in the name of blagging. Just as the conservatives introduced the all-work test to make the conditions of claiming sickness benefit more stringent, New Labour have introduced further hurdles with their personal capability assessment test. If you can lick a stamp you can work, never mind that you're dying of heart disease. Assets to globalization. In addition, the resourcefulness of people around the direct action scene has also helped the implementation of the recent attacks on all claimants. One of the major problems the government has encountered in implementing their welfare-to-work schemes has been that of finding the necessary amount of placements needed for the people they still haven't managed to push into a job on the gateway stage of the New Deal. This might at first seem strange, as from the employer's point of view New Deal placements would seem like an offer they couldn't possibly resist. Here's the deal: get people on the New Deal to work for you for free. And don't worry, there's no catch. You don't even have to commit yourself to employing them afterwards. As soon as the 6-month period of free labor is up, you just get rid of them and take on some new trainees. However, if there is one thing that employers like less than paying £3.60 an hour to their employees, it is having workers they can't even rely on to show up, let alone do an honest day's work, hence the cautious take-up rate for the New Deal placement schemes. So by finding our own placements we are helping the government in one of the tasks they have found most difficult to complete. Insofar as these are soft placements, this is obviously not a direct substitute for what the state would have wanted, but it increases the success rate of New Deal placements, hence giving it more credibility. More importantly though, finding placements serves to justify putting more pressure on all other claimants who might not be as resourceful or have as many middle-class connections as some people in the direct action scene do. Measures such as the New Deal and the Welfare Reform Act have actually met substantial passive resistance from most claimants, which is exactly why the government has decided to increase some of its sanctions lately. But if there are claimants who, before even being forced into a placement, continually manage to find their own, as well as successfully completing them without any complaints from either the claimant or the placement provider, it obviously legitimizes putting more pressure on the remaining claimants. They appear less cooperative and therefore become the undeserving poor, those who have had the offers of work and who must be scroungers because they have refused such offers. They are therefore to be subject to more pressure and sanctions. It is ironic that the people who are actively trying to resist measures such as the New Deal, by doing so with individual blags, actually end up leaving the rest in the shit. The seemingly boundless resourcefulness of people around the direct action scene does mean that we have avoided what was otherwise depicted as a doom and gloom scenario of welfare reform being a serious threat to the movement. But not only does it require more and more work for us to simply avoid being forced off the dole, but our continuous blags have also had the effect of justifying increased pressure on other claimants. Maybe more importantly though, it seems to have made us blind to the overall picture of why and how the state chooses to attack us. We constantly talk about the evils of globalization and neoliberalism, but when we actually experience what that means in Britain in our own lives we don't even seem to notice, let alone do anything about it except as individuals. Yet individual solutions are effectively collective problems. The welfare reform we have seen the government pursuing for the past 3 years has entailed attacks on the benefits of different groups. One at a time, the government has been careful not to attack everyone at once for fear of prompting collective resistance. By using individual solutions such as blagging we are relying on the atomized and fragmented climate they are seeking to create and therefore just playing into their hands. As mentioned, globalization has been one concept the direct action movement has drawn upon in order to overcome the fragmentation of struggles. Yet, since globalization is actually about the reimposition of work, and since the struggle within and against work is part of our daily existence, the concrete link we really need to make is between global capital and our own experience of being pressured to work. Individual blagging, when posited as the principal solution to the attack on benefits, only serves to further the very globalization we are supposedly resisting in our trips to Prague or Seattle. Blagging isn't against globalization, it is part of it. Space Invaders, rants about radical space. In the last few years, there has been a small wave of new radical social centers in Britain. A number of people involved in Earth First and the direct action scene have been involved in opening these cooperatively owned and managed spaces. Some of these places are up and running, others are still in the early stages. As is healthy in any movement, there are different views on this subject. Here we present two different pieces, one critical of these social centers and another from someone heavily involved in one of the new projects. Social dissenters. Mortgages, loans, investment, property development, license applications, accountancy, endless legislation, business plans, backbiting, membership lists, the dead time absorbing activists and the dead, oh the dead. Welcome to Legal Social Centers. Have a pleasant stay. The Cowley Club in Brighton just opened. It's a posh-looking bar. It has a bookshop, the prices are cheaper than normal, the front door of the building is made of Indonesian hardwood, and the plants were bought at IKEA. It has no dedicated meeting space, only the bar area revealing its priorities in the design. In themselves, legal social centers are what they are, a social enterprise: cafes, bars, possible gathering spaces. But the danger is that, springing up on the back of the direct action movement, they will divert activist time and energy into an essentially non-radical and liberal project. A project perceived, by dint of association, as a radical social space. The Cowley Club is not the only new legal social centre. There is the Shumack Centre in Nottingham, which has filled a community space left behind by the now defunct Rainbow Centre. The 1 in 12 Club in Bradford is a long-standing example of a legal club. The recent social centre boom has taken a lot of time and energy in the last couple of years, and caused some tension amongst those involved. In a way, people feel they have had to take sides as people's politics are thrown into sharper relief. An example of this is some of the discussions that have emerged, the sudden imposition of legal hurdles and ownership allowing more liberal concepts to push into the agenda, should people be paid or not, the merits of CCTV, how the need to appear to be a legitimate cafe and drinking hole means that people should perhaps refrain from offering too many hardcore books in the library or bookshop or from holding radical meetings or events for a while. The Shumack Centre considered asking people not to hold Earth First winter moot meetings there due to the threat of not getting their bar license. We were collectively requested to respect the fact that the Shumack Centre was in a vulnerable position and did not want to be too obviously connected with the mood. While I respect many of the radical people involved in the creating and running of the space, this request implied that we were obliged to have some allegiance to it as a project, even though we had not been able to use it for the purpose for which we thought it had partly been created. Instead, there is a sense of coercion attached to these centers, from drink here rather than elsewhere comrade, through to don't set up free squatted spaces that might compete. These notions, coupled with walking on eggshells around the demands of legislation, results in policing. An insidious self-policing of radical agendas by those more willing to make concessions, creating division and fucking around with grassroots support. No room at the inn for autonomous groups who potentially compromise the legal status of the center. How do we fight against property speculation and ownership, gentrification, and corporate public space with a legal social center that has more in common with these things than not? How can we engender radicalism in our society if people's first point of contact with non-mainstream politics is a space built on compromise, which exists only because the state says it can? The bricks and mortar, the signatures on legal and financial papers, the SWP-style membership structure, the boredom on the faces of volunteer staff paying off the bank, the ghetto, all these things that come with towing the line, turn our politics into rhetoric. Running a legal social center is, at best, the equivalent of working for an NGO. It may be green money that has enabled people to build them, but pursuing social change through the mainstream means being forced to acquire skills applicable to the terms and conditions of mainstream ventures. It means creating a respectable business to gain the confidence of investors. What does any of this have to do with a movement in revolt against the machinery of capital and which fights the idea of exclusion and powerlessness based on social, political, and economic leverage? But, we hear the management committees cry, these centers are for the people, they are welcome, it is their space too. Well, sort of, but let's take the idea of membership. If meetings do take place in the Cowley Club, for example, and run into bar time, those attending the meeting must sign into the club. We complain about a lack of security in our culture and then set up formalities requiring people to put their names and addresses to political activity. The idea also clearly promotes the feeling that other people are in charge of your access to social space, either alienating you from that space because you aren't a member or from those outside the space if you are. Furthermore, buying £400,000 buildings is not something everyone can do, it does not empower other people to do the same, it only perpetuates the idea that some people are consumers dependent on the product of those, the elite, who have the power and connections to access resources that most people can't. People can work for the centers, they can get nominated into the inner circle, the decision-making body, but how challenging, radical, or empowering a process is that? A squatted social center or an action can inspire us and we can do it ourselves too. If we think we need access points for new people to be inspired by our political perspective, then surely this is best achieved through practicing direct action, not through acquiring crippling mortgages, obeying a myriad of regulations set by the state, and spending years doing DIY of the conventional sort. The energy that has gone into legal social centers during what has been an action-quiet couple of years might well have found other avenues for action had a lot of very energetic people not been engaged in property development. And it doesn't stop when the center is up and running, as the mantra goes. My best experience of a social center is my counter-argument. I like Aspire a lot. And although I haven't personally been to them, the OK Cafe in Manchester and Radical Dairy in London are projects that through their process and their inherent conflict with the state have been truly radical and desirable spaces. Squatted spaces are temporary autonomous zones reclaimed from property owners and councils. They explode through the cracks in the system, and when they are crushed, often forcibly, they leave pieces of themselves everywhere, in the hearts of the people who went there, in new behavior, new alliances, new thoughts. They are a practical attempt to get free from the state, to be free from the compromises and creeping obedience of a legal space. Everyone there holds the squatted space together, with no formal membership, no nominations, no rule book, just based on a self-determined responsibility for each other and the people who may use or simply neighbor the space. As a radical project, the group process of working together to choose and crack a building, open it up, decide what it's going to do and run it until an eviction, develops collectivity, responsibility, mutuality, and autonomy. It has no management committee, just a bunch of people who've come together. It does not have to make money, no one gets paid for anything. There are no legal rules or bureaucratic strangleholds limiting what can be done with the space beyond those we internally discuss and evaluate. After much discussion about whether to be selling anything at all, Aspire had a really cheap bar with proceeds going directly to various radical projects, but you could bring your own too. It had a donations cafe, a free shop, an indoor skating ramp, an art space, and many meeting spaces. It was radical to a level that I believe a legal social center can never be. It is radical because the squatted social center endeavors to get to the heart of the matter by removing itself from questions of legality and compliance. The space is laid bare. The people who occupy the space are laid bare. Each squat, each Aspire or OK Cafe or Radical Dairy is a new world. Psychologically, the space is liberating. It is an action. It is about clearing a way through formal structures and accepted ways of organizing social spaces. It is about how we relate to each other outside the dominant system. It is hard enough to explore fundamental questions of social transformation, process, mutuality, inclusivity, and hard enough to break down ingrained power structures and behaviors in a squatted space that has gone a long way to clearing its head of legal constraints and practical ownership, but it is even harder to find the questions if you still shuffling along head and shoulders bowed under the added weight of legal and state apparatus, to reach anything resembling autonomy. The squatted social center is radically politicizing in and of itself. As radicals, we try to challenge or bypass laws, regulations, routine, hierarchy. Not only this, but I would argue that by desiring and seeking permanence through legal social centers, in a sense we collaborate with the system. Every time we leave the state behind, every time we accept that what we have created in a squatted space may get moved on, we confirm our refusal of the system because we understand that the state will only allow to be permanent that which is compliant, corrupt, no threat. By accepting transience, by re-evaluating a desire for permanence in a world we wish to move on from, we expand our ability and desire to transform the world as it is into what we want it to be. The temporary autonomous zone is characterized by an intensity, militancy, and dynamism only possible under those circumstances. For the time it exists, it is everything not a daily or weekly shift in a permanent space. In my experience, people are very different in a squatted social center. They are more open and creative, more communicative, and questioning. While doing the bar at Aspire one night I spent a long time talking to a young guy who just left prison and heard that Aspire was happening, that it was pretty cool and decided to give it a go even though he didn't know anyone involved. He'd never experienced anything like it and was really excited. I was excited too and we talked for hours about our lives and the politics of the space. I don't hear those conversations happening at the Cowley Club, and I'm pretty sure that had it been a legal social center with regular clientele and sign-up book, this guy might well not have come in, would certainly not have been that excited by it, and I doubt whether I would have communicated with him in the way I did. There would have been less to talk about for a start. A job is so much less exciting and dynamic than an action. That intensity creates an explosion of political understanding and bonding that is harder to achieve in a permanent, legal space. When the last Aspire was evicted, it brought everyone together, it introduced people to crackdown by the state. It wasn't rhetoric, it wasn't an eviction described to someone new to evictions over morning coffee, or read in a book. It was a clear and actual political situation, an experience of us against them, inspiring solidarity. It was difficult yet invigorating. If the Cowley Club or the Schumack Center got closed down, I believe it would divide rather than unify. We would probably see blame put on the heads of other people in the community rather than on the authorities. It would be a cause of resentment between those who have put money and work into it and those who have transgressed, who have disrespected the space. To me, the legal social center is a worrying development, selling the illusion of a politicist and radicalizing public space when in fact it can by its very nature be nothing of the sort. It poses in a hoodie and mask, keeping pretty well clear of the front line. The desire for accessible space is the same desire that underpins autonomous, squatted spaces to reach out beyond the ghetto. But setting down roots in polluted ground is not going to develop healthy politics or healthy communities. They are a sellout and a buy-in. We already compromise on so many things. Surely we can conspire to at least keep our public spaces radical and admit that if we have to make that many compromises to keep them, then they're probably not worth having? Disclaimer: this piece probably contains factual errors, omissions, wild sweeping statements, vicious lies, and blissful abuse of punctuation. It's an opinion piece. In terms of the ethos and spirit of what I think we stand for and what I would like to see in society in general, I stand by the caution and criticism expressed in this piece regarding the inherent liberalism and dangers of entering establishment space. A culture of tense whispers has grown up around the recent legal social centers. I hope this article will open up space for more discussion about what legal social centers should expect from the communities they demand energy and allegiance from, and I hope that we can distance ourselves enough from these extremely stressful and confusing projects to reflect more deeply on the political character of the spaces we are creating. Stable bases. The last couple of years have seen a few social centers with an anarchist and radical ecological outlook opening up by buying their premises, with other similar projects aiming to open soon. These spaces have been created to fulfill a need that has been felt for a long time: the need for social spaces under our collective control. What goes on there can be as varied as the people involved, but a few current uses that spring to mind are cheap bar, cheap cafe, library, info shop, space for meetings, gigs, film shows, kids events, self-defense sessions, office space, self-managed housing, advice and solidarity for benefit and work problems, and not least an easily accessible way for people to wander in off the street and find all this. So far, so good, but there are two main ways of getting a building to house these kind of activities. The first is to buy one, as has started happening recently. The second is to squat one. All things being equal, it's obviously a better idea to just occupy what we need than it is to borrow loads of money and buy somewhere. Unfortunately though, all things are not equal, and there are different problems with both options. The problems involved in buying a building are fairly obvious. Typically, the buildings have been bought with money from green or ethical banks, cooperative support groups such as Radical Roots, and small loans from groups and individuals, all of which involves a few people dealing with a lot of bureaucratic bollocks. There are various state agencies to deal with, although this is mostly during the renovation stage. Once the centers open, there's much less of this. With the two main exceptions of keeping accounts, and alcohol sales. For the latter you need a license, you have to keep to certain opening hours, and if the bar runs as a members club, people have to give a name and address when they join, and sign in with that name when they come for a pint. Most importantly though, there can be a need to make a certain amount of money every month to pay the debts off. There are also problems with squatting the spaces we need, the main one being that whatever you do isn't going to be there very long. Before getting involved in a more permanent space, I'd been part of lots of squatted social centers, which lasted for an average of 4 to 6 weeks each. While they were there, they were often great places, and sometimes shitholes, but I got very frustrated by the constant moves. Temporary autonomous zones sound good on paper, but I'm a lot less keen on them when waiting for angry builders and cops to show up first thing in the morning, after shifting everything across town in shopping trolleys, 4 weeks after you last went through the process. The first time it's an adventure, the 10th time it's a pain in the arse. Inevitably, this kind of hassle means that there are long periods when there's no space of this kind around at all. When the space does exist, there's usually no incentive to develop the building much. If it's going to be evicted soon, why bother to fix the toilets, or make IL wheelchair accessible? And if somebody wants to sort out a venue for a gig, or a talk in a month's time, the best we can say is that there might be somewhere for it. Of course, none of this is a problem with squatting itself, it's more a reflection of the current weakness of the movements that squat buildings. Resistance movements in other times and places have been able to take and hold the spaces they needed, and that is something I want to see developing here and now. Squatting in the current situation is certainly one way of trying to move towards this, but it's not the only way. Some problems can potentially arise with any social center, whether it's squatted or not. For a start, there's always some people who have the time, inclination, and energy to put more into a center than most, and it's hard to run things in a way that means these people aren't seen as the de facto leaders. Certainly, having no formal structures is no guarantee that this situation won't arise. The fear of repression causing a more or less subtle self-policing within centers can also be a problem, whether it's fear of losing a license, or fear of provoking an eviction. I've heard similar sentiments expressed in squats, other social centers, and road camps, and it's a tendency that we should beware of. While it's not always clever to shout about what we're doing, these kind of considerations shouldn't put us off doing things that we'd otherwise want to do. Another common problem is the ghettoization of social spaces, whether deliberate or unintentional. Creating spaces where we can put some of our ideas into practice also means there are more possibilities for reconnecting radical politics to the working class communities around us. Not so much by getting our ideas across, but by providing a way for different people pissed off with the way things are to meet, talk and act together, and a resource for people to explore their own ideas. Obviously, this can only happen in social centers if people come to them, and centers need to be welcoming. In my experience, it's not class war or riot posters on the walls that put most people off, it's feeling like you need to have a certain haircut, or be a certain age, or be middle class that excludes people. Nor does exclusivity have much to do with legality. Squats can be accessible places on the high street, just as bought buildings can be exclusive hangouts for a particular scene. I'd like nothing better than to see the emergence of a movement strong enough to occupy the spaces it needed and keep them for as long as they were of use. But that movement undeniably isn't here now. What is here now is a movement that needs space for its activities, space for living our lives. Sometimes that space is squatted and temporary, sometimes it's in cooperatives and less temporary. I don't see a conflict between the two. More stable bases should be a way of fomenting and coordinating action, including squatting. At the moment, they're not likely to conflict, because squats don't last long enough to compete. If squats do become able to fulfill the same functions as more long-term centers, then I'll be the first to celebrate and throw the mortgage repayment forms in the bin. Social centers. Autonomous Centre of Edinburgh 17, West Montgomery Place, Edinburgh S75 Ha Web, http://www.autonomous.org.uk. The Cowley Club 12, London Road, Brighton BNL 4JA, http://www.cowleyclub.org.uk. Social centre in the heart of Brighton with members bar, vegan cafe and radical bookshop. Has regular events. Rants about radical space. 62 Fieldgate Street, London, LA. http://www.londonarc.org. Collectively run building providing computers, roof garden, reference library, and space for non-hierarchical projects for radical social change. Shumack Centre 245, Gladstone Street, Nottingham, NG 76HX. http://www.veggies.org.11k/rainbow/welcome.htm. Vegan Cafe, Bar, Radical Information, Resource Library, Space for Radical Events. 56 Info Shop. 56, Crampton Street, London, SE 173AE. http://www.safetycat.org/56. A radical bookshop, anarchist archive, Whole Food Co-op, and bike workshop. Kabylie Community Centre 14, Robertson Road, Eastville, Bristol, BS56J. http://www.kble.org. Squatted Social Centre, Cafe, Bike Workshop, Anarchist Library, Housing Co-op, more. 1 in 12 Club 21-23 Albion Street, Bradford, BDL2 Lee. http://www.1inl2.com. Anarchist Managed Social Centre with cheap beer, punk gigs, information, resources. Warzone 3-5 Donegal Lane, Belfast. http://www.martinx.demon.co.uk/about.htm. Anarcho-punk social centre since 1984, includes a cafe, gig space, practice room, food co-op, recording studio, art studio, etc. The Initiative Factory 29, Hope Street, Liverpool, L19BQ. http://www.gn.apc.org/init. Factory Club run on cooperative principles by sacked Liverpool dockers, profits go towards an employment training centre. The Autonomy Club 84B, Whitechapel High Street, London, L7QX. New social centre in the East End, sharing the same building as the long-running Freedom Press bookshop, distro, and publishers. We haven't listed squatted social centres because they move and change frequently. For information on these, you could try contacting the London Social Centres Network, email, londoncn@yahoo.co.uk. Discussion list, London CN-forum subscribe at lists.riseup.net events lists/newsletter, London CN-events subscribe at lists.riseup.net. Movement. Earth First. And Tribalism, a lesson from Twyford Down. After over a year of Earth First activity in this country, it is time to reassess the situation and ask fundamental questions about the way groups run themselves. Looking through the British contact list, one thing stands out: groups seem to exist mainly in urban areas. There are obvious reasons for this. There are more people in cities and many ERS are students or ex-students. This pattern is reflected in all radical groups. However, is this pattern healthy, and if not, are there any alternatives? Reviewing actions on this aisle, the most effective campaign has undoubtedly been Twyford Down. The first action happened in February of last year, and there have been hundreds of actions since. A campaign that has been so successful that Tarmac Construction spends just under $250,000 a week on security to combat it, and the DOT employs a private detective firm to find out who activists are. What, I ask you, has been the reason for this success? The answer is that since April last year the resistance at Twyford Down has had a physical and spiritual focus, a community. Since the end of this February, Camelot has managed to have an action nearly every day. This is because of empowerment, connection with the earth, and community. 99% of Earth First ERS are ill, not half as ill as Sun readers, but nevertheless ill. We walk around with this beautiful dream of wilderness and small happy communities emblazoned in our hearts, but we walk on concrete, and go to sleep in a house where at best we live with 2 or 3 friends, if that. The group comes together in some room above a pub once a month, and the only life we see is the occasional park or piece of wasteland. For Christ's sake, we can't even see the stars because of the horrible yellow glow given out by thousands of streets lights. There is no point in us fighting to help the earth survive if we ourselves make ourselves unhealthy, if we are stressed out, exhausted, and feeling spiritually low. I put it to you that if the movement is to really be effective, we must be strong and after an action be able to return to the campfire and sing and drum and smile and cry, not be surrounded by concrete madness, the antithesis of everything we believe in. Moving into the country is easier than you think. All you need is say 8 or so friends, some tarps to make benders with, and a peep at the land register to find land with ownership unknown. You will of course need new skills, but you can always learn these skills at the Winchester Institute of Outdoor Living, aka Camelot Get yourself sacked from your job. Money is no problem, the state pays for people to be eco-activists, it's called the dole. You will be surprised at how little it costs to actually live communally, a tenner a week at most. You can spend the rest on campaigning. If you think you need access to a computer, you can always stick a microchip nightmare in a van, and fix it up to a generator or wind turbine. Let us live on the edge of town, commute to our office occupations and our Carmageddon actions. Let us sabotage the city rather than let the city sabotage us. Let's live wild, take back the hill forts and visualize industrial collapse. Eldrum. Direct action 6 years down the road. The British movement has been dominated over the last 6 years by campaigns against road building. These seem to have had results. For instance, roads budgets slashed, miles of media column inches written, and the anti-roads eco-riot enshrined as a cultural stereotype. This article discusses how successful our struggles have been, whilst also attempting to look to the future. The wider anti-roads movement has many agendas. Many local groups and activists with no involvement in direct action have also been working harder than ever in the last few years, as have mainstream anti-road groups such as Transport 2000, Alarm UK and Friends of the Earth. Although we combine on a practical level to stop the road with various tactics, underlying objectives may vary from a sustainable transport policy, to promotion of a lifestyle or an organization, or to global industrial collapse. To what extent you judge the last 5 years to have been a success may depend on your objective. In terms of stopping roads being built, direct activists don't have a very good record. With some notable recent exceptions, Guildford, for instance, most roads we have fought have been, or are being, constructed. Road builders don't like publicly backing down to hippie lawbreakers, however much we cost them otherwise. Meanwhile, the English roads budget has been sliced from about £23 billion to a few billion since 1992, nearly 500 out of 600 road schemes have been scrapped since 1989, that's 500 places untrashed, saved for now. These are massive cuts, Construction News wrote in May. The major road building program has virtually been destroyed. The important question is, how much did all our bulldozer diving, fly posting, phone calling, tree sitting, media tarting, etc. contribute towards this? A broad range of activists have been inspired by direct action protests, and road-blighted local communities have been radicalized. As one East London resident said of the protest against the M11 link, "All I was trying to do was defend our local bit of land. I've never thought of myself as political before, but this has shown me that all life is politics if you step out of line." NIMBYs have redefined their patch, as described by a local anti-M25 campaigner. "Our whole approach is not in my backyard, not in our county, not in our country, and not on this planet." In addition, national groups have been keen to take advantage of the public interest direct action has generated. Anti-roads protest has had a huge impact on the modern green movement. Today's movement cut its teeth on fighting roads, and has thus been shaped in many ways, in terms of tactics, attitude, ambitions, and politics. The energy and activity of our movement owes a great deal to anti-road campaigns. It is important to recognize this, whilst acknowledging that different issues may need different approaches. The road building issue has been relatively successful in creating wide debate. The broad relevance of the issue must be a factor. There were so many road plans in the early 90s that there was one near most people, and everyone's life is affected by road transport. Holes in the ozone layer, burning rainforests, and even nuclear power stations, are much less immediate to most British lives. Road building allowed a crucial link to be made between consumer lifestyles and environmental destruction. The struggle against the M11 link in 1993/4 added a crucial social element: resistance to the destruction done to urban communities by car culture, a mission continued by the subsequent rapid spread of Reclaim the Streets actions. It seems fair to link the rise in direct action with the diminishing road budget. The controversy generated by our protests has surely made this budget an expedient target for Treasury cuts, and the roads lobby has had a miserable few years as a result. Of course, the cuts are motivated by the need to save cash more than anything else, as illustrated by the promotion of privately financed road building, such as Design Build Finance Operate schemes, and by Labour's approval of the Birmingham Northern Relief Road this summer. The government has no idea what to do with the roads program. In their rhetoric they combine the totally irreconcilable aims of economic growth and environmental protection, trying to placate both us and their capitalist mates at the same time. Because protest has made road building such a tricky issue, the government reacts by doing as little as possible, building few roads, hoping we'll go away, and launching reviews and consultation exercises. The roads budget would not be so small if roads got built without confrontation, and if pressure doesn't continue, the budget is more likely to grow again. The noisy defeats, quiet victories scenario suggests that anti-road direct action is very unlikely to stop that particular road, but creates a climate of opinion where other road schemes are more likely to be defeated before they start. It's hard to quantify any such general link. However, pro-roads lobbyists and local green activists agree that the Twyford protests were a major factor in the scrapping of the East London River crossing through Oxley's Wood in 1993, and that Newbury had an effect on the decision to drop the Salisbury bypass because of its environmental disbenefits in 1997. In both cases the threat of large-scale direct action was there, and in the case of Oxley's, explicitly spelt out. The threat was coupled with the involvement of a wide range of mainstream groups, and a strong local campaign. A crucial ingredient in the noisy defeats, quiet victories scenario is a hungry, broadly sympathetic media. Direct action can only make roads controversial, and news consumers aware, if we get coverage. This has generally worked surprisingly well for us. An important side effect has been the elevation of the roads protester to cultural icon status, appearing in TV and radio soap operas, in several novels, on children's TV, the list goes on. These days everyone knows that road building means dreadlocked hippies up trees, just as fox hunting means saboteurs. This media and cultural focus on protester lifestyles and spectacular tactics helps to alienate many people from our struggles, to stereotype activists, and thus to fit the movement into a pigeonhole. Everyone's heard of Swampy, but few know what he was digging under, or why, or could relate 235 this to their own lives. Our impact on the public consciousness has been large, but few seem prepared to get out of their car, still less to demand an ecological revolution. Let's turn from hearts and minds to pockets. As tactics have evolved, and our mobilization abilities grown, our power to inflict economic damage has increased. This damage doesn't just mean trashing machines etc., but also includes extra security costs, and delays to work. Time is money, remember. Although costs we inflict are dwarfed by those caused by an industrial labor dispute, for instance, this is something we're quite good at. Unfortunately, our enemies are increasingly good at countering it. There are now a host of specialists who have made a career out of trying to contain us. Individuals like John Chapman, site engineer at Twyford and then Newbury, spring to mind. He rates himself as an expert in finishing roads on time despite protests. Andrew Wilson, the Under-Sheriff of Lancashire, touts for business as a consultant to beleaguered contractors, with a 24-hour phone line for those really urgent protest problems. Devon's Under-Sheriff Trevor Coleman, with his recently launched major protest unit available for hire, is his major competitor. We think also of Bray's detectives, who have grown from a small firm tailing unfaithful husbands to become the British specialists in protester surveillance, and Richard Turner Ltd., transformed from cleaners and painters of tall buildings to the market leaders in dishing out violence in doomed treetops. The security sector has of course received a big boost from our struggles, not to mention fencing contractors, manufacturers of fluorescent jackets, and so on. We have created opportunities for a whole new sector of capitalism. This is market forces in full effect, just as specialist drainage contractors might be hired to deal with problematical ground conditions, so the anti-roads gang can be hired to thwart those pesky protesters. Contractors are judged by their ability to deal with protests. Tarmac's pious public declaration that the Newbury bypass was too environmentally damaging for them was a PR coup. They were assisted by Foe's foolish public praise for this cynical greenwash, exposed a few months later by Tarmac accepting a Newbury aggregates subcontract. Tarmac, complete with new green logo, have also established an environment advisory panel to fight the PR war for them. Market forces again. Our struggles are a challenge for corporations to adapt to, or risk losing business to more sophisticated competitors. As protester-bashing consultant Amanda Webster says, the advent of the protest movement will actually provide market advantages to those contractors who can handle it effectively. We are a market risk. Thus, DBFO contractors now routinely take protester risk into account when submitting their bids. One way to avoid being taken into account is to spread, diversify, and increase the risk. Companies have found themselves increasingly targeted in their offices and distant sites, at AGMs and at directors' homes, not just on the construction site. Anti-roads battles are also anti-corporate battles. This will become more evident as privately funded road building continues. The forthcoming important campaign against the BNRR must also aim to do damage to Kverner/Trafalgar House. Civil engineers are coping with the lack of British road jobs by diversifying into rail projects, and, more significantly, by seeking more roads business in underdeveloped overseas markets, like Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, and South and Central America. This puts our successes in curbing the British roads program into perspective. In the face of an increasingly globalist corporate hegemony, the importance of linking global struggles, and of sharing information between activist groups worldwide, also increases. Our enemies can't just accommodate our threat by adapting their business practice, so must attack our movement more directly. The Gandalf trial is very significant here. It is an attempt to forge a link between extreme animal liberationists and extreme FERS. The animal lib movement has long been demonized, largely via the media, in the public eye, and we may soon get more of the same treatment, backed up by legal sanctions. Smear stories about anti-road campaigns have already been around for years. A classic divide and rule tactic to marginalize a radical movement is to incorporate it as much as possible into the mainstream, whilst isolating and discrediting those who refuse to be incorporated. The Guardian thinks that the challenge facing John Prescott is how to bring such protesters back into the political system. Bollocks to that. The challenge facing us is to resist all attempts to artificially divide our movement into reasonable versus extreme, and show solidarity for those collared for conspiracy charges or other serious offenses. We want to be a real threat to the malignant cancer of corporate capitalism, rather than a media freak show or irritating market risk. To do this on even a local level, we must innovate and expand at least as much in the next 5 years as we have in the last 5. Broadening our support base, maximizing our subversive edge, linking struggles, taking the fight to the enemy, working in local communities, these, surely, are key factors in making us strong enough to be that threat. It's been an eventful and exciting few years. Much has changed since the first protests at Twyford Down, and we have achieved a lot. As the and anti-road movements develop and diversify, and our opponents gear up their determination to defend their oily industrial interests, we can expect the next few years to be no less eventful. Shortly after the announcement that the Newbury bypass would be postponed for a year, an exasperated local pro-roader was heard to wonder, what the hell will it take to shut these people up? We're not going to shut up, but must continue to build on our successes, keeping our anger, and our hunger for real change, sharp. We need to show that we won't be satisfied with deep cuts in the road budget, better public transport, and more cycle lanes, or whatever. We must demand the earth. They shut the road through the woods 70 years ago. Weather and rain have undone it again, and now you would never know. There was once a road through the woods. Before they planted the trees. It is underneath the coppice and heath. And the thin anemones. Only the keeper sees. That, where the ringdoves broods. And the badgers roll at ease. There was once a road through the woods. Rudyard Kipling. The way through the woods. Action stations. Planning direct action. This article explains some of the things to think about when planning an action. It's been written for smaller affinity group actions, rather than for mass street mobilizations. It is not intended to be a comprehensive guide that has to be strictly followed, but more a list of things that might need to be sorted out for an action to happen successfully. Remember, in the best tradition of transferable skills and multitasking, many of the ideas mentioned here could be used in other areas of subversive activity. Eco-bank robbers, anyone? Pre-action. Aims and activity. What would you like the action to achieve? It may be education and agitation, economic damage, physical disruption, solidarity with others in struggle, or elements of all of these and more. It is best to clarify which is your priority. This helps identify the activity needed to achieve your aims. You may decide on a banner drop, GM crop trashing, machine sabotage, office or site occupation, leafleting, propaganda production, or something else completely. Target. You may have a target in mind already. If so, think through whether it is possible to achieve the aims wanted with the activity you've decided upon. When you have an idea of the aims, activity, and target, you have an outline plan. That is, you know what you want to achieve, and will do so by taking a certain type of action on a specific target. When you have this, you can move on to the first reconnaissance for the action. Primary res. Even if the action is to be done at night, it may be best to make this first recce a daylight one. Use it for gathering hard information. Get maps, photographs, and plans of the target and the surrounding area. Look for likely drop-off points for people, entrance and exit points from the target, as well as escape routes. Also look for places for the driver to park up away from the target, or circular routes that could be driven whilst the action takes place. Primary plan. After the first recce, sit down with your fellow planners in a secure location and work out a basic plan. This should include a route to the target that is free of CCTV, a drop-off or park-up point, entrance point/S into the target, exit point/S and escape route/S. It should be decided when the action will take place, what time of day or night, roughly how long each part will take, and how many people will be needed. The plan should also include where the vehicle will be left/taken and possible routes there. The plan should also involve communications. This includes who might need to communicate with who and how on the action. This might be between drivers and the people they have dropped off, lookouts and people on the action, or a radio scanner monitor and everybody else. Secondary res. If the action is going to be at night, make the second recce at night as well, so as to familiarize yourself with the area in the dark. It may be possible to do both recces on the same day, and then have time for planning the action afterwards. On this second recce, look at the target in more depth. Pay particular attention to any security systems. Actually time the different stages of the action. Think about what tools you will need to do the job and what you will do with them afterwards. Check out the approach and escape routes in more detail, and also the vehicle park-up/driving route for during the action. They should all be CCTV free, and there should be alternatives in case of unpredictable circumstances such as cops, roadworks or other people parked up. Check that the drop-off and pick-up points are away from buildings and lights, and there is space to turn a vehicle around. If the pickup point is quite away from the target, you may need to decide on a regroup point near the target so everyone leaves together. Decide what communications equipment you will need and test that it works in the area. Think about the likelihood of carrying away evidence on your clothes and look for places on the getaway route for dumping clothes and perhaps tools. Look for possible regroup points where people could meet up if the action goes wrong and everyone has to scatter. Detailed action plan. This plan should fill out the basic plan with all the rest of the information needed to carry out the action. It should go from the point people meet to go on the action to the point people disperse at the end. It needs to include precise timings, which routes will be taken, what will be happening at each stage of the action, who will be communicating with who, what tools and other equipment will be needed, what will happen to the vehicle, and what roles need to be filled, e.g. driver, navigator, spotters, etc. The plan should also identify places to dump incriminating evidence as well as regroup points/S. If possible, try and arrange to have a trusted person on the end of a phone, well away from the area the action is taking place in, who can be called in an emergency. It might be helpful if they had a large detailed map of the area to direct you if you ring up and are lost. Use a secure mobile for this rather than a landline. Made up plans. The backup plan/S should be done in the same way as the main action plan. Backups could be alternative actions to do at the target selected, or new targets entirely. Consideration should be given to the conditions in which the initial plan will be abandoned and how the decision to revert to a backup plan will be made and communicated to others. Running through the plans. If possible, everyone going on the action should be involved in talking through the plan and making any changes needed. Roles identified should be filled so everyone knows who is doing what. Decisions should be made about what to take, and it should be established who is going to acquire the different items and bring them to the meeting point for the action. Everyone should make sure they have any mobile phone numbers or radio channels being used on the action. This is the point to identify any new skills the group will need to use and arrange to practice them in a neutral setting rather than in the middle of an action. Finally, people should decide how to organize themselves on the action. You could pair off in buddies or split into smaller groups. Doing this makes it easier to look after one another, move quickly and know if anyone is missing. Make sure everybody knows the names and addresses they will be using if arrested. Action. Before going to the meeting point for the action, run through the checklist of what you will need and give yourself time to get it all together. Be on time to meet up so people aren't left suspiciously hanging around. It may be best to meet up at a neutral place rather than somebody's house or the center of town. Once on the way to the action, make sure everyone is clear about what they are doing. Try not to stop on the way unless you really have to, and remember that if you do have to stop, most petrol stations and town centers have CCTV. All being well, you'll arrive at your destination without incident. Put any disguises, such as hoods, masks or gloves, on at the last moment, as if you get pulled by the cops it's good to look straight. If the action is taking place at night, it's best not use torches or internal car lights for around 20 minutes before you get dropped off. This allows your eyes to become accustomed to the dark. Once the action starts, try to keep focused on what you are doing, but aware of where others are and what is going on around you. It's important to follow the communication structures you have decided on, e.g. making sure you are in earshot/sight of each other if you need to pass a message on /check everyone is there. Everyone should have a watch that has been synchronized beforehand, so at the designated finishing time for the action people know to regroup and get ready to leave. If there is no finish time, maybe have an easily identifiable signal. Get together at the regroup point and check everybody is there and okay. This is easier to do if everybody has teamed up into buddy pairs before the action and then sticks together and keeps an eye on each other. If people are missing, try and find out what has happened to them. Depending on the type of action and what happened, this may be a point where you want to destroy any incriminating evidence. If the action doesn't go according to plan and people are forced to scatter, try to stay with your buddy or group, move fast and keep in mind the direction you are going. If it's taking place at night, you can very easily get disorientated and lost, so before the action have a look at the map and get a clear idea of what direction and where you could head to if this happens. The most important thing is to not panic. Remember that many people have got out of the most pear-shaped situations by having a clear head and a grim determination not to be caught. If it's possible, get to the pre-arranged meeting point. If that's not an option, get out of the area as quickly as you can, and ring the emergency mobile as soon as it is safe to do so people know you're okay. Post-action. Debrief. Try and have a meeting of all those that were on the action to discuss how the planning and execution of it went. Think about what was good and bad and try and learn lessons for the next action. This is best done in the first few days after, before memories get fuzzy and important details are forgotten. Mutual aid. Look after yourself and one another. Don't pressure people to go on actions if they are tired or stressed out. Take time out to relax and don't get into the struggle is my life martyrdom headspace. Address problems and power relations within the group. In the longer term, make an effort to learn skills that only one or two people have. This stops them being put under unnecessary pressure, and ensures a balance of responsibility. Security. Don't let your security slacken because the action is in the past. The cops have longer memories than we do, and if your action is considered serious by the state, an investigation into it can continue for months or even years. Political understanding. Analyze the tactical and strategic impact of your actions. Are there better targets or ways of operating? Read our history and learn from current and past struggles, movements and groups. Communication. It is sometimes useful to communicate to other people what you have done. Maybe write a short article reporting the action for SCHNEWS, BF. Action update and other newsletters. Consider issuing an anonymous press release/communique to other media. These could be done through an anonymous web-based email service set up for this purpose and then only used once. Maybe produce fly posters or stickers about the action and put them up around your local area and send them to other groups. If useful lessons were learned from the action, let other people know by writing a leaflet, discussion document, or article. Broadening the struggle. Help facilitate other people's involvement in the resistance. If you have a closed cell/group, help interested people set up another group. If you work in an open group, let people know what you are doing and how they can get involved. Doing stalls and printing leaflets with your contact details on are two ways of doing this. Continue with your own activity. Further reading. Eco-Defense. A Field Guide to Monkey Wrenching, edited by Dave Foreman and Bill Haywood. Ozymandias Sabotage Skills Handbook Volume 1. Getting Started by Anonymous. http://cafeunderground.com/cafezite/room/ozymandias/sabotage_index. HTML. Road Raging, Top Tips for Wrecking Road Building, published by Road Alert. http://www.eco-action.org. An interview with an ALF activist in Without a Trace by Anonymous. Checklist for recce/actions. What follows is a checklist of equipment that may be needed for your recce or action. Use it as it stands or modify it for your particular group, way of working, or task. Hopefully it will help avoid those awkward moments in the van when somebody asks, "So, who brought the map then?" and everybody looks blank. Group TAT. Transport with a full tank of petrol and keys. Vehicle breakdown and recovery details. Spare vehicle keys. Road map. Detailed map of action area. Communications gear with new batteries. Emergency money. Bin liners for post-action evidence disposal. First aid kit. As well as this, you will need equipment that is specific to the recce or action that you are doing. Amongst other things, it may be worth taking binoculars, radio scanner, notebook and pen, flag, camera, and a global positioning system. You'll also need any tools or props specific to the tasks you are going to do on the action itself, i.e. sabotage tools, crowbar, sticks, etc. Remember to take any spares or backup gear like new batteries. Individual TAT. Spare clothes and shoes. Waterproof jacket and trousers. Watch. Masks and other disguises. Gloves. Small torch, compass and unmarked map of the area. Food and water, petrol and emergency money. Bag to carry stuff in. In addition to all this, everybody going on the action should have a working knowledge of the whole plan and their role in it. Security. To have a completely secure action is impossible. Whatever you do, there is a risk of getting caught. Security is about taking measures to lessen the chances of this. A few ways people get caught include: physical evidence, diaries, plans, manuals, stuff left at the action by accident or on purpose, communiques, stored information on computers and paper trails from the use of bank cards and the hire or purchase of equipment. Avoid these by always paying cash and destroying or removing everything relating to the action before you go on it. Don't take anything traceable to you on actions. Consider using false ID if you are hiring gear. If you must use a computer, encrypt all files with PGP. Forensic evidence. Mainly just fingerprints and DNA, but also includes matching up of tool usage, soil samples, and footprints. Watch out for prints on things that aren't immediately obvious, like torch batteries. Ensure everything is fingerprint-free before the action and wear gloves and hats. Dispose of traceable items like clothes and tools as soon as possible post-action. Witnesses. People being able to identify you or your vehicle, not just at the action, but also on the way there, or even just leaving your house at a connected time. Includes images from CCTV or police video/stills teams. Plan meet UPS, routes to the action, etc. Avoiding cameras and nosy neighbors. Disguise yourselves and wear indistinguishable clothes. Don't tell people what they don't need to know. Surveillance. Includes phone taps, post and email interception, listening devices, and following you or placing tracking units in your vehicles. Conducted by numerous, and sometimes competing, state and private agencies. operates at various levels from the fairly routine, which shouldn't affect your activity that much, through to ones where everything you say and do is listened to and watched. Avoid talking or communicating about anything action-related in your home, over email, or on a phone. Look out for cops following you on actions. Down with the empire, up with the spring. From Issue 10. After over a decade of radical ecological resistance I-11 Britain, it's time to look back on our actions and look forward to the future. It's time to celebrate our resistance, digger diving, window smashing, pleasant picnicking, office occupying, hoodie wearing, gene-modified crop trashing, squat cracking, Su-11 lit lovin', machine burning, tree living total fucking anarchy. It's time to AIOURN for our moment. Over the last decade thousands of species have been wiped out of existence. Vast forests charred stumps. Coral reefs bleached dead by warmed seas. Millions starved within the prison of civilization. Wild peoples massacred, enslaved, and pauperized. It's time to strategize how to make a real impact on this apocalypse. Look seriously at our strengths and weaknesses and pull together to resist. The empire is powerful but the spring is growing. It's a challenge like no other, but with love, luck, and hard resolve we can transcend. Part 1, Recent Prehistory. An Insurgency of Dreams. Defend the collective imagination. Beneath the cobblestones, the beach. Slogan daubed in Paris, May 1968. The radical ecological movement was born from the worldwide revolutionary upsurge of the 1960s and 70s. Love of the earth and for each other has always been with us, but in that period these feelings exploded across the world in a way they hadn't for decades. In nearly every land people came together and resisted. In some areas there were decisive victories for people in the battle against power, in others, power won hands down. The epic struggle of the Vietnamese people and the anti-Vietnam War actions across the world, urban guerrillas across Europe, barricades in Paris, the European squatting movement, the brutal end of the Prague Spring, the rise of the Black Power movement. This upsurge brought with it the birth of the feminist, ecological, indigenous and libertarian ideas that now form the basis of our worldview. Authoritarian communism had dominated the radical movements ever since the Bolshevik counter-revolution. After having been physically exterminated in country after country, anarchist/libertarian groups started once again to grow. Industrial development accelerated in the Third World following World War IL-1, i.e. global elite extended its tentacles, attempting to assimilate or exterminate tribes and band societies outside its control. In turn, indigenous peoples fought back. In the 1970s, the American Indian movement relaunched indigenous armed resistance in North America, reminding us that even the capitalist core countries were always colonies. Seeing the horrors inflicted on our imprisoned non-human relations in laboratories, abattoirs, and factory farms, the animal liberation movement was born with sabotage at its center. New generations took up the standard of women's liberation, challenging not only the dominant society but also its patriarchal opposition that forever sidelined women's lives in the cause of the workers' struggle. After decades of almost universal techno-worship, not least by radicals, many people began to see that the earth was being destroyed, and started trying both to defend it and regain understanding. The rise of environmentalism. It's time for a warrior society to rise up out of the earth and throw itself in front of the juggernaut of destruction. Dave Foreman, USF. Co-founder. The Western environmental movement grew as part of the upsurge, but also in large part as a postscript. When the barricades, both actual and metaphorical, were cleared, a generation of Western radicals looked to new fronts while many others retreated to rural idols and communes. What they both found was strength in nature and a burning urge to defend it. This early environmental movement fundamentally challenged the established conservation organizations which for so long had acted as mere park keepers. At sea, raw energy propelled tiny dinghies to confront the nuclear and whaling industries. On land, new organizations were forming, fighting toxic waste dumps, logging, mining and other essentials of industry. Scientists were uncovering huge cataclysms facing the Earth and to elite horror-breaking ranks. This environmentalism had a threatening potential that had to be defused. An army of hacks, cops, advertisers, and ideologues got to work. Capital and state both attacked environmentalists while simultaneously funding counter-tendencies to steer the movement away from confrontation and towards cooperation. This carrot-and-stick approach co-opted many groups which had looked promising succumb to respectability and corporate funding. Environmentalists were given a seat at the table, but the talk was not of nature but of compromise, techno-fix and corporate greenwash. Assimilation. In fact, as early as 1972, The Ecologist magazine carried an editorial entitled "Down with Environmentalism," saying, "We must repudiate the term environmental. It is too far gone to be rescued." All through the 70s, environmental groups were gaining increased support and membership lists were expanding dramatically. By building mass-based organizations, environmentalism was split into campaigners and supporters. Bigger offices and bigger salaries were needed to manage the movement. This division, a creation of scale, acted as a terrible internal pressure, crushing the radical content and practical usefulness of groups. Those attracted to campaign jobs were often exactly the wrong class of people, while most of the support their supporters gave was the annual return of checks and membership forms, conscience-salving exercises. When serious people got involved in groups, their action was often curtailed by other campaigners reminding them that it could alienate the public and thus cut into membership and funding. This process was as prevalent in what was then the most radical of the environmental groups, Greenpeace. In 1977, Paul Watson, one of GPS directors, was heading an expedition to the Newfoundland ice floes. At one point he grabbed a club used to kill baby harp seals and threw it into the waters. The sealers dunked and nearly drowned him, yet worse was to come on return to the office betrayal. Throwing the club into the sea was criminal damage, and he was told by a faceless lawyer, "I don't think you understand what Greenpeace is all about." He was expelled from the corporation. Watson went on to found the whaler sinking Sea Shepherd, while Greenpeace just got bigger, gaining millions of members while all the time becoming more symbolic and less of a threat. As GPS founder Bob Hunter said with an air of depression, "Nothing could be done to stop it from growing. It'll keep growing and growing, a juggernaut that is out of control." Meanwhile, the global attack on the wild was left largely unabated. Christopher Maines in Green Rage put it well. Like the youth movement, the women's movement, and rock and roll, the E-form environmental movement suffered from sound success. It entered the 70s as a vague critico for society and exited as an institution, wrapped in the consumerism and political ambitions it once condemned. In their drive to win credibility with the government agencies and corporations, the new professional environmentalists seemed to have wandered into the ambiguous world of George Orwell's Animal Farm, where it was increasingly difficult to tell the farmers from the pigs. The birth of Earth First. So, from the vast sea of raging moderation, irresponsible compromise, knee-jerk rhetorical Sierra Club dogma, and unknowing duplicity in the systematic destruction of the Earth, a small seed of sanity sprouts. Earth First. Howie Wolk, F. co-founder. In 1985, friends hiked into the desert. All long-term activists sick of careerism, legality, and failure, they knew a new kind of group was needed. One that would break the law, push open the envelope, hit the corporations where it hurt, and most of all never ever compromise in defense of Mother Earth. Around their campfire, Earth First was born. F's first act was one of sarcastic symbolism and affection. In a land full of memorials to the genocidal victor, F. raised a plaque commemorating Victoria, an Apache who wiped out a mining camp. Victoria, outstanding preservationist and great American. This monument celebrates the 100th anniversary of the great Apache chief Victoria's raid on the Cooney mining camp near Mogollon, New Mexico, on April 28, 1880. Victoria strove to protect these mountains from mining and other destructive activities of the white race. The present Gila Wilderness is partly a fruit of his efforts. Erected by the New Mexico Patriotic Heritage Society. The next action F pulled off was at the Glen Canyon Dam, where a 300-foot polythene banner was unfurled down the side of the dam, looking for all the world like a vast crack opening up. The demonstrators chanted "Raise the dam." People had campaigned in the past against new dams, but no one had ever had the audacity to campaign to pull down those already built. The Glen Canyon Dam in fact held special significance. In a sickening deal, the big environmental groups had accepted the damming of the canyon in return for the cancellation of a dam elsewhere. This was exactly the kind of compromise F was founded to resist. Thus from the very beginning FERS set themselves not only the task of defending the last fragments but of reversing the process, pulling down the dams and the power lines. F launched its proposal for a network of vast wilderness preserves. Half of Nevada, for instance, would be declared off-limits to industrial human civilization, as preserves for the free flow of natural processes. F didn't want people to wait for the state to set them up. Instead, the people themselves should make them happen. Direct action. If logging needed stopping, stop it, blockade it, trash the machines. If a road needed digging up, dig it up. This militancy was a touchstone of even early F, but it wasn't just its militancy that made it stand out globally. All around the world, groups were turning to direct action in environmental struggles. In both Britain and Germany, for example, anti-nuclear mass action had been growing apace. What was unique in the environmental movement was F's militant biocentrism. The Wilderness Proposal's preamble stated, "The central idea of F is that humans have no divine right to subdue the earth, that we are merely one of several million forms of life on this planet. We reject even the notion of benevolent stewardship, as that implies dominance. Instead, we believe that we should be plain citizens of the land community." Echoing the ecologist's earlier denunciation of environmentalism, Dave Foreman goes one step further. "Wilderness is the essence of everything we're after. We aren't an environmental group. Environmental groups worry about environmental health hazards to human beings, they worry about clean air and water for the benefit of people, and ask us why we're so wrapped up in something as irrelevant and tangential and elitist as wilderness. Well, I can tell you a wolf or a redwood or a grizzly bear doesn't think wilderness is elitist. Wilderness is the essence of everything. It's the real world." Within a year, F moved beyond symbolism to direct struggle. Around the country, a combination of civil disobedience and sabotage halted logging and oil drilling. Groups were setting up all over. What many in industry had originally written off as a joke was quickly becoming a nightmare. In 1985, FERS published Ecode Fence, a field guide to K-Funky ranching. This was unashamed, heads-held high 350-page manual on how to trash pretty much any machine with which civilization attacks the wild. Written by over 100 contributors to the Earth First Journal, this book was information for action. Diggers trashed, forests occupied, billboards subverted, logging roads dug up, trees spiked, offices invaded, windows smashed, snares disabled, computers scrapped. F was on the move. But so now was the state. The FBI wasn't about to let a crew of hippies, feminists, cowboys, and desert anarchists continue to hammer company profits. The late 80s onwards saw a wave of reaction that included infiltration, set UPS, conspiracy trials, raids, corporate-directed anti-environmental hate groups, and even assassination attempts on leading FERS. This was a continuation of the FBI's COINTELPRO previously unleashed in the 60s/70s upsurge against the Weather Underground, the New Left, the American Indian Movement, the Black Panthers, and the Puerto Rican Liberation Movement. Now some of the same agents that had destroyed those movements were overseeing the attack on F. Pre-existing divisions over philosophy, tactics, and, not least, personality were exacerbated by the crisis that engulfed F. A split begun to emerge between supporters of F. Co-founder Dave Foreman and long-term California organizer Judy Barry. All the while both were under serious corporate/state attack. Foreman was woken up one morning with an FBI gun to his head and charged with conspiracy to down power lines. Bari was car-bombed. The split and the state attack seriously weakened USF. And it would never fully recover its accelerating drive. Nevertheless, it did survive, and at the beginning of the 90s it was still the kick-ass environmental movement of the developed world. Its actions, ideas, and attitude would inspire a massive wave of acclaim across the Atlantic. Speech by Dave Foreman, Grand Canyon, July 7, 87. F. Crosses the Atlantic. The climate in Britain in 1991 was similar to that which had given birth to USF. Organizations that had started off quite radical in the 70s were well and truly assimilated. Big offices, good salaries, lobbying, and little else. Back in 1972, in its first ever newsletter, FO UK stated, "We want to avoid the center-periphery situation, whereby an organization's forces and resources tend to be drawn to the center, to head office, while patently the strength of the group is derived from experience in the field." By the 90s, FO had undeniably failed to avoid the center-periphery situation. Greenpeace was even more centrist, its local groups simply fundraisers. The late 80s had seen a massive increase in support for environmental groups, yet nothing real was happening. Something more radical and practical was needed. On the south coast in the seedy kiss-me-quick seaside town of Hastings, some sixth form students were plotting. They were bored out of their minds by A-levels and disillusioned with OE. In contrast, the biocentric approach of USF and its victorious direct action tactics were inspiring. The wild was calling. They formed Britain's first F group with a handful of people and no resources. Within a few months they would be making headlines, for now they spray-painted Hastings. A year later they had kick-started the biggest wave of ecological defense Britain has seen since the vanquishing of the peasantry. So as to cover the last decade relatively briefly, I'm going to have to paint with big strokes. The time covered divides neatly into 3 overlapping stages. Earth first. Birth period. Land struggle period. Consolidation and global resistance period. F. Birth period. Earth first. Hit the headlines when 2 ERS flew from Britain to the Rhine forests of Sarawak. At the time the Penan tribes were barricading logging roads and standing up to the corporate attack on their home, the forest. The two joined the blockades and for their efforts were locked up for 2 months in a stinking Malay jail. This news story went through the roof, much to the annoyance of both the Malaysian government and the UK's leading environmental groups. FO Central Office publicly denounced F, arguing that by taking action in Sarawak the ERS aided the Malaysian government, who wanted to paint all opposition as emanating from the West. This position ignored that the Penan had requested that people join them and that the Malaysian government was unlikely to halt the destruction without increased physical opposition. As one of the imprisoned ERS said, "For our absence from Britain we had been tried and convicted by the mainstream groups. They have convicted us of a crime they themselves could never be accused of action. With friends like these, the earth doesn't need enemies." This was the first of many public attacks on the new generation of radical ecological activists by the headquarters of the environmental NGOs. The difference between the two tendencies was shown in July 1991. While the Sarawak two were in prison, the annual meeting of the G7 came to London. ERS, with no money and few numbers, carried out a number of actions: banner drops outside and disruption of meetings inside. The NGOs submitted reports. This mobilization by F was small but a portent of things to come. The next time the G7 came to Britain, the radical ecological movement would field not dozens but thousands. Thanks to the Sarawak campaign, the Hastings lot quickly began to make links with people around the country from a variety of pre-existing networks: Green Anarchist, the Rainforest Action Network, ALF, Green Student Groups, Peace Groups, Local FO, and the Hunt Saboteurs. Out of a generation largely consisting of students and doilies disillusioned with mainstream environmentalism, groups sprang up in London, Brighton, Glastonbury, Liverpool, Oxford, Manchester, and Norwich. roads, rebels, and rainforests. Inspired by abroad, the handful of new activists went about importing the North American/Australian model. What this meant was a combination of nonviolent civil disobedience, media stunts, and monkey wrenching. Actions were organized as part of International Rainforest Days coordinated in the US and Australia. Australia had seen some recent big dock blockades, and the tactic was quickly brought to Britain. On December 4, 1991, in what was F's first really successful action, 200 people invaded Tilbury Docks in London. That month the F Action Update also reported under the headline "Reclaim the Streets," a small roadblock done by South Downs. More was to be heard of Reclaim the Streets. Tilbury was followed by a 400-strong protest at Liverpool Docks. On the first day we stormed the fences, occupied cranes, piles of dead range AF/animal lib types and travellers. Each threw different ingredients into the campfire cauldron. The activists' action techniques, the travellers on the land living skills. Teepees and benders sprung up, machines were trashed. This crossover would propel ecological direct action into a potent cycle of struggle with big numbers and big successes. However, while both sides complemented each other, it would be ridiculous to iron over the very real family squabbles. As the summer progressed, there was tension within the Dongus tribe over what offensive actions should be taken and what defensive measures should be put in place. Discussion of how to resist the eviction was silenced with the classic hippie refrain, "If you think negative things will happen." It was even suggested, in a basically religious formulation, that Mother Earth would simply not allow the destruction of the Dongus to happen. This tendency grew as the months went on until by autumn serious conflict reared up. Following a threat by security to repeat an earlier arson attack on the camp in retaliation for site sabotage, offensive action was actually banned by a meeting of the tribe. Hippie authoritarian pacifists practically banished FERS who had been involved from the start. Predictably, however, the state wasn't standing idle, it was preparing. Elsewhere, the campaign against roads was building apace. New road openings were disrupted, and the newspapers were already talking about the next Twyford, the battle for Oxley's Wood in London. Across the country, the government boasted it was building the biggest road program since the Romans. These roads smashed through some of the most biologically important areas, and so it was obvious that by fighting roads one could take on Thatcher's great car economy, while directly defending important habitat. Direct action was starting to spread beyond roads. At Golden Hill in Bristol, an impressive community resistance against the destruction of local green space by Tesco resulted in arrests and mass policing. A new air was definitely abroad. Back at Twyford, the inevitable eviction came brutally on the 9th of December, Yellow Wednesday. 100 fluoro-jacketed Group 4 security guards escorted bulldozers in to trash the camp. Throwing themselves in front of the Land Rovers and machines, those in the camp slowed the eviction, suffering arrests and injuries. 2 were rendered unconscious by cops. Lines of coiled razor wire crossed the down. The drama, appearing live on television, brought local ramblers, environmentalists, kids, and the simply shocked to the sight, many of whom without hesitation joined the resistance. Others came from around the country, making the eviction last 3 days. The eviction was an important moment, deeply depressing to most involved. It nevertheless captured the imagination of thousands. Many, particularly the media, who like a nice neat story, will see the move of the Dongus camp as the closing act of the Twyford drama, but the battle has not ended its beginning. If they think they can stop us with threats and violence, we've got to make damn sure they don't. Hunt sabs regularly get hassled but carry on regardless. Let's learn from their example. Obstruction on site needs to be coordinated and supported. The number of days' work lost is what counts. To broaden it out nationally, every tarmac and associated subcontractors' office, depots, and sites in the country should be targeted. Every leaflet produced should contain the information needed for a cell to wreak 10,000 pounds of havoc against the contractors and even put smaller subcontractors out of business. No compromise in defense of planet Earth. Do or Die, Number 1, January 1993. From the ashes. Twyford Rising. In February, following an eventful invasion of Whatley Quarry, a new camp was set up at Twyford. Off-route and up on the hill overlooking the cutting, this camp, and those that followed it, would have a very different attitude than the one on the Dongas. Not defense, attack. Starting with half a dozen campers, the site steadily grew through spring with direct action practically every day and many nights too. Some actions were carried out by a handful of people locking onto machines, others were mass invasions by hundreds. Diggers were trashed, offices invaded. A sunrise circle dance was followed by an 8-car sabotage convoy. The state response to these actions grew more organized. Hordes of guards, private investigators, and cops were stationed daily to stop the actions. They failed. Endless arrests, restrictive bail conditions, camp evictions, and harassment only hardened resolve. By late April, the Department of Transport was in the High Court pushing for an injunction on 76 named individuals. To back up their case, they produced evidence nearly a foot thick with hilarious daily reports from Twyford. A not unusual entry read thus. At 08:45 HRS, a group of protesters raided one of the small earth-moving operations at Shawford Down and did some very severe damage to the excavator before making of. There were between 35 to 50 of them, and they seemed to know exactly what to do to cause the most damage to the machines. Unsurprisingly, the High Court backed the dot and injuncted the 76. The reaction from our side was swift. 2 days after the hearing, 500 joined a mass trespass at the cutting. In a moving sign of multi-generational resistance, the crowd was addressed by Benny Rothman, one of the leaders of the 1932 Kinder Scout trespass. The mass injunction breaking resulted in 6 being sent to jail for a month, the first of many to end up in the clink for fighting road building. On the day of their release, they were greeted by friends, smiles, hugs and sabotage. In Collingham, Lincolnshire, under the spray-painted title "For the Prisoners of Twyford Down," the following was wrenched: 3 bulldozers, 3 tarmac trucks, 2 diesel pumps, 1 workshed and a control station. Tarmac plc was feeling the pressure. Across the country, many of its offices were occupied, its machines targeted. When its AGM was disrupted, the directors made their fears known. Thanks to good research, their home addresses had been uncovered and published. Some had been freaked enough to hire security guards, their apprehension heightened by past targeting of directors by animal liberationists. Considering the relatively few radical eco-home visits since, this may seem surprising. However, at this time the movement was influenced by quite divergent groups. The fact that directors were largely left unscathed in the years to come was not a given, it was a choice. During that summer, everything from Druid curses to burning tarmac was hurled at the contractors in a hectic campaign which was a symbol of resistance, a training ground, a life changer and a kick up the arse to the British Green movement. Nevertheless, though it slowed it, the M3 was not stopped. The cutting at Twyford Down gets ever deeper, and the down, the water meadows and of course most of the dongas are now destroyed, but its destruction has given birth to a movement and the fight goes on. As the resistance at Twyford waned, anti-road actions were spreading across the country like wildfire. Digger diving was organized on a near-daily basis at Wymondham near Norwich, and in Newcastle hammocks were strewn in the trees at Jesmond Dean. Like Twyford, once again it was local FERS and residents that catalyzed the initial actions that burgeoned into wide-scale tribal resistance on the land. Further north, action was hotting up in Scotland with tree and crane sits, some lasting days, connected to the M74 in Glasgow. Even further north was the campaign against the Skye Bridge, a monstrosity cutting across the Kyle of Lockash, immortalized in the environmental classic, The Ring of Bright Water. The bridge not only affected the direct habitat but connected the Hebrides into the mainland infrastructure, endangering the whole region's ecology by exposing it to further development. Unfortunately, at the time there was only limited active local support for resistance. The first and only day of action against the building was carried out by around a dozen, who, bar a few from Skye and Glasgow were all from south of the border. As cops stationed on the island could be counted on one hand, Reinforcements were brought in. Inflatables were launched as the main work was being carried out off barges. The reaction of the construction firm was brutal. Industrial hoses were used as water cannons in an attempt to knock those up floating cranes into the sea. The Scottish press were present in numbers and also enjoyed some corporate PR. The front page of IHE Scotsman put it like this: "Journalistic objectivity is a wonderful thing. However, it is easily damaged, especially by people trying to ram your boat, sink you, throw rocks at you, then threatening you first with a crowbar and then a grappling hook, not to mention attacking you with a tracked excavator." The boats were impounded and most were arrested. Bust 100 miles away, the group was given strict bail by an all-powerful roving sheriff not to return to the Highlands and Islands for over a year. Police escorted the van most of the way to the border. Elsewhere actions were taken against the project's funders, the Bank of America, but the campaign was effectively stillborn by low local involvement and immediate corporate/state direct action. A very different situation had produced a very different result at Oxley's Wood in London. These woods in SE London were widely believed to be the next big battle, and 3,000 people had signed a pledge to beat the bulldozers. After over a year of direct action at Twyford and with resistance spreading, the government knew it couldn't risk hitting such a beautiful place within recruitment distance of millions. The summer of 1993 saw this £300 million scheme dropped, a major victory after just a year of sustained action against infrastructural growth. Not single issues, just one war. This success was all the more impressive considering that this campaign, though then becoming the dominant terrain of struggle for the movement, was still only one of the battles it was involved in. The daily fight on the land was interspersed with national and local days of action across the country on a range of issues. Timber depots in Oxford, Rochdale, and London were all targeted by days of action. One national week of action against mahogany saw ethical shoplifting, in towns across the country, and abroad the simultaneous total destruction of logging equipment by the Amazonian Parkana Indians. Other actions included bank occupations, an ICI factory invasion, road blockades and regular quarry blockades at Whatley in Somerset. These different battles were all viewed as part of the same war by FERS. Many of the hundreds that invaded Oxford Timnet for the second time had come direct from a weekend of action at Twyford. The next day a cavalcade moved on to Bristol to help disrupt the opening of the disputed Golden Hill Tesco. Then, as now, many FERS were also involved in the animal liberation movement. The campaigns were carried out in a global context of escalating radical ecological resistance. Anti-road campaigns in the Pyrenees, anti-whaling action by Sea Shepherd, the campaign against the Nirmada Dam, the Ogoni struggle against Shell, defense of the Danube, biotech companies bombed, GM crop experiments dug up, and of course anti-logging battles. It's a long way from North America to Newcastle, but in 1993 the tactic of protracted tree sits crossed the Atlantic. Following demos earlier in the year, the bulldozers had gone into Jesmond unannounced on June 16. The state, however, hadn't factored in skiving Geordie kids, who stopped the machines working while the alarm went out. The next morning protesters barricaded the site entrance. More kids came back and shoveled earth with plastic flowerpots to build up the barricade. The flowerpot tribe was born. The campfire was set burning and a strong community formed. A combination of local talent and reinforcements from Twyford and elsewhere made the next 5 months an avalanche of site occupations, tree sitting, piss-taking and nightly sabotage. The legendary winds of Newcastle seemed to blow down the construction site fencing again and again. The kids sang, "IHE chainsaws, the chainsaws, they cut down all our trees. The pixies, trashed their JCBs." Of course, despite the laughs, it was hard. Everyone is getting very knackered and pissed of tree sitting is saving the trees that are hammocked, but it's tiring, cold, stressful, and often boring. Ground support people face prison for breaking injunctions as they take food to trees. It's grim for sitters when the trees are felled near them. Local people sab a cement mixer under the copper beach by throwing rock salt into it. A workman goes berserk and tries attacking the beach with a JCB, trying to knock the tree sitters out. He survived, but the copper beach loses another couple of branches. In 1991 F's handful of activists were the radical ecological movement. By the end of the summer of 1993, F not only had 45 local groups but had catalyzed thousands to take direct action, mostly not under the F banner. Now one could really begin to talk about a movement. After the Jesmond camps were evicted, one of the Flowerpot tribe wrote, "Those who've been involved are also gearing up to fight other schemes. What we've learned will spread out to other road and environmental protests. It just gets bigger and bigger. If we can't stop the bastards totally, we can cost them, show them there's no easy profit in earth rape. They've already been cost millions, let's cost them some more." Land struggle period. Land struggles were infectious, the next period seeing an explosion of activity. The winning combination was relatively solid networks of long-term anti-road campaigners, a nationwide network of F groups, and most importantly a swelling tribe willing to travel across the land. Welcome to the autonomous zones. While the state had backed down at Oxley's, it intended to go full steam ahead with the M11 link through East London. Bureaucrats and politicians probably thought the movement wouldn't pull together over the destruction of a small amount of trees and hundreds of working-class homes. They were wrong. Hundreds of the houses were already squatted, long since having been compulsorily purchased. This vibrant scene was joined by others from Jesmond and Twyford. With much of the road smashing through a long-term squatting community and a solidly working-class area, this more than any previous anti-road campaign was a defense of human lives as well as wildlife. Nevertheless, there were beautiful patches of overgrown gardens and copses, and the struggle was also understood in the national ecological context. By halting the road in London we can save woodlands, rivers and heathlands all the way to Scotland, without endangering their ecology by having mud fights with hundreds of security guards and police in their midst. The first real flashpoint came at a chestnut tree on George Green, common land in the heart of Wanstead. The 10-foot hoardings which had been erected to enclose the common were trashed by a jolly mob of kids, activists, and local people. On the green a hunched woman in her 80s was crying. She had always felt powerless, but when she pushed the fences down with hundreds of others, she said she felt powerful for the first time in her life. Empowerment is direct action's magic, and the spell was spreading. A tree house was built in the branches of the chestnut tree. For the following month the campfire became a focal point. People from different backgrounds began to get to know one another, spending long evenings together, talking, forming new friendships. Something new and beautiful had been created in the community. Many local people talk of their lives having been completely changed by the experience. The eviction came in December and was carried out by 400 police. With 150 people resisting, it took 9 hours to bring down one tree. Sabotage also played a part. Both of the contractors' hydraulic platforms had been wrenched the night before. The eviction had forced the duty to humiliate itself in a very public way. The loss of the tree was a tragic day, and yet also a truly wonderful day. It had hammered another huge nail in the coffin of the roads program. The state hoped this was the end of no MLI, but it was just the beginning. Other areas had already been occupied, and regular action against the contractors continued. It was a fitting end to the second year of concerted action against roads. On January 1, 1994, the indigenous Zapatistas of Mexico launched themselves onto the stage of world history. Liberating town after town, freeing prisoners, redistributing food, declaring themselves autonomous of the new economic order. They didn't just redistribute food, they redistributed hope worldwide, and were to have a significant impact on the movement here. Meanwhile in Britain the year nearly started off with a big bang. In January a very small amount of broadsheet coverage reported the police detonation of an explosive device under the main bridge at Twyford Down. Coverage also reported a bomb found at Tarmac's HQ. The spring saw camps sprout up against the Wymondham bypass near Norwich, the Leadenham bypass in Lincolnshire, the Bate-Hestern-Swanswick bypasses outside Bath and the Blackburn bypass in Lancashire. In inner-city Manchester, a threatened local park got a dose of eco-action at Abbey Pond. Back in the East End, spring saw vast defensive and offensive road resisting. A row of large Edwardian houses were next en route. They were barricaded, and Vanstonia was born. It was declared an autonomous free zone. People made joke passports and the like. We were digging this huge trench all the way around the site. Doing that probably had zero tactical effectiveness, but it really made us feel that this was where the UK ended and our space started. The state does not take well to losing territory. In a scene reminiscent of a medieval siege, around 800 police and bailiffs supported by cherry pickers and diggers besieged the independent state of Wanstonia. After cordoning off the area, the invaders proceeded to storm the 5 houses. The police had to break through the barricades to enter, only to find the staircases removed, thus forcing them to get in through roofs or upper floors. Some protesters were on the roofs, having chained themselves to the chimneys. The contractors proceeded to destroy the houses while many people were still occupying them. It took 10 hours to remove 300 people. This impressive and costly eviction was followed up by Operation Roadblock, a month of rota-based daily direct action, where groups booked in which days they would take action. It worked remarkably well, with sizable disruption every day through March. Elsewhere, many of the resistance techniques developed at the M11, both for the defense of houses and trees, were now being used against other schemes. Progress, yuck, time to go back to the trees. Tactics were evolving fast. At Jesmond, temporary hammocks had graced the branches. At George Green, a single treehouse had been built. At Bath, the first real network of treehouses hit the skyline. In Blackburn, there was a full-on York-style tree village. Unable to defeat the bailiffs on the ground, resistance had moved skyward. You'd be standing at the fire at night, and it would be the first time you'd been down on the ground all day. You'd look up and there would be all these little twinkles from candles up above you. How were they going to get us out? I don't think I can describe here how special it is to sleep and wake in the branches of a tree. To see the stars and the moon. To feel the sunshine and feel the rain. Hundreds were now living on site across the country, with many more weekending or visiting for days of action. Most campaigns were now setting up multiple camps, each taking a slightly different form according to the lay of the land. Previously, barricades had been built around houses and woodlands. Now they themselves were transformed into barricades, complex networks of walkways, tree houses, lock-ons, concrete, and determination. Salisbury Hill's fourth site eviction at Whitecroft was the first full-on, all-treetop eviction. Using cherry pickers and standard chainsaw men, the sheriff failed to take down a single tree. The camp had defeated him, for now. The cost was high. One protester hospitalized with spinal injuries and a collapsed lung. 10 days later the sheriff returned, this time with Matter Bailiff's equity cart-holding stunt men. These were more crazy, muscular, and willing to take risks with their own lives as well as of those in the trees. By the end of the day Whitecroft was no more. This, the most spectacular at the time, was only one of the many conflicts countrywide. These evictions were becoming hugely costly to the contractors, to the state, and to social stability. Most sites at this time continued offensive action as well, using the by then standard formula, digger diving, office occupations and crane sits, alongside overt and covert sabotage. The state was being challenged. It would soon escalate its response. With every campaign the movement seemed to be going from strength to strength, with one exception, Leadenham. A camp had set up, and the dot said it was putting the scheme into review, but victory was not to be. The contractors launched a surprise attack during the reprieve, while those still on site were dealt with a few weeks later by local thugs. Vigilante attacks on sites had always been an occasional occurrence, but they were usually minor in scale. At Leadenham, though, there was a sizable group of pro-road locals willing to take direct action. The attack happened following a demo by local people in favor of the bypass. Leadenham villagers decided in their infinite wisdom that a road was preferable to a few trees. Masked vigilantes arrived at the camp at Sam armed with chainsaws. They proceeded to hack down trees protesters had been sitting in. Anyone getting in their way was punched and violently assaulted. This basically put an end to site occupation at the scheme, though days of action still followed. What Leadenham showed was the absolute necessity of having significant community support if a camp was set up. Without it, there was a danger of being sitting/sleeping targets. Thankfully, through this period no other sites were mass attacked by local vigilantes in this way. While in this article I'll give an overview of this period, from so high up one can't hope to focus on the detail, and it's the detail that counts. The incredible moments, the passion, the exhilaration, the waiting, the amazing people, the occasional twat the tribe. Not to mention the Holy Trinity, dogs, mud, and cider. On site and in the trees, this feeling of togetherness and otherness grew. Leaving site to get food or gyros, the harshness and speed of the industrial world hit you, but by living a daily existence of resistance we were hitting back. Hunting the machines. Every month brought news of an increase in sabotage despite minimal coverage in either mainstream or radical press, not least because communiques were rarely sent. Sabotage largely centered around projects where ongoing daytime campaigns were underway, but some was done in solidarity with campaigns further afield. With so many groups fighting multiple schemes by the same company's actions often ended fulfilling both roles. ARC, for instance, had supplied roadstone to Twyford Down and was trying to expand quarries in North Wales and Somerset. After forcing their way into the control room, the intruders smashed a glass partition and then caused £10,000 worth of damage to computer equipment. The scale of sabotage carried out during the 90s land struggles is often forgotten. Altogether, the direct costs of replacement and repair at construction sites must have easily run into the tens of millions. Fantasists may dream that this was the work of highly organized anonymous cells, striking and then disappearing, but in truth most trashings were carried out by those camping on site, either subtly during digger diving, raucously as a mob, or covertly after heavy drinking sessions around the campfire. Basically, whenever it was possible, people fucked shit up. The sensible and commendable desire not to boast has left these actions hidden behind newspaper images of smiling tree people. The grins though were often those of mischievous machine wreckers. Near campfires no yellow monster was safe from the hunt. Some celebrity liberals argued criminal damage should not have a place in campaigns as it would put off normal everyday people. This ridiculous idea was even stupider considering one of the main groups consistently carrying out sabotage were those locals with jobs and families who didn't have available time to live on site, and for whom arrests for minor digger diving could lead to unemployment and family problems. For many normal everyday people, covert sabotage was less risky than overt civil disobedience. Another group of locals that always took to environmental vandalism like ducks to water were kids, nearly always the most rebellious section of any community, often with the most intimate relationship to the local environment. Of course, despite what I say above, some ecotage was carried out entirely covertly with modus operandi borrowed from the Animal Liberation Front. Police believe a £2 million blaze at an Essex construction site could be the work of green activists. The fire swept through Quarry Environment's aggregates and waste disposal site at Barling, near Southend, ruining 4 bulldozers, 2 diggers, and a fleet of 6 trucks owned by the main contractor. The police say that forensic evidence confirms arson. There is no justice, just us. It was becoming obvious that the ecological land struggles were really getting in the way of progress. The government saw the movement as part of a social fabric born of the 60s/70s upsurge. With the Criminal Justice Bill it sought to tear this fabric apart. No more toleration, the government announced. It was giving itself new powers to close free parties, ban demonstrations, create huge exclusion zones, evict squats, and jail persistent road protest trespassers. Unsurprisingly, this challenge was met with a sudden flurry of activity. High street squat info centers around the country, local and national demos. Thousands turned up for marches in London. Rather than deterring people, the new laws brought people together. Unity in diversity, the call of the day. On October 9, a demo of 75,000 ended in Hyde Park for the normal ritual of platform speakers. When a sound system tried to get in at Speaker's Corner to turn it into an illegal party in the park, it was attacked by police. In turn, people fought back. The call went out across the park: defend the system. Thousands ran from the speeches to the action. The Hyde Park riot had begun. Although some people faced up to the police in Park Lane itself, most of the crowd ended up inside the park, separated by the metal railings from the riot cops. This made it difficult for the police to launch baton charges or send in the horses, and when they tried to force their way through the small gates in the railings, they were repelled with sticks, bottles, and whatever was to hand. There were some very surreal touches while all this was going on: people dancing not far from the police lines, a unicyclist weaving his way through the riot cops, a man fire breathing. Some people have argued that the police deliberately provoked a riot to make sure the criminal justice bill was passed, but this ignores the fact that there was never any danger of the CJB not being passed, as there had never been any serious opposition within Parliament. Hyde Park, like the eviction of the Dongas, was a landmark confrontation. At Twyford, the movement was forced to face up to the reality of state violence. At Hyde Park, it was forced to face the reality of movement violence. The reality being simple: when faced with riot cops, many saw nothing wrong with fighting back to defend temporarily liberated space. At the beginning of the march, "Keep it fluffy" stickers had been handed out liberally. Later, as the helicopter floodlights shone down on a riot, the sight of a Krusty with a rainbow jumper emblazoned with one of the stickers throwing a bit of paving slab at the cops showed how moments of collective power can change people. The following months would see an intensification of violence/non-violence discussions around the country. When the bill became an act in November, everyone understood that the only way to defeat a possible crackdown was by defying it. As the F. Action Update put it, as far as it AFCTS Earth First, ERS, its purpose is not so much to imprison us as to intimidate us, and we mustn't let that work. The day the act went through on November 4, activists from No M11 climbed onto the roof of Parliament and unfurled a banner: "Defy the Act." Hunt sabs went out in bigger numbers, more road protest camps were established, free parties flourished. By the end of the month, a big confrontation came that would test whether the government had succeeded in intimidating the resistance. A street reclaimed. Throughout the summer, evictions and resistance on the M11 had continued, and most of the route was rubble. One major obstacle lay in the path of the bulldozers. Claremont Road, an entire squatted street, had been transformed into a surreal otherworld. Turned inside out, the road itself became the collective living room, the remaining cars floorbeads. Above the sofa, huge chessboard, an open fire, a vast scaffolding tower reached daily further up to the sky. This state-of-the-art reclaimed street was not going to take eviction easy. When it did come, it became the longest and most expensive in English history. 5 days, 700 police, 200 bailiffs, and 400 security guards, costing £2 million. When the bailiffs arrived, they were met by 500 people using every delay tactic possible. A concrete-filled car with protruding scaffold poles stopping the cherry pickers moving in. People locked onto the road. Others hung in nets strung across the street. People in bunkers, others huddled on rooftops and in treehouses. Lastly, 12 people scrambled up the 100 feet scaffold tower painted with grease and tied with pink ribbons. One by one, minute by costly minute, the state forces removed the 500, taking the best part of a week. The sheer ingenuity of the tactics, the resolve of the people involved, and the incredible barricading techniques made this an amazing moment. Like the Chestnut Tree, Salisbury Hill, and a dozen other evictions, the state won the battle, but they were losing the war. With every hugely expensive eviction, every trashed machine, every delayed contract, every citizen turned subversive, every tree occupied, the social and economic cost of pushing through the roads program was becoming unbearable. Yet Claremont, like all anti-road sites, wasn't simply a reaction to destruction, it was also a reaffirmation of life, of autonomy. It was an experience that changed hundreds of people. Its memory would remain precious and propel a whole new wave of streets to be reclaimed. Reclaim the Streets had been formed by FERS in '92 to combat the car culture on the city streets. With the expansion of anti-road resistance, the idea had gone into hibernation, but many who had seen the topsy-turvy, inside-out world of Claremont Road wanted to feel the like again. After the end of the M11 campaign, RTS was reformed. The state had foolishly thought Claremont Road lay in rubble. In fact, it haunted those who'd been there, and its festive rebel specter would reappear on streets across the country. It started with the reclamation of that bastion of consumption, Camden High Street. 2 cars entered the high street and, to the astonishment of passing shoppers, ceremoniously piled into each other crash. 30 radical pedestrians jumped on top and started trashing them, soon joined by kids. An instant cafe was set up distributing free food to all and sundry, rainbow carpets unrolled, smothering the tarmac, and a host of alternative street decor. A plethora of entertainment followed, including live music, fire breathing, and the rinky-dink bike-powered sound system. A month later and the action was much bigger. Word had got around 1,500 met at the meet-up point, jumped the tube and arrived at Islington High Street. They swarmed across the dual carriageway as 5 25-feet tripods were erected blocking all the access roads. Half a ton of sand was dumped on the tarmac for kids of all ages to build sand castles with. An armored personnel carrier blasting out rave setup, fire hydrants were opened up spraying the ravers dancing in the sunshine. All the cops could do was stand to the side and sweat. While the Claremont eviction was the first major sign of the failure of the CJA, street parties spreading across the country were basically dancing on its grave. With the Act's implementation, resistance became a bit more difficult, but its deterrent effect was dead in the water. The rebellion against the CJA had brought together different alternative culture currents and coalesced them into a serious counterculture. Now RTS was making more connections. Above the wonderful spectacle of the Islington Street Party flew a banner declaring solidarity with the tube workers. Back on the farm. While London events got the lion's share of media coverage, people were defying the CJA all over, most by simply carrying on with actions business as usual. The eviction of urban camps at Pollock in Glasgow against the M77 involved hundreds. 250 kids even broke out of school to help slop one eviction. The act had been meant to neuter direct action. Instead, in the climate of opposition, whole new struggles opened up, such as those against the live export of sheep and calves, involving thousands more in direct action. In the southwest, the one-year anniversary gathering at Salisbury Hill went off with a bang. An anti-CJA event on the hill ended with lots of fencing pulled down, trashed machinery and SECurity thugs in hospital. As one woman from the local Avon Gorge F. group put it, "I guess people had had enough of being used as punch bags." This was followed by a day of action with 200 people stopping most of the work along the route. Up north, the campaign against the M65 saw a major shift in tactics by both those in the trees and those who'd taken the job of getting them out. 3 camps had already been evicted, but the crescendo came at Stanworth Valley, an amazing network of walkways, platforms, nets and over 40 tree houses. Through the valley surged the River Ribblesworth. It was truly a village in the sky, which was lucky as the ground was pure quagmire half the time. You've never seen such mud. As well as new people and local activists, there was now a dedicated nomadic tribe, seasoned at many previous evictions. After over a year of life in the branches, some were agile and confident at height at home in the trees. The state realized that it needed a new force that was as confident on the ropes. Stanworth became the first place where members of the climbing community took sides against nature. Upon entering the treetops, they were quite shocked to find the people were not just passive spectators to their own removal. A gentle but firm push with the foot often kept them out of a trail was. 2 climbers tried to manhandle an activist out of the trees, mistakenly thinking they were alone. The calls for help were quickly answered, and to the climbers' astonishment, out of the thick shroud of leaves above, activists obseiled down, others painted up from below, and yet more appeared from both sides, running along the walkways and branches. The climbers could be forgiven for thinking they were caught in a spider's web. Eventually, after 5 days, all 120 people had been ripped from the trees, bringing the total contract cost increased by the No M65 campaign to £12.2 million. The climbers had found new lucrative employment, but they would do their best to avoid ever repeating an eviction under leaf cover. From now on, most evictions would be when the leaves were off the trees, the combined factor of nature's abundance and activist up for it attitude a severe deterrent. The spread of anti-road camps was by now incredible, with 95 probably the high point in terms of national spread. On top of the established camps, new areas were occupied in Berkshire, Kent, Devon, and Somerset. Over the next year, the struggle moved well beyond just fighting roads. Camps were set up to protect land from open-cast mining in South Wales, leisure development in Kent, and quarrying in the southwest. No surprise then that one of the major voices spurring on this culture of resistance got some special attention from some special people. Green Anarchist magazine in the mid-90s was a meeting point of movements. Its readership included significant numbers of travelers, hunt sabs, class struggle anarchos, Green Party members, eco-warriors, and animal liberationists. It was an obvious target for the secret state. A set of 17 raids aimed at GA and the ALF resulted in the jailing of a number of its editors. This repression, like the CJA, backfired. Instead of marginalizing GA, it actually made them far more well-known. An alliance of largely liberal publications swung behind them. Motions of support were even brought up at the Green Party and FO annual conferences. This increased exposure, combined with MLS fears about court documents released in appeal hearings compromising their agents, secured their release. A major aim of the repression against GA had been to deter sabotage, while large parts of the CJA were aimed at stopping aggravated trespass. Their absolute failure to deter the radical ecological direct action movement was shown clearly one morning in Somerset. Whatley Kyrie Yeehaw! The National action to shut down Whatley Quarry was an even greater success than expected. A week later, the owners hadn't managed to restart work. At 5:30 am, 400 activists descended on the quarry. Small teams ensured gates were blockaded and all plant and machinery occupied. Detailed maps and a predetermined plan ensured police and security were outmaneuvered. Tripods were carried 9 miles overnight and set up on the quarry's rail line whilst lorries were turned away. Press reports state that £250,000 worth of damage was caused, not counting the cost of a week's lost production, for a quarry normally selling 11,000 tons per day. 20 meters of railway track leading out of the quarry disappeared. The control panel for video monitoring of the plant fell apart, a 2-story crane pulled itself to bits, 3 control rooms dismantled themselves, and several diggers and conveyor belts broke down. The police managed to arrest 64 people, mostly under the CJA, for aggravated trespass. In time, most of the cases were dropped. All through the land struggle period, F had been organizing national actions. This was by far the most effective. It had come on the back of 4 years of concerted actions at Whatley and showed what can be achieved by good organization and the element of surprise. While the cops had prepared in their hundreds, they simply hadn't factored in that hippies could get up at 4 a.m. This action really set the mood for the next year. An adrenaline junkie's idea of heaven. Police on the Newbury bypass site today condemned the tactics of those who last night took a heavy tractor from roadworks and drove to a construction area, where they damaged compound fencing, lighting equipment and a porta-cabin building. Police were called, but the offenders ran away before they arrived at the scene. The Newbury bypass was the big battle. The scale was immense. 9 miles long, over 30 camps, 10,000 trees, over 1,000 arrests. A daily struggle with up to 1,600 security guards, hundreds of police, private detectives, and state climbers lined up against tribes of hundreds of committed, mud-living activists. Day after relentless day, evictions and resistance. Every morning, cider and flies. I don't have space to cover all the campaigns across the country, so I am focusing on those that saw important changes. Equally, I can't hope to give a true impression of what it was like to be living on site, at Newbury least of all. Crazy and medieval in both good ways and bad is all I'll say. The Stale had by this time learned from some of its previous mistakes. No longer would it try to clear the road in stages at the same time as building works progressed. In the past this allowed a healthy mix of offensive action against construction as well as defensive action against clearance. At Newbury the chainsaws were given 5 months to clear the site. Initially when protests had started, the massive increased cost of clearance had pushed up costs billed straight to the corporations, destroying any profits. Now when the contracts were tendered, these millions were factored in billed straight to the state. This made the campaigns of this period increasingly defensive in nature. Though there were attempts to move beyond this, to a certain extent it was an inevitable result of a change in terrain. Yet the costs of keeping a force capable of clearing a route dotted with camps, with highly evolved defense techniques, needing highly paid specialist climbers to evict, was now immense. Newbury, more than any other, was a national campaign in one locale. Practically everyone who had been heavily involved in radical eco stuff over the preceding 5 years bumped into each other in the wasteland. This was no accident. Everyone knew that at Newbury the state wanted to break the movement. In reply, people were determined to break the state's resolve to build roads beyond Newbury. Glorious defeats for us meant economic defeat for the Department of Transport. This war of attrition had been rolling now for years, but at Newbury both sides wanted to put in the death blow. After over a year of building defenses, 5 months of fighting evictions, night after night of sabotage and a lifetime of manic moments, the clearance was finished, but in the aftermath so were the roads program. Of course it took a while to die. Some projects were still in the pipeline and others were continuing, but after Newbury the conclusion was not in doubt. A year after the clearance work had started, hundreds arrived at Newbury for the anniversary, now known as the Reunion Rampage. After minor scuffles and tedious speeches from the likes of faux leadership, fencing surrounding a major construction compound was cut, and the crowd surged in. So we put sand in the fuel tanks of generators, took spanners to the motor of the crane. As we were leaving the site, a tipper truck on fire to my left and the crane on fire down to my right, there was one man standing straight in front of me, silhouetted against the bright billowing flames rolling up out of the porta-cabin. He stood in an X shape, his hands in victory V signs, shouting yes. 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 It wasn't chaotic, there was a sense of purpose, of collective will, of carnival, celebration, strong magic, triumph of people power, of a small but very real piece of justice being done. After defeats, victories. If this kind of disorder freaked the nation-state, local government was terrified. At Guildford, Surrey Council cancelled a scheme where 5 camps had been set up. It simply couldn't afford the economic and social costs of taking on the movement. Open-cast mines were shelved in South Wales thanks to the sterling resistance at the evictions of the Siller and Bryn Henley's camps. Camps saved nature reserves from destruction by agribusiness in Sussex. Camps stopped supermarket developments. Camps stopped leisure developments in Kent, and quarries were put on hold in the southwest after costly evictions at Dead Woman's Bottom. If Newbury put the final nail in the coffin of the Roads to Prosperity building program, the A30 camps were shoveling in the soil. Put into full use for the first time, tunnels became another tactic of delay. Tree defense and complex subterranean networks made the eviction at Fairmile last longer than every previous eviction, with the tunnels staying occupied 6 days in. While the resistance to the A30 was amazing, it was also a waymarker. Following the evictions there was no daytime offensive action against the construction contract, though a one-day camp and some impressive night work did get done. The amazing community had evolved over 2.5 years of occupation. Its effect would last far longer. By mid-1997 Road Alert could happily report the demise of the National Roads Programme. It has been sliced from about £23 billion to a few pound billion since 1992, Nearly 500 out of the 600 road schemes have been scrapped, that's 500 places untrashed, saved for now. These are massive cuts, Construction News wrote, the major road building program has virtually been destroyed. It seems fair to link the rise of direct action with the diminishing budget, down every year since 1993, the year of the big Twyford actions. On TV even the ex-Transport Minister Stephen Norris, of all people, presented a documentary on how the protesters were right and he was wrong. Contractor newspapers sounded more and more like obituary columns every week. The unlikely had happened, the movement's main immediate objective had been largely attained, and the threat capacity generated by the struggle now deterred developments in other fields. More sites were still being set up now against disparate targets, logging in Caledonia, housing in Essex, an airport extension at Manchester. Fly into the streets. While most camps were in the countryside, Conti Station was also spreading in the streets. After the success of the London 95 street parties, RTS followed up with an 8,000-strong takeover of the M41. Across the country RTSs were held in dozens of towns, often more than once. Some were amazing revelatory moments, windows into future worlds, others were just crap. In 96/97 RTS London had mobilised the alternative culture ghetto, now it was organising a breakout, first making connections with the striking tube workers, then with the locked-out Liverpool dockers. In an inspiring act of solidarity, radical eco-types climbed cranes, blockaded entrances and occupied roofs at the docks. Around 800 protesters and dockers mingled on the accession and a strong feeling of connection was born. Following on the back of this action came a massive mobilization just before the May election. Around 20,000 marched and partied with the dockers at the March for Social Justice. The plan had been to occupy the then empty Department of Environment building in Whitehall. Though the police succeeded in stopping this happening, the march ended in a huge party/riot at Trafalgar Square. Above the crowd a massive banner dash "Never mind the ballots, reclaim the streets." More and more street parties were continuing around the country. National actions. After Whatley had been such a success, people wanted more. Unfortunately, the police were once bitten, twice shy. Any whiff of an F. National mobilization resulted in massive policing that made most actions just impossible. While the cops were still often outfoxed, mostly by moving location, it was largely making the best of a bad situation. Yet it wasn't just the state that caused problems here. The big Whatley action had come out of discussion at an F. national gathering, with groups all over committing themselves to both turning up and organizing it. Other national actions that followed were often organized by local groups that wanted an injection of collective power into their campaign. This meant that effectively they were local campaigns calling on the national movement for support, very different from the national movement organizing to support a local campaign. One of the biggest failures came when a local group, Cardigan Bay F, declared a national day of action on the anniversary of the Milford Haven oil spill. This was to be followed by actions against opencast in the Welsh valleys. Vans arrived from around the country to find little local work had been done by CBEF. And no decent plans were in place, the organizing group not even turning up to sort out the mess. Meanwhile, hundreds of cops waited at the port. Thankfully, the wonderful Reclaim the Valleys stepped in days before they were due to and sorted a squat and a few decent actions. Nevertheless, it was a disempowering experience to say the least. It was followed by an action at Shoreham Docks that drew 60 people, and 800 cops. Like at Milford Haven, where the refinery had been closed despite no action, all work at Shoreham stopped for the day. On one level these actions were successful, in that they stopped work comprehensively, but disempowerment meant they stifled any chance of long-term organizing around the issue. Public defeats also resulted in a loss to the movement's threat capacity, something that had the power to stall developments before they started. Though even successful national actions did not result in local campaign numbers swelling, the threat capacity factor meant that local groups looked a whole lot scarier to the target involved. This fear was a factor in many developments not going ahead. Attempts to go beyond individual land struggles to get at the root of the problem usually meant taking a step backwards to occasional, media-centric events with no easily winnable immediate objectives. National direct action campaigns against the oil industry and ruling class land ownership both died early on. A shift from the local to the global. In 1997 a major shift of emphasis happened in the movement. At the time it wasn't so obvious, but after a while it would become seismic. The last massive eviction-based land struggle with multiple camps was the resistance at Manchester Airport. This was near Newbury in scale and saw weeks of sieges and evictions, scraps in the trees, nighttime fence pulling and underground tunnel occupations. What Newbury did for the south, Manchester Airport did for the north in terms of attracting thousands of new people and cementing the network. Both sides of the conflict were now highly evolved, with complex delay tactics and well-trained state tunnel and tree specialists. On one level it became a clash of professionals. Manchester probably continues to have an impact on the speed at which the government is prepared to build new airports, but the campaign, unlike that against roads or quarries, was not easily reproducible. After all, there weren't any major expansions elsewhere happening at the time. Once the evictions had finished, some moved on to smaller camps around the country, but many of those who remained active moved off-site and onto new terrains of struggle. Britain's higgledy-piggledy mix of land occupations, office invasions, and national actions were happening in a global context, and that context was changing. In 1997 two landmark events happened, one in Cambridgeshire and one in southern Spain. Both would shape the next period.